Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Anyone can experience financial difficulties. While some people overcome their challenges quickly, others might do so for years. What matters most, though, is how one decides to overcome these obstacles. Some people work hard and earn money through honest labor, while others turn to crime in order to make quick money. A third group is likewise prepared to participate in the production of content that is both controversial and in demand, all in exchange for a big payout. Although it is allowed to operate in this field, actors, and frequently actresses in this genre, face harsh social criticism and condemnation. However, the pull of quick riches and the quest for questionable celebrity might triumph over moral values. Furthermore, a lot of them now work from home, establishing studios and broadcasting live. The case of Carol Maltesi, a young mother and actress in adult films, is a clear illustration of what pursuing fame and wealth in this field may lead to. But one must not ignore the possibility of serious mental harm to the actors, resulting in actual catastrophes. She didn't think her job was unethical. Her only goal was to become financially independent so that she could support herself and her small kid when she retired. Sadly, her body, which had formerly been admired by hundreds of followers, was later discovered dismembered on a steep ledge next to a road. She was never able to quit the industry, though. Carol Maltesi's early years and childhood. On September 19, 1995, Carol Nicole Maltesi was born in a small Italian province. She was the only child of Fabio and Josephine, and her father was Dutch and her mother was Italian. She stayed with her mother when her parents divorced when she was just 4 years old. Her father later remarried, had more children, and returned to his native Netherlands. Since her ex-husband provided minimal assistance, Josephine decided to stay in Italy and raise her daughter by herself. They were residents of Sesto Calende, a tiny town in the Varese province. In order to provide her daughter what she needed, a quality education, and the chance for a better life, the mother worked several jobs at the same time. Carol developed into a lovely, compassionate, and outgoing young woman who had plenty of friends and got along well with everyone. She frequently went to a dance studio as a schoolgirl and was involved in sports, especially horseback riding. Maltese spoke 3 languages with ease. I read a great deal, enjoyed to travel around Europe, and could talk about practically everything. She developed a small, feminine body as a teenager, gained a lot of fans and suitors, and enjoyed being the focus of attention. Following graduation, she enrolled in a technical institution to study fashion, the arts, and industrial design, quickly rising to the top of her class. Carol became romantically involved with a young guy a year her senior who was enrolled in the Faculty of Architecture and Design, which led to an unexpected pregnancy during her freshman year. Carol found out she was pregnant in the fall of 2020, at the age of 20. She and the child's father were completely taken aback by this news. Both of them were students and completely unprepared for this kind of thing. Carol, however, was adamant about keeping the child. The young couple's lives took a significant turn in 2016, when they welcomed a son into the world. In order to provide for themselves and their infant, they both had to drop out of school. Since there were more chances to make a living and support their family in Verona, the new parents made the decision to go there. Carol secured a position as a sales consultant for a major network of retail stores selling perfume and cosmetics. Her boyfriend took care of their son shortly after his first birthday, while working from home on several tasks. Carol started a passionate romance with Angelo after she unexpectedly fell in love with him in the middle of 2019. For over 6 months, the pair met in secret, renting hotel rooms, messaging one another at night, and making an effort to spend every second of their free time together. But shortly before the new year, Carol's child's father learned of her affair and made the decision to break up with Maltesi, his cheating partner. Since she was already about to leave for her new lover, I thought this was for the best. But then something went wrong. They agreed to rent an apartment together because Carol couldn't move in with her child from a previous relationship, and Angelo lived in his parents' house. However, the young couple was unemployed and unable to buy their own apartment at the time due to the global coronavirus outbreak. After a while, Carol moved in with her new boyfriend's parents and made the decision to temporarily leave her 4-year-old son with his biological father until things calmed down and she could welcome him into her home. A general self-isolation regime was proclaimed as the situation deteriorated in the interim. Carol had severe financial issues during this tough time, and everyone was confined to their homes. Carol received the best support possible from Angelo and his parents. She was unable to provide for her little kid financially, so she essentially stayed in their house at their expense. In addition, Carol's mother required expensive therapy and an unexpected source of money due to her Parkinson's disease diagnosis, which was getting worse. Maltesi desperately thought of ways to make money from home during the lockdown in order to provide for her sick mother and son. She made the decision to try making money by sharing about her struggles and life in isolation on social media and on her own YouTube channel. Although there wasn't much interest in this content, her unusual appearance as a new blogger caught people's attention, leading to praise and even some inappropriate suggestions in the comments. A subscriber advised her to register on the website OnlyFans, pointing out that her attractive appearance would be greatly valued there and that she might swiftly rise to fame and fortune. Following this recommendation, Carol signed up for the service under the fictitious name Charlotte Angel. She started uploading her private images and brief films, creating content that was revealing. She quickly gained a sizable fan base that was prepared to pay for such stuff. Carol quickly started generating good money, but she didn't tell her partner or close family members how she was making money or what she was getting paid for. She adored this line of work, and as she worked to win over her fans, her content grew increasingly complex and graphic. Carol tried to conceal the specifics of her work for as long as possible, but after 6 months or so, a friend of hers happened to come across her account. Everyone quickly learned how she was earning a living as rumors began to circulate. She wasn't very offended and even attempted to defend it by saying that her art was a source of good money and that it satisfied her completely. The Orthodox Italians, however, were not prepared to embrace this, and friends and family increasingly distanced themselves from Carol because they thought she was involved in immoral activities and that their reputations may be damaged by hanging around with her. Carol herself believed that this attitude toward her profession was discriminatory and was sure that she would succeed in becoming a well-known and affluent adult film star. The beauty quickly gained enough popularity to attract the attention of adult film companies. The attractive Italian accepted offers from a number of filmmakers to appear in their movies. She took part in public performances and group photo shoots. Angelo, who foolishly believed his fiancée worked remotely as a designer but occasionally visited the workplace, soon learned of her actions. He hadn't intended to end their relationship, so he was taken aback and unsure of what to do next. But when his parents found out, they demanded that he end his relationship with this deceased woman at away, lest she bring shame to their whole family. Carol had saved up enough cash to rent a place of her own by that point. Her account on OnlyFans was quite well liked. Directors frequently made offers to her, and her fees continued to rise. She stated in interviews that she didn't intend to work in this field her entire life, and that she would ultimately complete her studies and try her hand at being a model or designer, but for the time being, she was happy with her job and was getting paid well for it. However, Carol frequently talked about the ongoing moral pressure from those around her, their criticisms, and their attempts to embarrass her, which led to certain psychological traumas. She referred to her work as art and fought for women's freedom to pursue their careers without fear of criticism. At the age of 25, Maltesi relocated to the little town of Rescaldina in the Milan area. In an effort to move on and find a new dominant boyfriend, she made the decision to start over, intended to leave the adult sector, and secured a position as a sales consultant at a perfume store. Her life appeared to have entirely transformed, yet this was only a momentary transformation. A couple of months later, she got to know Davide Fontana, a 42-year-old local banker who loved photography and specialized in nude shots. He was looking for a model for his own projects when they first connected online. He extended the invitation to Carol, and the two were immediately captivated by each other. Fontana had been legally wed for a long time. He nevertheless began dating the young beauty in spite of this. As they started dating, they planned graphic photo shoots that always culminated in sensuality. He soon found out about Carol's previous endeavors and persuaded her to pursue filmmaking again. David had conflicting views about her, recognizing her true brilliance. He enjoyed watching his young lover in sexual movies, but he also loved her and wanted to own her. Realizing their most obscene and immoral fantasies, the banker moved in with Carol after divorcing his wife in March 2021. He also took a share of the money they made together, but also assisted her in producing content that was immensely popular on OnlyFans. Carol quickly gained so much popularity and success that studios and directors from other countries started to offer her high-paying shoot contracts. Despite having no boundaries or restraints, Fontana was extremely envious and reacted angrily when people tried to flirt with his girlfriend or paid attention to her on the street. He approached the filming process as though it were any other work, and the actress felt totally at ease with it. Angelo called her a few months later and admitted how much he missed her. He suggested that they reunite, adding that he was willing to accept her career path and would not obstruct or limit her. Despite being moved, Carol acknowledged that she was already seeing another man. They nevertheless kept in touch, but when Davide found out, he grew furious, threatened Angelo, and even set fire to his car. Angelo informed the police right away about the dangers to his life and the destruction to his property. The banker did not pay for the damage since there was no proof that he was involved in the arson, but the authorities did issue a restraining order that prevented Fontana from visiting Angelo. There is a desire for romance at work. The actress had over 30,000 followers and frequently traveled abroad for filming. Carol intended to quit the adult film business, pursue another career, and concentrate on raising her kid. She was also saving money to purchase a house of her own to bring her son along. She started creating personalized videos in the interim, which turned out to be a successful company. For a hefty cost, fans emailed her their own scripts of what they wanted to see, and she made their dreams come true. She still received assistance from Fontana with filming and editing. They continued to live together and split the earnings. On a movie set in September 2021, Maltesi encountered Salvatore Galdo, an actor who had starred with her in a number of explicit films. However, genuine feelings blossomed between them, and they began dating. She waited for the proper time to tell the banker everything and end their relationship permanently, because she was secretly afraid of what Davide may do to her new boyfriend while they were dating. She happily accepted Galdo's proposal of marriage a few months later when he presented her with an engagement ring. Carol had saved up enough cash by the end of the year to purchase a house of her own. She ultimately made the decision to speak with Fontana and intended to bring her son, marry Salvatore. Unexpectedly, the man handled the news with composure. They still had a number of outstanding tasks for which they had previously received payment, but it appeared that he understood everything and was prepared to let her go to her new partner. They decided to do the job and then go their separate ways in peace. Carol's unexplained absence at the start of 2022, Maltesi abruptly disappeared. She stopped making appearances in movies, stopped streaming on the internet, stopped talking to her coworkers, and declined any new approaches from filmmakers. Many assumed she had left the industry, since they knew she had planned to do so. Even her worried friends and fiancé, meanwhile, were unable to get through to her. Carol claimed to be well while responding to mails and messengers, but did not return calls. She needed time for herself after making the decision to drastically alter her life. She wrote to her fiancé, Salvatore, stating that she was self-isolating due to COVID-19 and that they would not be able to see each other for some time. Given that he didn't sound the alarm a month or 3 months later, it appears that this explanation satisfied him. According to the most recent images on Carol's page, she rarely engaged with anyone on social media, confining herself to succinct and direct replies. However, fresh posts did periodically appear on her account. Without telling anyone, she had taken a vacation by the sea. On March 20, 2022, parts of an unidentified body were discovered in sacks. A bystander was strolling along a road that ran alongside a rocky cliff on the outskirts of the Italian community of Borno. Large black trash bags that were laying on the slope next to a body of water caught his attention. The man was irritated that someone had chosen to throw trash in the picturesque and empty region. He descended to the closest sack, which was heavy, and attempted to raise it, when he noticed human fingers sticking through the ripped polyethylene. The true horror hit him. The man alerted the authorities to his horrifying find right away, and they discovered 4 bags with an 18-part human body inside. It appeared hard to identify the remains due to their extreme disfigurement. Although they were unable to determine the cause of death, forensic experts concluded that the deceased was a young woman who had passed away at least 2 months prior. Prior to being discarded off the cliff, the body had been in a freezer. In the hopes that they would go unnoticed for a long period in such a remote location, the criminal most likely drove here and just threw the bags down. Some of the contents spilled out as the bags ripped upon impact. It is obvious that the criminal had eliminated all distinguishing characteristics in an effort to keep the remains unidentified for as long as possible. Skin fragments were severed where they were probably tattooed, but several of these tattoos were still there, albeit badly damaged. Those patches of skin had been sliced, soaked in acid, and scorched by hot items. However, the authorities deduced that no one was searching for a woman with those traits after assembling fragments of the tattoos and comparing them with a database of missing persons. This was strange, which made others think the deceased wasn't from the area, until a news program on the body was broadcast, requesting anyone who might recognize the listed attributes to come forward. This was the accepted belief. A woman who had starred in adult films soon visited the station and claimed that she recognized her colleague who had vanished in early January, based on the tattoo's description. The actress did not know the deceased's true identity, but she did reveal that she operated under the alias Charlotte. This information was vital since it allowed law authorities to easily determine the girl's identity and true name, since they now knew how she appeared in real life. The odd fiancé. As soon as the deceased's name was established, it was discovered that she had recently become engaged to her co-worker Salvatore Galdo, who oddly had not filed a missing persons report. As a result, the first suspect was located and taken into custody. The man, however, was obviously distressed by the death of his spouse and perplexed as to why he was being suspected. Salvatore cited their correspondence as evidence that he had maintained contact with the woman via social media and messengers. So he was unaware that Carol had been dead for a long time. He said he hadn't gone to see his sweetheart since she was self-isolating after getting COVID-19 earlier in the year. He claimed to have spoken on the phone with Fontana, who was nearby, and had promised to take care of the woman, when police questioned him about why he hadn't phoned her to see if she needed assistance. Although the fiancé's account was inconsistent and unpersuasive, his evidence introduced a second suspect, who required detention and questioning. But David himself showed up at the station the following day to report a person missing, so there was no need to look for him. The terrible truth is that Fontana had not been keeping up with the news since he clearly did not anticipate the body being discovered so soon. He was concerned to hear that Carol had been located and recognized, but he continued to think the police would not find him. But when the police took Salvatore into custody, the man knew the police would find him because they had spoken on the phone. So he made up a tale about COVID-19 and said he would take care of his fiancée. David's explanation was wildly unrealistic. He was obviously scared, and he kept contradicting himself. He claimed that although he and Carol had been close, they had not seen one another in months, and she had ceased communicating. He was at a loss as to why he had simply called the police. Fontana ultimately started testifying under pressure and admitted that he had unintentionally killed Carol. They were filming extreme video for a client who had paid a lot of money, he said, in early January. According to the screenplay, David had to bind the woman, tape her lips shut, place a bag over her head, and then use a hammer and other instruments to viciously beat, abuse, and torment her. They had decided that she would seem to be in excruciating pain, but he would not strike her with full force. But he allegedly overreacted, miscalculated a hammer blow, and broke her skull in the process. She was in the final stages of death when he took the bag off her head, but instead of attempting to save her or phoning for medical assistance, he chose to finish her misery with a final hammer blow out of mercy. After allegedly dismembering the body in a frenzy, the criminal, uncertain of what to do next, kept the parts in his freezer for more than 2 months before choosing to get rid of them. The investigation's reconstruction of the real events showed that David, the enigmatic and perverted client, had contacted the woman under a false identity. Since she had chosen to leave him, he obviously didn't want to let her go and came up with a clever plan of retaliation. The passcode to her phone was reportedly taken out by the man during the torture session, which was allegedly also part of the script and a client's desire. Around 9 o'clock in the evening on January 11, Fontana struck the woman with a hammer, killing her. He dismembered the body the following day after using the deceased's credit card to buy a huge freezer and an axe and saw from a hardware shop. He did everything he could to make the body unidentifiable. After removing the skin and the tattoos, he attempted to burn, tear apart, and practically erase what was left. For more than 2 months, David kept the body pieces in the freezer after placing them in bags. The criminal maintained the victim's social media accounts and spoke with her friends and family on her behalf during this time, giving the impression that Carol was still alive. The thief reportedly opted to dispose of the body by dropping it off a cliff in an abandoned area by the end of March, presumably believing that the threat had passed. He hoped the remains would never be discovered or would have deteriorated to the point where they could no longer be identified. But Davide was wrong, and the body was found 2 days later. Within a week, authorities found him, tried him, and found him guilty. None of the girl's friends or family had reported her missing for almost 3 months following her abduction, which was the most perplexing and unfathomable part of this case. All of them expressed satisfaction with the social media posts and messages they received. Carol never tried to see her and never returned calls, which did not worry even the fiancé, who believed she was unwell. The victim's phone had been active and in David's hands the entire time, so if someone had set off the alarm, the killer could have been located right away using the signal. Fontana apologized and vowed throughout the trial that he loved Maltesi and had accidentally killed her. Additionally, he stated that he was unable to handle the pain following her death and had intended to take his own life. Even though the defendant himself had ordered the gruesome film to be recorded on June 12, 2023, the defense maintained that the occurrence was, in reality, an unintended act of violence. Of course, this assertion sounded ridiculous, and no one believed him. Fontana was given a 30-year prison term after the court found him guilty of manslaughter. In addition, he was mandated to give €200,000 in compensation to the deceased's son, €100,000 to Carol's mother, and €50,000 to her child's father. The offender may be eligible for parole since, surprisingly, the manner of the assassination was not declared cruel, and the dismemberment of the body was not regarded an aggravating element. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. One of the most terrible crimes in American history will always be associated with Moscow. The darkness is still present. It will always be a part of the town's and university's history when you speak to people. In this instance, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogen, Ethan Chapin, and Kaylee Gonzalez are 4 extremely significant names. Additionally, I ask that you recall all 4 of the names from this case. These 4 University of Idaho students were allegedly stabbed by Brian Kohberger on November 13, 2022, before dawn. The knife used in the murder has never been located. This kind of knife is used for survival. Brian Kohberger did not provide a plea of his own. The judge entered a not guilty plea on his behalf. The state of Idaho is requesting the death sentence because of the gravity of the offenses. His purpose was to kill. This massive marine knife was meticulously and cruelly planned. No living object, much less an innocent human, would be subjected to such treatment. The DNA recovered on the knife sheath left at the crime site is the main piece of evidence in the prosecution's case, but there is a ton of other evidence that also points to no one else that we are aware of. What caused Brian Kohberger's vehicle to be seen driving away from the scene? Why, including the morning following the offense? Was his cell phone spotted there 12 times? Despite the fact that the facts make the case more open than closed, the prosecution wants everyone to think that it is. The defense argues that Brian Kohberger and the victims have no connection at all, and if there is no connection, then there is no motive. And since he is a graduate student and not a professional assassin, it is extremely difficult to prove that he is the murderer if there is no reason. Moscow, which is tucked away in the center of Idaho, is known for its student-friendly atmosphere and a close-kin community that perfectly combines a lively student life. Around the esteemed University of Idaho, the city flourishes, creating an atmosphere where learning and a vibrant college life coexist. Students lived in dorms, rented university buildings, and houses just outside the institution's boundaries in the busy neighborhoods around the school. Even though Moscow was known for its academic excellence, students occasionally met with friends and family in secret. However, these meetings were usually uneventful. But on the chilly night of November 13, 2022, 4 college students were relaxing after a party when a terrifying turn of events occurred, upsetting the tranquil ambience they had expected. This incident took place in this 3-story home. At the start of the novel, 4 people are enrolled at the University of Idaho. Ethan Chapin, 20, from Conway, Washington; Kaylee Gonsalves, 21, from Rathdrum, Idaho; Zana Kernodle, 20, from Post Falls, Idaho; and Madison Mogan, 21, from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Zana was a junior, while Ethan was a freshman. Madison and Kaylee, meantime, were both university seniors. The oldest of 3 triplets, Ethan James Chapin, was born at Swedish Hospital in Seattle on a beautiful Tuesday night, October 29, 2002, at 4:43 p.m. Maisie, who first lived in Olympia at Summit Lake, arrived a short while later at 4:44, and Hunter at 4:45. Before moving to Conway, the family lived there for the first year and a half. The kids went to Conway School, where they played cross-country, basketball, and soccer and got a great education. At Conway, Ethan enjoyed playing basketball with his brother while wearing their team uniforms. After that, Ethan started attending Mount Vernon High School, but the COVID pandemic interrupted his regular on-campus education. After moving to Idaho with his siblings and working at Hills Resort, Ethan tried to return to school at MVH&S, but his studies were still impacted. Before starting their internship at the University of Idaho in August 2021, they returned to the Hills Resort in Idaho for a summer job after working at Tulip Town during the tulip season. To leave off their 3 children at college, Ethan's family set out to travel to the University of Idaho. Maisie joined the Kappa Alpha Theta sorority, while Hunter and Ethan joined the fraternity Sigma Chi. Ethan has managed his academic obligations, participated in intramural sports, and enjoyed a lively social life since starting his studies at the University of Idaho. During this time, he continued to be passionate about sports and fell in love with Zana Kernodle. Born at Kootenai Health Hospital in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho on July 5, 2002, Zana Alexia Co. was raised in Post Falls. Her skill as a gymnast distinguished her early years. From an early age, Zana demonstrated her abilities during her time at Post Falls Middle and High School. She participated heavily in soccer, volleyball, and track until she graduated in 2020. She worked at Texas Roadhouse and attended school. When Zana first enrolled at the University of Idaho, she majored in marketing and became very involved in extracurricular activities, most notably as a member of the Vandal Solutions sales team and the Pi Beta Phi sorority. She worked part-time at the Mad Greek restaurant in Moscow, Idaho, to balance these obligations. Beyond her studies and career, Zana enjoyed spending time with her puppy, Shoeshine, and attending EDM events. Rel is excitedly going on family vacations with her father and sister and enjoying time with friends. She had many happy childhood recollections of her grandparents' farm in Riverside summers. Because of her lively nature, Zana was adored by her classmates, family, and friends. She was well known for being gregarious and upbeat, and she had a unique talent for making everyone feel welcome. Her unrelenting excitement, engaging humor, and zeal for life left a lasting impression on everyone who had the honor of knowing her. Zana is currently a co-resident while attending the University of Idaho. On May 25, 2001, Madison Mae Mogan was born in Eugene, Oregon. From the start, she made her family and everyone around her very happy. Madison was born and raised in Oregon, but her family later moved to North Idaho, where her parents were from. She had the most amazing upbringing in Idaho. She started school at Winton Elementary, then transferred to Coeur d'Alene Charter Academy, and finally decided to enroll at LCHS after writing a clear letter outlining her reasoning with her lifetime friend, Kaylee, who was essentially her sister. Everyone who knew Maddie knew that she felt incredibly loved because of her charming demeanor. Her distinct, eccentric, and amusing style made others laugh, and it was common knowledge that feeding her well was crucial. Maddie's tenacity and dedication to her future pursuits earned her recognition. She developed a network of friends, co-workers, managers, and instructors who respected her work ethic, concern, and dedication as a result of her academic success and her accomplishments in every job she held throughout high school and college. Though a little further away, Maddie was thrilled with her academic endeavors at the University of Idaho, where she flourished, joining Pi Beta Phi and regularly making the dean's list each semester. She made lifelong friendships with close acquaintances and loved having Kaylee by her side. Moreover, she fell in love and developed a deep affection for a boy named Jake. Kaylee Jade Gonsalves, Maddie's best friend, was born on June 8, 2001 in Concord, California. She was a bright light for her parents, Steve and Christy, even before she came. As the third child, Kaylee's energy was distinct, according to Gonsalves. Despite being ridiculed by her brothers about her horns, she remained a lively and beloved middle child among her 5 siblings. She was born with unique thick black curls, a cute button nose, and a flawlessly round porcelain face graced with a strange little scar on her forehead. After moving to North Idaho with her family when she was 1 year old, Kaylee's lively personality blossomed as she developed into a stunning, genuine, and gregarious girl. She had a natural ability to make people laugh, and she loved Claire's fashion accessories. Alongside her older brother and sister, she started her schooling at Bora Elementary before moving on to Charter Academy for middle school, where she met Maddie Mogan and formed an unbreakable relationship. Their family of 5 became a family of 6 as their lives became entwined from that day on. Kaylee went to Lake City High School despite her parents' initial reluctance before joining Maddie at the University of Idaho. She followed her dream of teaching elementary school by joining the Alpha Phi sorority. Kaylee had exceptional academic accomplishments during her time in school, which were complemented by her natural ability to make friends wherever she went. She frequently brought fun and a dash of mischief to her encounters because of her eccentric and contagious nature. She demonstrated a strong work ethic by juggling her academics with a full-time job and being enthusiastic about tricks and adventure. Madison and Xana shared a rental house near the University of Idaho campus, which they occupied while attending the university. Kaylee had just moved out of the house where she had previously lived, but on the night of November 12, 2022, Kaylee came back to the house to go to a party nearby. 2 of the 4 students, Ethan and Xana, attended an on-campus event hosted by the local Sigma Chi fraternity earlier that evening on November 12, from 8 to 9 p.m. They then returned to their rental home about 1:45 in the morning. The 2 other people, who were close friends Maddie and Kayla, had arrived to the downtown sports bar, the Corner Club, at 10 p.m. and left at 1:30 IE. All 4 of them had really returned to the shared rental home at 1:56 IE. They also shared the area with 2 other students who lived on the ground floor of the building, and they all went to bed for the night. Maddie and Kaylee shared a bed, Dylan Mortensen remained on the ground floor, and the other occupants remained on the same floor but in a different room next to theirs. And early on November 13, 2022, Xana and Ethan slept together in Xana's bed. Other than the one stated above, one of the residents was sleeping on Maddie and Kaylee's floor when she was startled awake by sounds that sounded like Xana and her dog. "There's someone here," she even thought she heard Xana say. Dylan, who was on the ground floor, opened her room door twice to look into the strange noises she was hearing. In the second, she heard what sounded like sobs coming from Xana's chamber, accompanied by a man's voice saying, "It's all right, I will assist you." She opened the door a third time out of curiosity and saw a figure moving toward her while wearing dark clothing and a mask over their lips and nose. Unnoticed by Dylan, the stranger walked past her and used the sliding glass door to leave. She was stunned and stood motionless for a while before shutting herself in her room for protection. No 911 calls were made right away, but hours after the event, at 11:58 IEME on November 13, 2022, a call was eventually made from within the house, using a roommate's cell, to request assistance for an unconscious person. The door of the house was open when the police arrived, and there were no indications of inside damage or forced entry. The property didn't appear to be lacking anything. The 2 roommates were present. But when the authorities got inside, they discovered something horrifying and upsetting. The devastating truth came to light. Kaylee and Xana Ethan Maddie had been fatally murdered in their beds on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the house, respectively. There were no gags or shackles on the victims when they were discovered, and the walls were splattered with blood. Xana and Ethan were found in Xana's room, and Maddie and Kaylee were found in Maddie's bedroom. But the question still stood: why did the murderer spare the 2 housemates' lives? Phil Waters, a homicide detective, hypothesized that the attacker might have missed Dylan and the other girl in the shadows. At this time, nevertheless, this premise cannot be categorically accepted as the whole truth. In the absence of more research and proof, it's the most plausible answer. Concerned about one of the victims on the second floor who they thought was asleep and unresponsive, the surviving roommates had called friends to the house. The 911 caller's identity was kept secret, but the authorities confirmed that the caller was not considered a suspect in the sad event. That specific piece of information appears to be complicating your work and igniting numerous conspiracies. That's right, there are numerous conspiracies in existence. A great deal of speculation exists. However, we must address the fact that the police discovered a live-streamed video on Twitch by the Grub Truck, a food truck situated near Friendship Square 4 blocks south, throughout the course of the investigation. The video showed Maddie and Kaylee talking and grinning at 1:41 in the morning. They got their food and left 10 minutes later. Between 2:26 and 2:52 AUMIE, MM7 attempted phone calls were recorded from Kaylee's phone to her ex-boyfriend, a fellow student, who was initially thought to have taken an Uber ride home covering a distance of roughly 1 mile. In addition, Maddie made 3 unsuccessful attempts to reach Kaylee's ex-boyfriend between 2:44 and 2:52 AUM, all of which ended in unanswered calls. After looking into these calls, authorities came to the conclusion that the person who answered the missed calls was not connected to the crime. After Xana's cell phone data were forensically examined, it revealed that she was using the TikTok app around 4:12 in the morning. Furthermore, security cameras installed next to the house recorded a dog's whimpering, a loud bang, and repeated barking starting about 4:17 a.m. Investigators came to the conclusion that the terrible murders occurred during a window of time that was thought to be between 4 and 4:25 in the morning. The institution decided to discontinue courses for November 14 in the evening after the unfortunate events of November 13. Additionally, they organized a candlelight vigil that was originally scheduled for the evening of November 16 on the lawn of the UI administration building, but was later rescheduled for 2 weeks later. Investigators first said that after the day of the deaths, there didn't seem to be any immediate danger to the community. James Fry, the head of Moscow police, changed the conclusion 3 days later, saying, "We cannot say with certainty that there is no threat to the community." Fall break was supposed to start after November 18, and classes would resume on November 28. However, many residents and other Moscow residents were skeptical of the police's initial assurances and worried about their safety, so they started to leave the area early on Thanksgiving. Several teachers canceled courses during this time because some of the people who stayed were understandably nervous and cautious. The limited flow of information from the university and the police to the victims' families was criticized by the fathers of Kaylee Gonzalez and Ethan Chapin. Additionally, a surge of conjecture and misinformation surrounding the disappearance cases surfaced on social media, spread by users of sites such as TikTok, self-described acidified screen type, and other social media users. As the situation worsened, the Moscow Police Department chastised online investigators for their role in spreading false information online and interfering with the existing investigations. They emphasized the speculative character of the information circulating without factual confirmation in a news release released on December 2, which was spreading lies and escalating community worries. The 4 victims suffered many stab wounds, including fatal ones to the chest and upper body, according to autopsies performed by the Latter County coroner on November 17, 2022. The extent of the wounds suggested that the attacks had been carried out with a huge knife, or one quite comparable to it. Furthermore, at least one victim had defensive cuts on their hands, which may indicate that they attempted to ward off the attacker, and it's possible that additional victims did the same. It is disturbing to think that the victims might have been attacked in their beds while they were asleep. Nevertheless, there is no proof that the terrible deaths were caused by assault of any kind. None of the victims were discovered gagged or tied, yet the coroner categorically ruled all 4 murders as stabbing homicides. There has been no recovery of any weapon despite extensive investigations. Authorities believe that the crime was committed using a thick-bladed knife by the culprit or perpetrators. According to the description given by the surviving roommate who had reported the suspect, the man was an unknown man who stood about 5 feet 10 inches tall. The roommate pointed out that the suspect had an athletically built physique but was not very muscular, highlighting the person's characteristically bushy eyebrows as a standout aspect of their look. To aid with the gathering of possible evidence, law enforcement officials issued a public plea on November 19, 2022, asking for any camera footage taken at the residence the night of the sad incident. To encourage students and others to provide the police with any pertinent information, a phone tip line and email address were set up. The Moscow police chief revealed at a press conference on November 23, 2022, that they had received multiple tips, including one indicating that Kaylee may have had a stalker. However, at that time, law enforcement officers were unable to identify any person who met the description of the possible stalker, nor were they able to verify or validate the veracity of that accusation. The public's response was significant. By December 5, 2022, with over 2,600 tips sent by email and over 2,700 phone calls. Through these specified tip lines, an additional 1,000 submissions for digital media were received. Later, on December 24, 2022, the investigation team revealed that they had received an astounding total of at least 15,000 case tips from the public and other sources. At first, the authorities did not rule out the idea that the sad tragedy was the work of multiple perpetrators. Authorities said they thought the incident might have been targeted. They had not, however, been able to ascertain with certainty if the aim was the house or its residents. On December 15, 2022, the police said that they will examine documents pertaining to over 22 fifth-generation Hyundai Elantras built between 2011 and 2013 after receiving a large number of public tips. Video proof indicating an Elantra in the vicinity at the time of the terrible event was obtained from local surveillance film. The investigators noticed that this car had driven past the residence several times on the same path. Investigators also obtained another surveillance tape that showed an Elantra driving past the victim's house 3 times, starting at approximately 3:29 a.m. The Elantra then drove back to the house a 4th time at 4:04 a.m. At 4:20 a.m., the same vehicle was seen driving out of the victim's neighborhood. After a few days, the investigators were able to identify the owner of the Elantra as Brian Koberger, a local who had taken it to the Pocono Mountains in Pennsylvania for the holidays with his father. The police stopped him and his father for tailgating. On Interstate 70 west of Greenfield, Indiana, Brian Koberger was stopped by the Indiana State Police once more for speeding and tailgating throughout their trip. The FBI, however, denied claims that they had given the Indiana State Police orders to make these stops. When investigators looked further into Koberger's whereabouts, they found cell phone data showing that on November 13, 2022, at around 2:47 a.m. in Pullman, Koberger's phone had stopped connecting to the network. It then reconnected at about 4:48 a.m. near Blaine, Idaho, which is close to us, Highway 95 south of Moscow. Evidence is irrelevant. What matters is the absence of evidence. In this instance, he is the only suspect because his cell phone was off for a very specific period of time during the period when 4 individuals were killed. That's significant. Additional mobile phone information showed that almost 5 hours after the fatal event, on November 13, 2022, at around 9 in the morning, Koberger's phone made contact with a nearby cell tower. Police also gathered information showing that between June 2022 and November 13, 2022, his phone got at least 12 pings from the cell phone tower closest to the house, but that wasn't all. Investigators also gathered a DNA sample from the crime scene, which did not match any of the victim's DNA, in addition to this evidence. A brown leather knife sheath that was located on Maddie's bed contained this DNA. Authorities found a partial match with a person who had a family link to Koberger by using a public genealogical database. Following up on this lead, police were able to link the DNA evidence to Koberger by comparing it with DNA recovered from the trash gathered from his family's Pennsylvania home. Investigators then followed Koberger outside his parents' Pennsylvania home. Koberger was often seen putting trash bags in a neighbor's garbage can while wearing surgical gloves during surveillance. When Koberger was discovered awake in the kitchen, he was wearing latex medical gloves, shorts, and a shirt. It appeared that he was gathering his own waste and placing it in different Ziploc bags. The objects that were recovered from the garbage were then taken to the Idaho State Laboratory for additional examination. Authorities also discovered throughout the inquiry that Koberger had cleaned his car with great care, paying close attention to the outside and inside to make sure no spot was missed or left dirty. The arrest of 28-year-old Brian Christopher Kohberger on December 30, 2022, revealed extensive information regarding his personal history. In Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, detectives from the Federal Bureau of Investigation detained 28-year-old Brian Christopher Kohberger on a murder warrant. Born in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, on November 21, 1994, Brian Christopher Kohberger grew up there with his parents, Michael and Mary Ann, and two sisters, Amanda and Melissa. Prior to his arrest, Kohberger had a minimal internet presence. His academic interests were mostly in psychology and criminology, which was consistent with his family's preference for education, particularly in psychology subjects. After completing Pleasant Valley High School in 2013, he enrolled at Bartonsville's Monroe Career and Technical Institute, but left after just 1 year. In 2018, Kohberger earned an associate's degree in psychology from Northampton Community College in Bethlehem. Following graduation, he was hired as a security guard in the Pleasant Valley School District, where his mother had been a temporary substitute teacher, and his father had been a maintenance worker for a long time. In Pennsylvania, Kohberger's prompt action during a co-worker's medical emergency at work attracted local notice. But prior to this, he experienced bullying at school because of his weight. Kohberger lost a substantial amount of weight, which changed his appearance and allegedly affected his behavior. Friends reported bullying incidents and a discernible change in his conduct after losing weight. Manipulation in his social circle. A number of friends claimed that Kohberger struggled with drug misuse, beginning with marijuana to deal with bullying from teenagers and progressing to heroin addiction. He reportedly sought rehabilitation after high school, continuing his education with an associate's degree, and later pursuing higher education at DeSales University in Center City, Pennsylvania, where he excelled academically in psychology and criminology. You might have been a little strange or a little off, but other than that, you'd never expect someone to be involved in a quadruple homicide. After earning his master's degree in criminal justice in 2022, Kohberger went on to attend Washington State University for a doctoral program in Pullman, Washington, with the goal of becoming a law enforcement officer. However, while he was a teaching assistant, he was disciplined for his bad behavior and negative views toward women, and emails between Kohberger and Professor John Snyder showed that he was repeatedly warned about his conduct and professionalism. Finally, on December 19, 2022, a month after the killings, Kohberger was fired from his teaching post at WSU. On December 30, 2022, an FBI SWAT team and Pennsylvania State Police arrested Brian Kohberger at his parents' home in Monroe County, Pennsylvania, after finding him in the kitchen wearing a shirt and shorts, wearing examination gloves, and putting trash in separate Ziploc bags. Kohberger was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 felony count of burglary. He was given a public defender upon his arrest and remained in custody without bond at the Monroe County Correctional Facility in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, where his attorneys maintained his innocence and his resolve to prove his innocence. And his family released a statement expressing sympathy to the victims and stressing the value of assuming their son's innocence. While some members of Kohberger's social circle were shocked by the charges against him, others from his past were less shocked. Kohberger then agreed to extradition when he first appeared at the county courthouse on January 3, 2023, and was flown to Pullman before being driven to the Latah County Jail in Moscow, where he was held without bail. On January 12, 2023, he appeared in the same courtroom for a status conference a week later. On May 17, 2023, the Latah County District Court announced that Kohberger had been officially charged by a grand jury with 5 counts, 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary. The preliminary hearing that was scheduled for June 26th was canceled after the indictment. On Monday, May 26, 2023, in Latah County District Court, Kohberger refused to enter a plea. In response to this unusual behavior, the judge entered a not guilty plea on Kohberger's behalf, setting the stage for a trial in which he could be executed. The Latah County Prosecutor's Office announced on June 26, 2023, that it would seek the death penalty because of the statutory aggravating circumstances related to Kohberger's first-degree murder charges. Kohberger is still being held at the Latah County Jail without bond, maintaining a not guilty plea to all charges. The judge set Kohberger's trial date for October 2, 2023, In response to requests from Koberger's lawyer and the state, no other information has been released to the public as of yet. The question of Koberger's motivation for carrying out this horrible act, however, is still unanswered. Law enforcement officials believe that Madison or Kaylee were the intended targets of his attack, but no significant clues or evidence have been found to support this, leaving the case unsolved. Therefore, do you think Koberger was responsible for the deaths of the 4 students? If so, what could have been his motive? What kind of justice do you think would be appropriate in this case? The prosecutors have reportedly asked to move Koberger's trial to the summer of 2024. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. A vibrant 29-year-old heiress named Agnes Leroux disappeared from the French Riviera in October 1977, leaving her friends and family in the dark. Her lover, Jean-Maurice Agnelet, who had a complex relationship with her, became the first focus of the investigation. Police encountered dead ends while pursuing false leads, and suspicions about local mafias with a reputation for influence in the area increased. It became more and more like a Hollywood film at every turn, with rumors circulating that Agnes's disappearance might be connected to these perilous links. Finding the truth seems to be more difficult. What was Agnes Leroux's actual fate? Would anyone divulge the mysteries that lie underneath the Riviera's glitzy exterior? Let's get started immediately. The Palais de la Méditerranée was located in the heart of Nice, a fantastic city on the French Riviera in the early 1960s. Constructed in the late 1920s, this imposing structure was a bustling institution. It was well known for its bustling casino, which drew glitzy tourists from all around. Half of this lively establishment was owned by Henri Leroux and his wife, Renée Leroux, but they rarely spent time with their 4 children due to their hectic social schedules. Despite owning a portion of this vibrant paradise, their house frequently felt more like a background because they were always busy with social and professional obligations, but the palais was bustling with conversation and laughing. There was an odd silence in the Leroux home. They rarely had family dinners, and raised their children with the help of tutors and nurses, which caused some distance between them and frequently made the children feel a little cut off from their parents. Renée stepped up to take over the company. When Henri died in 1967, she was resolute despite the challenges of leading a location like the Palais, particularly as a woman in a world dominated by men. She was supported by her 3 children, Patricia, Christine, and Jean-Charles, who worked together to maintain the family business. As the 1970s arrived, Nice started to evolve. With the mafia having a significant impact, the city turned into a hive of corruption. The mayor at the time, Jacques Médecin, was ambitious about transforming Nice into a French Las Vegas. He surrounded himself with greedy businessmen who dreamed of redeveloping the Palais and wanted to purchase the waterfront. The Leroux family battled to keep their beloved Palais safe in the midst of the mayhem. Together, they overcame obstacles and gave their all to keep it alive. This conflict demonstrated their close family ties in addition to being business. Despite the shifting tides of their city, they remained connected by love, ambition, and a common goal of leaving a lasting legacy. There was more to the Palais de la Méditerranée than just a structure. It represented their unity and fortitude in the face of shifting circumstances. Agnes Leroux was Renée's 4th daughter as well. Born on September 14, 1948, she had her own ideas about life by the time she was 29 years old in 1977. And they did not include the family casino. "I won't be working in the casino because I'm not interested in that field," she famously said. "I wouldn't want to become a pimp even if I had inherited a brothel. I want to spend my life doing something else." Agnes's thoughts were on seeing the globe, and she dreamed of freedom and travel. In 1970, after Henneque married Jean-Pierre, they relocated to Côte d'Ivoire, where Agnes fell in love with and began selling native products. She was happy, artistic, and full of love and charity, according to Jean-Pierre. He also praised her sensitivity and rebellious nature, which added to her allure. Following her divorce, Agnes established an import-operated store in Monaco in 1976. Agnes was characterized by those who knew her as a vibrant, obstinate woman with a distinct sense of style. She even picked her water as meticulously as some pick wine, according to her sister Catherine. Her sisters praised her lively demeanor, and her artistic ability was apparent in everything she did. Patricia recalled her as vivacious, happy, and incredibly giving. This was confirmed by her brother, Jean-Charles, who emphasized their strong relationship in a family that was heavily involved in the gambling industry and said she was generous and full of affection. Agnes wished for a different existence. During this period of her life, Agnes Leroux developed a strong relationship with Jean Maurice, who was frequently called Maurice. He had previously worked with Agnes's mother, Renée, and was not only a lawyer but also a family friend. In each of his divorces, Maurice was a key player, and even before her marriage had formally ended, they started dating as their bond grew. In addition, he had repeatedly approached her sisters, Catherine and Patricia, without permission, and even begged their mother, Renée, for a position at the Palais de la Méditerranée, but she had always declined. He eventually became a member of the family exclusively through Agnes, which resulted in their toxic relationship. The difficulties they encountered only made her feel more vulnerable and alone as she dealt with her love for Maurice. Observers noted that Agnes appeared completely engrossed in Maurice. As Maurice recounts, she would frequently quote him, demonstrating his immense power over her. Agnes was unable to escape his grip and grew nearly dependent on him. But there was a high price for this devotion. She highlighted her inability to understand who he truly was and compared him to a chameleon, a creature that changes its color depending on its environment. Agnes suffered greatly as a result of Maurice's refusal to marry her. She stayed fixated and even assumed the financial burden of their relationship, which included covering all expenses, even though she knew she was being misled. Agnes was frequently treated with contempt by Maurice. He publicly called her my crust, implying that she was only a source of money for him. His warm use of the phrase la surmamme to refer to another lover, Françoise, demonstrated his contempt. He chuckled and remarked that Agnes was simply his pocketbook when she inquired as to whether he used the same name for all of his other loves. The key player who would ultimately be crucial in preventing Agnelette's arrest later in the case was Françoise. Later in the video, this will be shown to be a sensitive young woman who has a tendency toward depression. Agnes's relationship with Maurice was becoming more and more problematic. Because of previous betrayals, she was cut off from her family and felt incredibly alone. She was so desperate to connect that she wrote letters to Maurice, sharing her desperation and longing. "I desire you. I am waiting for you I hope." When Agnes made her first attempt at suicide on October 4, 1977, her life took a terrible turn. When Maurice was informed, his reaction was unexpectedly sloppy. Agnes was horrified to find bruises all over her body after being admitted to the hospital. She described having to take medicines because she was confused and had trouble remembering what had happened. Later, a hospital roommate observed that Agnes appeared afraid, demonstrating the depth of her anguish. Unfortunately, she made another attempt at suicide 2 days later. Maurice felt strangely unconcerned that he had been asked for assistance. This series of incidents brought into question Maurice's intentions and his care for Agnes's welfare. His behavior and lack of enthusiasm revealed a troubling disregard for her difficulties. Even though Maurice hurt her, Agnes was stuck in a toxic cycle of love and manipulation that kept her attached to him. The difficulties in their relationship made her feel even more vulnerable and alone as she struggled with these strong emotions. Known for his attractiveness, Jean-Maurice Agnelet was a lovely but conceited man. He was born in Monaco on February 10, 1938, and was raised in a low-impact household where rigid parenting caused conflict. He developed an inner shell to deal with his upbringing after his older brother Gerard's terrible demise in 1961. At the age of 20, Maurice met Annie Ladas, his first love, while working as a supervisor at a school. He married her to avoid military service, and by 1962 they had 3 sons. In spite of his incompetence, he practiced law in Nice and drew clients by refusing to charge. Maurice developed a fascination with the Leroux family in the late 1960s and tried to become involved with them. A complex connection with Agnes resulted from this preoccupation. setting off events that would have far-reaching effects. Because her mother, Renée, was constantly under pressure from Jean-Dominique Fratoni, the manager of the Rouge Casino, Agnes Leroux found herself in a difficult familial situation. Determined to seize the Palais de la Méditerranée, Fratoni turned to Maurice Agnelet for assistance. The atmosphere in the Palais de la Méditerranée on June 3, 1977 was tense. The annual Board of Directors meeting was held in this opulent Art Deco structure. Renée and her 4 children, Patricia, Catherine Jean, Charles and Agnes, sat on one side. They were adamant about maintaining control and owned half of the company. The wealthy businessman Jean-Dominique Fratoni, dubbed the Napoleon of gaming, stood in opposition to them. Fratoni was a dubious character who had connections to the mafia and a close friendship with Jacques Metzen, the dishonest mayor of the city. It was an important meeting. To determine whether Renée would continue as CEO, a vote was required. Fratoni had been attempting to acquire control of the casino for a long time, with the intention of banishing the Leroux family and making it a more lucrative enterprise. Tension increased in the air as the votes were cast. With the help of her son and 2 children, Renée cast her ballot for herself. After then, the answer was yes. She turned to Maurice Agnelet, her lover, who had acted as René's attorney and had grown close to her. Agnes voted against her mother in a startling moment after he gave her a modest nudge. There was silence in the room. She had betrayed her family and given Tony control of the casino with just 1 vote. Agnes had transferred the funds from Fratoni to a Swiss bank account and granted Agnelet complete authority over them. Only a few weeks prior, she thought that this financial decision may bring them closer together because she was incredibly in love with him. Agnes understood that Maurice's financial difficulties were a hindrance to their relationship. She thought this would help close the gap, and she was excited to sell her interests in the family casino. She realized that even after she had taken that action, their relationship had not changed. That, she believed, was what he needed. However, he felt that becoming an annuitant was insufficient. An annuitant is a person who, typically after retirement, receives regular payments from an annuity, a financial product that generates income. Put more simply, it's a person who consistently receives money from an insurance or investment plan. Her recorded phone chats with Agnelet, which showed her increasing dejection, made the emotional pressure clear. She felt stuck in a terrible relationship and was bewildered and heartbroken. Agnes was shrouded in mystery after going missing over the All Saints' Day weekend in 1977. Prosecution investigators calculated that she disappeared between October 26 and November 2. However, these dates had an annoying ambiguity. This uncertainty was caused by multiple factors. 4 months after her last sighting, in February 1978, her family finally filed a missing persons report. Investigators found this wait to be extremely difficult, particularly since the first 24 hours are critical in any case involving a disappearance. One major problem was the report's timing. The recollections of people closest to Agnes become less trustworthy as 4 months passed. For example, her mother changed her mind and now believes that their last chat was on October 26 instead of October 27. These disparities demonstrate how time can distort the facts and make it more difficult for investigators to piece together the true events. Why, therefore, did it take so long to alert the police? A number of factors were involved. Agnes was first and mainly infamous for her capriciousness. She frequently took impromptu vacations without informing anyone. Her family didn't freak out when she stopped talking because they were accustomed to her impetuous behavior. Second, her vote against her mother at the time caused tension in the family dynamic. Although her relatives were concerned about their tumultuous relationship, Agnes had separated herself from them and was not in frequent communication with them. So, her silence was somewhat expected. It should come as no surprise that Agnes turned down several of her mother's calls. This complexity was further compounded by the time period. We did not have instant communication in the 1970s. There were no cell phones, and it was much harder to stay in touch while on the road. Individuals weren't accustomed to checking in frequently, particularly when they were out of town. The delay was also caused by Maurice Agnelet. When her family contacted him, he assured them that Agnes was probably having a party somewhere. He presented her as creative and impulsive, making them assume that her silence was typical. Any real worries were further postponed by this delusion of security. Agnelet's behavior during this period was similarly perplexing. There were suspicions regarding his motives because he had previously sent emergency personnel to fictitious places during Agnes' suicide attempts. Following Agnes's discharge from the hospital, he spoke with her family, the possibility of spending All Saints' Day weekend in Italy, and obtained insurance for her vehicle. However, she stopped communicating with everyone after October 26. Agnes was scheduled to attend a crucial board meeting at the Palais on November 4. Her absence caused worry in addition to raising questions. Her absence was an indication that something was horribly wrong because everyone anticipated her to be present. This absence marked a sea change in the narrative and ultimately implied that Agnes was confined in some sort of place. Together, these elements put her in a very precarious situation. As Christmas drew near, the anxiety only grew. Agnes's disappearance was unsettling because her family had traditionally enjoyed the occasion together. Renée Leroux eventually decided to report about her daughter's arbitrary incarceration on February 13, 1978. This created a sense of urgency instead of just worry. It entails being detained illegally and without cause. The investigation encountered numerous difficulties because of the complex web of factors that surrounded her life, in addition to the delay in reporting her absence. As time went on, it grew more difficult to uncover the truth, and Agnes's tale evolved into one of how miscommunications and emotional turmoil may have disastrous results. Talk of suicide gave the mystery surrounding Agnes Leroux's disappearance a sinister twist. The suicide explanation was difficult for investigators to accept, though. Why? Just plain because her car, a Range Rover, had disappeared without a trace and a corpse was never located on Yesi? They kept their thoughts open to a variety of theories because they knew they couldn't rule out any possibilities. According to one opinion, Agnes may have decided to go missing on her own. As we have already discussed, she was a defiant and unpredictable person, but it was difficult for her friends and family to accept that she would do this. Agnes and Jean-Charles, her brother, were especially close and frequently confided in one another. Given her thriving firm and exciting local projects, it seemed improbable that she wouldn't get in touch with him at some point. It didn't seem like her to leave all that behind, especially after what she'd done to her family. The background of the casino warfare became apparent as the investigation went on. Given her family's role as a roadblock to Jean-Dominique Frattoni's intentions, the casino manager, who was collaborating with the mayor of Nice to turn the city into a gambling hotspot, Agnes, a wealthy heiress, might have been targeted by local mafia interests. This notion, however, was also not very credible in the absence of hard data. Furthermore, Frattoni suffered a setback when Agnes vanished, and he once more required her support to advance his ambitions. Then, Renée Leroux said, "Yes, mother." After the betrayal, some people theorized that she might have wished to get rid of her daughter. Investigators were dubious despite Renée's valiant efforts to keep control of the Palais and her resistance to multiple threats from rivals. If she was somehow responsible for her daughter's disappearance, why would she actively search for her and file a missing persons report? The main suspect in this case was the lover of Maurice Agnelet. He may have wanted retribution in addition to financial gain. Prior to Agnes Leroux's disappearance, Maurice Agnelet was the main suspect after she began moving the money she received from Frattoni to an account in his name. Earlier in the year, Renée had refused to give him control of the casino, and he was allegedly heard saying, "I'll get even for investigators." He apparently took a sizable amount of money out of their joint Swiss account, which was completely depleted by February 1978. While the investigation proceeded, Agnelet was detained by the police for 48 hours in September 1978, denying any wrongdoing, but confessing to having an affair with Agnes. When the police eventually searched Agnes's Monaco home 2 weeks later, they discovered a strange amount of stuff, including a piece of paper pinned to a drawing table that appeared to be a farewell note. "Sorry, my journey is over. I'm stopping here. Everything's fine. Oh yes, I want Maurice to handle everything." The date on the top of the note, which was dated October, 6 weeks before he, went missing, sparked curiosity. How did Maurice obtain that note? Could he have staged the scene to make it appear as though she had committed suicide? This note only added to the mystery surrounding Agnes's disappearance. What journey was she referring to? Why was she saying everything was fine when it was obviously not? And why did she want Agnelet to take care of everything? These questions remained, leaving investigators and family members with a haunting uncertainty. The judge overseeing the case was obviously disturbed by Agnelet's demeanor, who pointedly remarked, "You're the only one who isn't trying to find out what happened to Agnes?" That was a strong accusation, and it made Agnelet appear even more suspicious. At the criminal level, Maurice Agnelet was still regarded as innocent by the law. By the end of the 1980 cess, he had served his sentence for seizing Agnes's money and had relocated to Panama to live with his son Guillaume. In August 1983, an international wanted notice was issued for Maurice Agnelet, who was charged with homicide and breach of trust. Agnelet was struck off the bar in December 1978, after being found guilty of serious violations pertaining to the financial aspects of the case. After living in Canada since 1980, he returned to France on August 8, 1983, where he was arrested at the airport and subsequently imprisoned in 1983. Agnelet married his former mistress, Françoise Lesueur. In France, a spouse of a suspect cannot be compelled to testify against them, which means they can lie during a trial without facing prosecution. This rule has since been extended to cohabitants, but at that time, marriage was necessary. Therefore, Agnelet had a strong incentive to marry Lesueur to ensure she wouldn't feel pressured to admit any false testimony. It's clear that Maurice Agnelet A. was an ambitious man who was willing to do whatever it took to succeed and rise socially. Those who knew him noted this trait. On October 7, 1983, the criminal charges were dropped due to an alibi provided by his second wife, Françoise Lesueur, which led to his release on February 17, 1984. She confirmed his alibi and stated that he had been with her in Geneva from October 27 to 28, just after the last known contact with Agnes. They allegedly stayed together at the Hôtel de la Paix on the shores of Lake Geneva. This complicated things for investigators as they had to sort through various timelines and alibis, but this was the same thing that helped Agnelet get released during this time. His involvement in Freemasonry also came to light. Agnelet was the worshipful master of a lodge he founded in Nice, which was associated with the Grand Orient of France, one of the biggest Masonic organizations in the nation. This association raised concerns about his character and motivations regarding Agnes's disappearance. His leadership in a Masonic lodge and his legal issues suggested a potential for dishonesty and self-interest. Freemasonry is a fraternal organization that encourages moral and ethical development among its members, frequently using symbols and rituals. He was exonerated of some charges on September 30, 1985, but on November 13, 1986, the Lyon Court of Appeals sentenced him to 30 months in prison, 6 months of which were suspended for breach of trust and vote buying. He started serving his sentence on November 17, 1986, and remained in prison until 1988. As the years went by, a private investigator hired by René Leroux made a breakthrough discovery in 1993, when he learned that hotel records in Geneva only listed Françoise Lesueur, not Maurice, in Geneva. This led to the question of why investigators hadn't discovered this information sooner, as it could have drastically changed the investigation's conclusion and kept Agnelet behind bars. In 1997, René Leroux had filed a complaint against Lesueur and Agnelet. In June 1999, Lesueur, now the ex-wife of Maurice Agnelet, was potentially charged with collaboration in concealing a body overwhelmed by the situation. Lesueur withdrew her earlier statements and claimed she had lied about Agnelet's location during Agnes Leroux's disappearance in early 2000. Judge Anne Vella reopened the investigation after learning of this new information. Agnelet, who had returned from Panama voluntarily, was placed under judicial supervision and charged with voluntary manslaughter and false imprisonment. He remained free during the entire process, while Judge Vela diligently worked on the case, conducting extensive research and interviews. Agnelet's trial began on November 23, 2006, in the Alpes-Maritime Court, and on December 20, 2006, the jury found him not guilty because they had doubts about his guilt, which led his prosecution to appeal the verdict. This background of deceit and manipulation is further elucidated by the observations of ALA, the psychologist who evaluated Agnelet in 2002, who described him as an indecisive man with an endless desire to dominate others and driven by a deep need for recognition that may stem from a troubled relationship with his father. Agnelets reopened the case on December 7, 2000, and Agnelet was charged with murder. Agnelet and his defense team attempted to overturn this decision at the European Court of Human Rights in 2009, and in 2010 he requested conditional release. In the meantime, dubious reports surfaced that connected deceased gangsters to Agnes's disappearance in March 2011. And Jean-Pierre Hernandez, a former gangster, claimed Agnes was innocent and named Jean Lucchesi, a criminal connected to the Marseille mob, as the real murderer. Agnes Leroux was officially declared dead on April 12, 2007, with her death certificate issued in Nice on October 26, 1977, but he was discharged due to a lack of evidence, which included no body or car. Before his death in 1987, Lucchesi allegedly told Hernandez that he had killed Agnes as part of a contract, disposed of her body in the harbors, and crushed her car afterwards. The Zampa family's lawyer filed a complaint against Hernandez for defaming a deceased person and accused him of damaging Zampa's reputation. The Leroux family believed this was a publicity stunt to promote Hernandez's book, while Agneles's lawyers saw it as fresh evidence to appeal to the Court of Cassation. On January 10, 2013, the European Court of Human Rights ruled against France, ruling that the murder charge was not clearly established due to the absence of a body and that the Aix-en-Provence verdict lacked justification. Personage, last season box, the courtesies accolade on Zoom, position and defensive. In March 2014, the French court held a third trial of Agnelet, which resulted in shocking developments that no one saw coming. On the day of the trial, Maurice, the analyst, appeared weak and aged in court for his trial. At first, it seemed like the proceedings would follow a familiar pattern, as Agnelet had been tried before. But just days before the verdict, a shocking twist occurred. Agnes's rebellious and generous nature was revealed by her family, while Agnelet insisted she was not a traitor. At the age of 76, Agnelet abruptly defended Agnes, saying there was no betrayal when she voted against her mother for the casino's presidency. Before the 2014 trial, Maurice Agnelet and his son Guillaume had a complicated relationship. Guillaume had always publicly supported his father, but during the court proceedings this changed drastically. On April 6th, Guillaume made his shocking claim, saying, "I have a case of conscience. I believe my father is the murderer of Agnes Leroux." This statement was read at the beginning of the hearing, and Guillaume repeated it during a video conference with the court. Guillaume claimed that his father had confessed to the crime, stating that he had shot the 29-year-old woman while she was sleeping in Monte Carlo, Italy, threw her belongings in a river, left her body in a forest, and then parked his white Range Rover at a train station with the keys left inside before taking a train back to Nice. Elias hinted at a suicide threat in an email to their son Guillaume on April 9, 2014. In court, she disowned him and denied his accusations against Maurice. On April 11th, the jury upheld Maurice Agnelet's 20-year prison sentence, which he appealed the following day. The conviction was finalized on July 8, 2015. The Leroux family received €3 million, 0 cents, from Agnes's inheritance in May 2015. René Leroux died on June 6, 2016. In September 2020, Agnelet was granted a medical suspension of his sentence, but there were delays because of Agnes's prosecution appeal. He was released early on December 24, 2020, and moved in with his son in New Caledonia. Agnelet died of a heart attack on January 12, 2021, at the age of 82. For 45 years, both families endured intense scrutiny and suffering, with the truth about Agnes's disappearance still unresolved. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. 3 identical luggage were discovered strewn around Virginia's Chesapeake Bay in May 2004. On Sunday, the third and most recent suitcase containing human remains was brought ashore. A recreational boat alerted police to its presence in the sea close to the second island of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. The second one was then discovered on Fisherman's Island last Tuesday by a student researcher. What's within? As awful as you might imagine, a heavy trash bag or something was placed over the contents. It was obvious what was inside of it. A pair of human legs, that is. It turned out to be 39-year-old Bill McGuire inside the baggage. The disturbing question reverberated. Who was Bill, and what secrets would have made him a prime candidate for such a horrific demise in the Woodbridge Township area of central New Jersey? It has a distinct charm because of the smooth blending of many cultures. Woodbridge is not merely a place. It's a cozy home where stories about safety are shared. With a low crime rate, Woodbridge Township is a typically safe place to live. There is peace and security in the community. In addition to offering beautiful splendor, the parks and waterfront are places where people of all ages can relax without worrying about anything. But beyond this amiable facade is a terrifying story that rocked the community. In the tale of Bill McGuire, a terrible incident occurred in an ostensibly tranquil community. It serves as a reminder that surprises can be concealed even in the most commonplace locations. Bill, whose real name is William Theodore McGuire, was born in Bloomfield, New Jersey on September 21, 1964. Ruth Theodora Sal McGuire and William Christopher McGuire were his parents. After graduating from Bloomfield High School in 1982, Bill grew up in Bloomfield. After that, he continued his education at Rutgers University, where he earned his degree in computer science in 1986. Bill worked as a computer programmer for several different companies after graduating from college. In his spare time, his coworkers held him in high regard because he worked hard. Bill loved spending time with his family, fishing, and playing golf. Bill was a good-hearted, giving man who was always ready to lend a hand. He was a humorous and gregarious person. In 1986, he married Marcy Pohl. However, their marriage was brief, and they divorced in 1994. In 1986, the couple relocated to Virginia Beach, where Bill was employed by the Navy as an electronics specialist. Marcy, a native of Vernon, New Jersey, accompanied him on this move. Bill and Marcy moved back to the Atlantic City region in 1990. However, Bill's behavior underwent a significant transformation in this new environment. He developed a serious addiction to binge drinking and gambling. At this point, Marcy saw that their relationship had drastically deteriorated. When Marcy filed for a restraining order against Bill in 1995 after he threw pebbles through her window, the situation became more heated and they eventually got divorced. Then, in 1998, Bill met Melanie Lynn Slade in a Woodbridge, New Jersey restaurant where she was working part-time while pursuing her nursing degree. Melanie Lynn McGuire, formerly Melanie Lynn Slate, was born in America on October 8, 1972, and grew up in Ridgewood, Middletown Township, New Jersey, where she attended Middletown High School. South continued her education at Rutgers University, where she majored in both math and psychology. She graduated in 1994, placing second in her class. The Charles E. Gregory School of Nursing, which is now Raritan Bay Medical Center, is where she received her nursing degree. When he first met Melanie in 1997, she was the ideal match for his disposition. They fell in love right away, and the following year they were married. Soon after, in 1999, the couple welcomed 2 kids into their household. They welcomed their first child, a son, in 2000. Their second child, a son, was born in 2002, 2 years later. Their marriage appeared to be picture perfect, full of laughter and love. But fissures were starting to show beneath the surface. The couple started to feel the effects of financial difficulties. Bill, a computer programmer, had always been financially stable and prudent, but as debt mounted and their relationship became more strained, his gambling addiction had a negative impact on their finances. Melanie, a nurse, put in a lot of overtime to provide for the family, but it was getting harder and harder to make ends meet. Bill's gambling addiction caused them to experience mental distress in addition to financial difficulties. He would frequently go missing for days at a time, leaving Melanie to take care of the kids and run the house by herself. Their marriage's foundation of trust started to crumble, giving way to mistrust and animosity. Melanie stayed dedicated to her marriage in the hopes that things would ultimately get better, even if the tensions were getting worse. Their relationship grew more strained as she attempted to assist Bill in kicking his addiction. The McGuires intended to relocate to a bigger house in Warren County, New Jersey in 2004. On April 28, 2004, they closed on a new home. but the unimaginable occurred before they could move in. Bill disappeared from his seemingly normal existence on April 29, 2004, leaving a family in distress and a trail of unsolved questions in his wake. Bill went where? What would have caused him to vanish so abruptly? Bill had been nowhere to be seen for weeks. His loving wife and kids were left with a huge hole in their hearts after he was gone. However, they had no idea that Bill's destiny was far more remarkable than they had ever thought. 3 fishermen, Chris, Don, and their kids, went fishing from Virginia Beach in the direction of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel early on May 5, 2004. They came upon an unexpected catch while they were traveling north, parallel to the tunnel, a dark green suitcase floating in the water. They stopped in their boat, intrigued by the enigmatic object. They discovered something terrifying when they opened the bag, which was very hefty. There was a pair of legs inside a black sack. The fishermen were horrified by their discovery and called the police right away. They pondered whether further suitcases, each containing a different fragment of a human body, were concealed in the depths of the Chesapeake Bay. The remaining missing parts of this unsettling puzzle were soon the focus of police attention. A student researching Fisherman's Island's nature reserve made another terrifying discovery just days after the first suitcase was discovered. On May 10, 2004, a second suitcase that looked exactly like the first one was discovered on the beach. But this time it was a human torso, complete with head and arms. As the hunt for the missing body parts grew more intense, the wait for answers dragged on. On May 15, 2004, a fisherman made the last horrifying discovery 5 days after the second suitcase was discovered. A third bag, which was once more identical to the first two, was discovered floating in the Chesapeake Bay. The victim's legs and pelvis were inside, and the search area was difficult due to the size of the Chesapeake Bay. Investigators made the decision to ask for assistance from the public. In the hopes that someone might recognize him, they made the victim's sketch public. Amazingly, the sketch produced results in a matter of days. Bill's close friends Susan and John Rice, who hadn't seen him in weeks, were crucial in identifying his body. On May 21, 2004, they watched a sketch of the victim on television, and Sue recognized her friend's unique features right away. Although initially dubious, her husband John concurred that the drawing looked very like Bill, identifying their friend's features. They alerted the authorities right away. Additionally, the couple gave the inquiry vital information. They remembered that Bill had just rushed out of their house after getting into a nasty fight with his wife, Melanie McGuire. They believed that he had rashly run away to Atlantic City and distracted himself by going on a gambling binge. However, Bill didn't communicate for weeks, which worried his friends and family. As soon as Bill's identification was established, detectives started analyzing his fingerprints. Luckily, Bill's fingerprints were already on file, so a match was made right away. A terrible crime had now claimed the life of the man who had gone missing. Rumors of domestic violence, gambling addiction, and even a restraining order surrounded Bill's mysterious history. Marcy Pollock, Bill's ex-wife, had also come forward to talk about the physical and emotional abuse she experienced during their marriage. Following their wedding, she had said that their relationship quickly soured, leading to a restraining order in 1995 after Bill threw a rock at her window. In addition to making it challenging to identify the offender, these accusations presented a concerning image of Bill's personality. The challenge now for investigators was to piece together what happened before Bill McGuire died and find the person responsible. The question still stands: who was the murderer indeed? Consider the possibility of a loved one becoming missing, even for a single day. You'd be terrified and anxious, and you'd do your hardest to locate them. You would still call the police to report them missing even if you and the person had a disagreement. But in this instance, Melanie didn't report any missing persons to the police after Bill vanished. Rather than reporting him missing right away after being gone for over a month, she sought legal advice from a divorce lawyer. She additionally stated that she felt frightened in his presence when she filed for a restraining order against him on April 30, 2004. Since they had located the person in the sketch through Bill's pals, the police were taken aback that Bill's wife hadn't filed a missing persons report. When the police began to investigate Melanie McGuire, they discovered something really strange. 2 days after Sarah and Bill got into a heated argument, on April 30, 2004, she did something that would raise most people's eyebrows. Melanie was going to go out to Atlantic City and look for his car since she thought he might be there gambling. However, it's fascinating to note how people responded to her in a way that didn't make sense. They said he had physically abused her, but she went on to damage the car with a man she says she doesn't want to be near. Melanie's phone conversations were being tracked by the police as they started to keep an eye on her actions. One of these intercepted conversations had an important piece of evidence that the police found in the middle of seemingly routine chats. After a period of disconnection, Melanie spoke with Jim Finn, a former nursing school acquaintance who had a crush on her. In February 2004, they got back in touch, with Melanie contacting him when she needed something. Conscious of Jim's passion with guns, wouldn't you tell me that Jim, who was still in love with Melanie, advised getting a pistol for self-defense after she talked to him about Bill's actions prior to his disappearance? But after hearing their chats, investigators came to the conclusion that Jim was unaware of any murderous preparations. When authorities questioned Jim, he was shocked to hear that Melanie had bought a pistol and didn't know she was involved in any wrongdoing. On April 26, 2004, she then bought a .38 caliber handgun from a shop in Easton, Pennsylvania. Bill went missing 2 days prior to this. Melanie maintained her innocence and denied any involvement, in spite of ongoing observation and examination. 5 days after her husband's disappearance, she took another mysterious road trip, this time to Delaware. Investigators believe that Melanie's journey to Delaware for furniture was a cover-up, notwithstanding Melanie's claim to Dr. Miller that she was truly shopping for furniture in the early hours of May 4, 2004. In contrast to the regular route along the New Jersey Turnpike toward the Delaware Memorial Bridge on Route 13, which heads south to the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, the route she chose would normally lead to the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. According to Patty Precioso, Melanie drove Bill's remains to Virginia the night before she departed New Jersey. Naturally, though, Melanie finds this theory absurd. This theory was ludicrous, she said, because Virginia Beach was. Considering the significant distance, an extra 450 miles from Delaware, it was not feasible to cover such a large area in such a short period of time. Did Melanie Maguire really act by herself? Or was there someone who was complicit? It might have been Jim Flynn. However, why would someone go to such extent for a female with whom he had a romantic interest years before? But think about it. It might be a covert affair, someone nearby, or someone else. Maybe it was someone who would kill for her if necessary. Dr. Brad Miller was the voice you heard. Melanie was one of his nurses, and he was a partner at RMA Associates. At least for both of them, the romance started when Melanie was 8 months along with her second kid. Melanie and Dr. Miller had a serious relationship after she got back from maternity leave. Despite their married status and little children, it seemed as though they were becoming profoundly in love. Growing evidence that Melanie Maguire was involved in her husband's death was discovered by investigators. 2 syringes and a bottle of the tranquilizer chloral hydrate were found in Bill's automobile. Bradley Miller had written the prescription in Melanie's handwriting, according to Miller. Jennifer Seymour, a state police computer specialist, examined the Maguire's computers and portable electronics during the investigation, including a desktop computer in their apartment. Her analysis showed that a number of troubling subjects were looked for online between April 11 and April 26, 2004. The searches included questions on gun laws, toxic insulin levels, how to buy guns illegally, how to commit murder, and undetectable poisons. The gun, the online search, or the affair, among other pieces of evidence. One specific detail confused folks. It was the acquisition of a $500,000 home just prior to his disappearance. They were scheduled to close on the house at 2:00 p.m. on April 28, 2004. Throughout, Melanie maintained communication with Dr. Miller, who begged her not to move forward with the house purchase. He said he wanted to be with her and create a future with her. Melanie promised to take care of it. They were very excited when they got back to their rented townhouse after closing on the house and called John Rice, who was apparently very happy. Dr. Miller and Melanie had their last talk that evening. After drinking some red wine, I told him that Bill was dozing off on the couch and that they had closed on the house. When Bill woke up, Melanie intended to talk to him about the situation and ask for a divorce. According to Melanie's account, The incident involved a major quarrel between her and Bill, which happened early in the morning at approximately 3 or 4 o'clock. It all began with Melanie expressing that she had made a compromise on the house they were buying together. Bill reacted quickly and strongly, saying that it wasn't what he wanted and that he was unhappy. A furious argument ensued after he expressed his desire for a less expensive home in Virginia, which Melanie rejected. Melanie went on to explain how the fight became violent, mentioning that Bill shoved a dryer sheet into her mouth, demonstrating his obsession with them at these times. He then told her that he was going out and would never be coming back, and he even gave her instructions to tell their kids why they would not have a father. As he packed and made multiple trips up and down the stairs, he expressed this via the bathroom door, constantly critiquing her last words to him, which were an entreaty to stop. The police had finally found the luggage and were about to bring Bill to justice. The cops were actively looking for one important piece of evidence. There was still a longing for evidence that Melanie was responsible for the dismemberment. They searched her house meticulously, but they couldn't find any bullets, blood, or anything else. She was not directly connected to the murder by any tangible evidence. Melanie McGuire was arrested while dropping off her children at a daycare center more than a year after Bill McGuire was murdered, on June 5, 2005. In the case that became known as the suitcase killer, she was charged with first-degree murder. In 2005, Melanie entered a not guilty plea and was freed on $750,000 bail. Her bond was increased to $2.1 million after a grand jury indicted her on 4 counts. Once more, she was let free. She was later charged in another indictment with writing letters that impeded the inquiry. Melanie's trial started in 2007, 3 years after the crime. She killed her spouse in 2004 to begin a new life with her partner, according to the prosecution. According to lead investigator Precioso's testimony, the evidence suggests a murder that was well planned. Melanie insisted on her innocence, claiming her husband was an obsessive gambler who had started acting strangely. Her description was challenged by a representative for the New Jersey Division of Criminal Justice, who claimed that there was no proof Mr. McGuire was anything more than a casual gambler. Melanie's defense team contended that there was insufficient evidence to prove that the murder and dismemberment took place in the Woodbridge apartment. They emphasized that there was no DNA or blood tissue in the apartment, nor were there any signs from a bullet or saw. Furthermore, neighbors did not report hearing gunshots or the sound of a power saw. Melanie McGuire, 34, was found guilty 3 years later on April 23, 2007, of killing William T. McGuire, dismembering his body, placing the pieces in 3 suitcases, and then throwing them into the Chesapeake Bay. She received a sentence of 63 years and 9 months in jail with no chance of release. In addition, she was given a 5-year sentence for perjury and a 10-year sentence for desecrating human remains for lying to a family court judge about her husband's location after he disappeared in 2004. On April 28, 2004, the 2 sons of William and Melanie McGuire, whose names are kept secret for their safety and privacy, were last spotted with their father. As usual, Melanie dropped the 2- and 4-year-old boys off at their daycare. The boys expected to see their father when they got home from their routine at 8:20 Ayoyemim, but he was not there. Bill's older sister, Cindy Lagoche, a realtor at the Weichert firm in Franklin Lakes, was given custody of William and Melanie's sons. Cindy and her husband, Bill Lagoche, a pharmacist from Bucha of Wyckoff, New Jersey, were judged to be able to give the boys a caring and loving home. When the custody issue came up, they were seasoned parents who already had 2 grown children of their own, Laura Lagoche and Max Lagoche. Given that Cindy and Bill were already a close-knit family, the 2 boys were sent to live with them. Melanie's family unsuccessfully fought Cindy for custody when she was found guilty of killing her husband. Consequently, the only family that William and Melanie's sons have ever known, their aunt, uncle, and cousins, continued to live in New Jersey. Cindy provided proof that her sister-in-law's 2 children, who were 5 and 7 years old at the time, had been diagnosed with autism during Melanie's 2007 murder trial. After seeing their conduct, Cindy became worried about their welfare and, in order to safeguard their identity, got them examined. There is no additional information known on their present situation. It is known meanwhile that the boys haven't spoken to their mother since before her conviction. Given her background as a nurse and her kind and vivacious personality, it's difficult to even imagine how someone like Melanie could have committed such a horrible act. The case's high visibility generated a variety of reactions from viewers. Even if she had the motive, she doesn't seem to be capable of murder, which is one of the numerous holes in the story that many people think exist. How could this little woman do everything by herself? Was there anyone to help her? Was the charge against her unjustified? Was the charge completely false, or did the jury miss someone? You're not alone if these questions are on your mind. Melanie McGuire's guilt is questioned by many, including criminology experts Amy Schlossberg and Megan Sachs. Since Melanie doesn't fit the usual description of a murderer, they throw doubt on her conviction in their podcast, Direct Appeal. According to the prosecution's key witness, a forensic ballistics specialist, the bullets discovered in Bill's case were determined to be .38 caliber lead cutter rounds. No one entered my gun's serial number into a website to determine its specs. It seems that every rifle creates lands and grooves. Lands and grooves are rifling features that are machine-pressed into a gun's barrel. The bullet will effectively have the same amount of lands and grooves stamped on it as it goes through the barrel. According to the website of the company, my firearm created 5 lanes and grooves. However, my husband's bullets produced 6 lanes and grooves. They later discovered a mistake on the website of the weapons maker. The material on the website was changed following the tragic event of Bill McGuire's murder, which is confusing. They also talk about the trash bags that were discovered at the McGuire home and one bill that was discovered in. These lines are visible here. Is this type of smooth line a straight line? Additionally, there are 2 other lines that are nearly identical in location. This suggests that these 2 bags were produced in a very short period of time at the same plant, on the same line. The investigator emphasizes that these features show that the 2 bags were manufactured in a very short amount of time, at the same location, and on the same production line. Additionally, they affirm that the bags were made in the same run and express confidence in their finding based on tests that were performed and results that were observed. Stacks also highlights the lack of a credible crime scene and the physical difficulties of dismembering a person. They ran 2 tests in a video demonstration. The first test was a suitcase weight test to see if Melanie, who weighs 118 pounds, could have thrown a suitcase that weighed about 80 pounds over a bridge with a 40-inch guardrail. Their results indicated that 40 pounds, or roughly half of Melanie's weight, was a manageable weight to lift. Another important thing that you believe the jury should have heard more about was discovered within those suitcases. Animal hair, brown hair, black hair, and white hair can all be seen on page after page of the lab reports. I believe that's a sign that there was animal hair where Bill's body was dismembered. Melanie is still behind bars despite the release of a movie about her case, and she maintains that she didn't kill her husband or dispose of his body parts in suitcases. She also questions why she drove all the way down to Chesapeake with the body parts in the car, thinking, "I'm not going to get stopped. I'm not going to break down." What a chance that is. You can't stop on a bridge and open a window and throw out 3 suitcases. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The devil doesn't force you to do it, so the saying goes. He simply draws attention to how simple it is to go too far. And in the early hours of August 15, 1967, that is precisely what took place. On that day, 9 innocent lives were lost forever in one of Canada's most horrifying, terrible, and senseless mass killings. Desperate to stay out of a psychiatric hospital, Victor Hoffman was a disturbed young man. Mental health services were very different in the 1960s than they are now. It was frequently vilified, misunderstood, and underfunded. Victor promised himself that he would never go back to that location again, and boy did he, but in a way that is so terrifying that it stays with you long after you've heard the story. Let's take a moment to reflect on Victor's early years and the circumstances that initially sent him to that mental institution, before delving into the sinister core of it all. Victor, who was born in 1946, came from what appeared to be a normal, hard-working family in the Canadian town of Leask. His parents, Robert and Stella Hoffman, were pious Lutherans. The Hoffmans were well known for their commitment to farming, their religious beliefs, and their observance of Sundays. They were the type of family that many would characterize as typical and devout. The Hoffman family had 7 children, Victor being the 5th. He wasn't particularly different from his siblings when he was a boy. According to his parents, he was a conscientious, hard-working child who achieved all of the typical developmental milestones. He had a natural talent for hunting and was a reliable worker on the family farm. He spent a lot of time on his hunting abilities and enjoyed firearms. There was one characteristic that distinguished Victor, though. He was a recluse. He failed in school and had no friends, mostly due to his inability to focus. Still, at the time, his parents didn't give it any thought. Victor was merely a peaceful, self-sufficient child to them. Victor, however, eventually admitted to psychiatrists that his difficulties started at the age of 6. He had never seen the demon before. He gave a detailed description of the figure, describing it as a big, black, 6-foot creature with a lengthy tail. From that point on, he felt as though he was being pursued by both God and Satan. Victor's mental struggle was unrelenting. He frequently heard odd tapping noises that got louder and faster as he woke up in the middle of the night. These experiences had become more sinister by the time he aged 10. Victor started experiencing violent emotions and daily thoughts of killing. Victor kept his troubling thoughts to himself, concealing them from his parents and siblings, even though he had fantasies about hurting his family and even complete strangers. He turned his violent impulses against animals as a coping mechanism. He compared his feelings of relief and even joy from killing animals to the hunter's delight following a successful kill. The devil. But he never abandoned Victor. He heard a voice reaching out to him one morning as he was eating breakfast. He said that after following the voice outside, he had once more seen Satan, but in a far more hideous shape this time. A 6'6" guy with a pig's face and a weight of over 300 pounds. In return for Victor's soul, the devil offered him riches and influence. Victor acknowledged that he had knelt down in the hopes of becoming at least half as wealthy, despite his claims that he didn't want to make a deal. However, nothing came of it. These run-ins with the devil now only made his already precarious mental state worse. In addition, he said that he could feel the cold, severed hands touching him and that he could see them floating in his room. Victor began to get frequent visitation from the devil, who would persistently approach him and demand his soul. However, the devil would always come. Victor was not going to back down. Victor reportedly started seeing angels shortly after these encounters began. These angels were less common than the devil. Victor claimed that they were clothed tastefully, resembled human women, and were primarily concerned with guiding him away from the devil's clutches. Victor thought they were divine messengers come to keep him safe and on the straight and narrow. Victor said he once got a word from God. He was given a remarkable duty by the angels and God himself to apprehend and eliminate the devil. They assured him that they would take him to heaven. Victor was absorbed by this message. Although it just made his conduct more unpredictable, it provided him a sense of purpose. Victor did everything he could to catch the devil because he was determined to complete this sacred assignment. His initial plans used nets, but they failed. Exasperated, he devised a fresh scheme. On May 27, 1966, he'd shoot the demon down. Stella, Victor's mother, discovered him shooting his weapon into the air when they were in their backyard. He had shot 3 rounds by the time she arrived. Stella, naturally frightened and confused, insisted on knowing what he was doing. His response was straightforward yet disturbing. The devil was shot by me. Stella pleaded with him to stop, and she was able to get him to return inside the house. After grudgingly setting down the rifle, Victor snatched up the family vehicle and drove away. Stella and the rest of the family hurried to conceal all of the firearms in the house while he was out. Victor promised that no one would be harmed when he returned and asked for the firearms back, but his family angrily refused. He departed once more but returned soon after, requesting to talk to their pastor. After the pastor showed there, the two had a private discussion. When they went outside to wrap up their conversation, Stella, who couldn't hear much of what was being said, heard Victor say something that really shocked her. "I want to kill my mother." That was it. Robert and Stella felt that they could not wait any longer. They arranged for Victor to be admitted to Saskatchewan Hospital the following day. located in North Battleford, Saskatchewan, Canada. Saskatchewan Hospital was a sizable mental health facility in 1967. Mental health services were less developed back then than they are today. In hospitals like Saskatchewan, patients were frequently kept in isolation and provided with subpar care, making them more resemble institutions. Helping folks recover or get better wasn't the main goal. Patients were essentially managed. There was little focus on identifying or treating the underlying causes of their diseases. Instead, the primary focus of treatment was on using medication to manage symptoms. Now, the attending physician formally diagnosed Victor with schizophrenia during his initial psychiatric evaluation. There was no question about how serious his health was. Victor had to be admitted to the hospital. To his surprise, he didn't object. Perhaps thinking that it was the best course of action for everyone, including himself, he willingly committed himself. The documents show that he was dealing with more than just a severe mental ailment. Stress was also manifesting in his physique. He was frequently observed talking to himself, laughing at nothing, and being profoundly confused about who he was. He even wondered at one point if he was a girl or a boy, which further confused his thoughts. Although he cooperated with the doctors during his examinations, he came across as distant, evasive, and uninterested. Because they were unable to comprehend what Victor was going through, it appeared that he felt alienated from his own family. He told his siblings that he had seen the devil, but they dismissed his worries with laughter. Victor thought the devil was punishing him for not selling his soul, but he wasn't simply dreaming. He even believed that he had someone else's brain inside of him at one point. He asserted that Denise, a girl, owned the brain and desired complete control over him. Victor was convinced that all of this was a delusion, despite his physician's explanations to the contrary. He wasn't prepared to give up his convictions because he felt as though he had touched both angels and the devil. However, Victor came to the realization that he would never leave the hospital if he continued to assert that he was seeing the devil. He therefore made an effort to persuade himself that it was all in his imagination. He desired to recover, to live fearlessly, and to get rid of the ongoing worry. Occupational therapy, supportive psychotherapy, tranquilizers, electroconvulsive therapy, and a total of 12 sessions were all part of the treatment plan that the doctors put him on. By the time Victor's treatment was over, the physicians thought he had accepted that all of the demon sightings were only hallucinations. Victor seemed to believe this as well, because his thinking looked clearer than ever, and he no longer dreaded the demon. However, he remained cooperative and content, a little reclusive and preferring to be by themselves. The problem is that Victor's darker tendencies persisted, despite his lack of fear of the devil. He continued to have violent ideas, picturing himself murdering his loved ones and those in his immediate vicinity out of pure desire. His physicians were aware of these urges because he freely discussed them with them. Nevertheless, they remained hopeful that he would recover. They assured his father that additional therapy would help him recover in a year or two. Therefore, on July 26, 1967, the physicians released Victor from the hospital despite being aware of his dangerous tendencies. In the hopes that this would keep him quiet and stop any further risky conduct, they returned him home to his father along with a prescription for tranquilizers. However, things didn't exactly go as planned at home. Even though he was surrounded by the sights and sounds of home, Victor found it difficult to adapt to life on the farm. His thoughts remained confused, and he couldn't get rid of the impression that things had changed since he was admitted to the hospital. Neither did the medicine that was prescribed to him. It actually made matters worse. His work on the farm was hampered by the extreme drowsiness the tranquilizers caused. His back also ached all the time, which made him even more frustrated. Victor had had enough of the drug by August 8. He bemoaned how the tranquilizers made him feel helpless and weak, and he was itching to resume his regular activities. He needed to regain his strength, particularly so that he could assist on the farm. Thus, he made a decision. He stopped taking the medication. He didn't see any significant changes at first, but after a few days, something inside of him changed. Victor woke up with a spooky feeling on August 11. It wasn't the typical feelings he experienced on a terrible day. This was not like the others. He couldn't explain why, but he had a strong feeling that something was going to happen. He only knew that he was afraid of going back to the hospital or going to jail. Victor was most afraid of returning to the hospital. He claimed he would sooner die than suffer the fate of being imprisoned once more, since it terrified him. He believed that the hospital was merely a place where people didn't understand him, since he had been in pain for so long. He felt that being confined in a place where no one could see what was truly happening within his head was worse than the isolation or the therapies. Victor had always felt unusual, and he started to think he was gifted. He referred to it as visions. However, Victor said that these visions were a means of seeing the future and that they were not merely ordinary dreams or daydreams. He thought that these visions had been occurring for as long as he could remember, and they would occur daily. Every time he saw the future, he would feel uneasy because he would contemplate killing someone. It seemed as though this deed would in some way show the devil that he was at last on his side, and that he wasn't scared to take any risks. Victor's day began quite routinely on August 14th. He tried to keep himself occupied and active during the day by working on the tractor, but by 9:30 p.m. he was worn out. He slept out on the couch, but his parents roused him at 11:30 p.m. and urged him to go to his bedroom. He fell back asleep but woke up again at around 3 in the morning because he could not sleep any longer. At that point, he made the decision to go to the garage and try to divert his attention with some work. However, even after working for a while, he was still experiencing restlessness, so he started pacing the garage and allowing his thoughts to wander. At that moment, an odd thing occurred. Victor was standing at the garage entrance when he suddenly had an odd feeling on the side of his head. It seemed more like an unexpected rush of pleasure than agony. He spoke of it as though something had been taken from him after his body had been cut in two. It was more like a sense of release than pain. It seemed as though all of the anxiety and stress he had been suppressing had disappeared, only to be replaced by an even greater desire to murder. This new, overwhelming impulse to kill took over his thinking as the feelings swept through him. Victor made the decision that something had to be done. He loaded up his pump-action repeater rifle, a .22 Browning. All he knew was that he had to do something, even though he wasn't thinking straight. He had a straightforward plan. After an hour or so of driving, he would search for little mice to hunt before returning home to complete his responsibilities. Specifically, he was searching for squirrels that resided in the spruce trees surrounding his farm. However, after what seemed like an eternity of driving, he came across no squirrels or other tiny animals. Something inside Victor kept him continuing, even though he could have seen that as a sign to turn back. He couldn't shake the idea of killing. The want to vent his wrath on someone was too strong for him to resist. He continued to drive, passing one home after another. He didn't see a basic farmhouse until about 6 in the morning, when the sky was beginning to lighten. The emotion inside him grew stronger, but it didn't look any different from the dozens of other residences he had seen along the route. This place seemed to be calling to him. Regretfully, the Peterson family, who resided in Shell Lake, around 40 miles from Victor's home in Lesk, occupied the farmhouse where Victor ended up. In contrast to Victor's turbulent life, there was laughter and joy in the Peterson home. With 10 members altogether, they were a large, close-knit family. James Peterson, a dedicated, modest man who valued community, was the center of the family. James purchased 328 after participating in World War II, acres of land, and started farming cattle and grains together. Life wasn't simple, though, and James's workload increased when his father retired and he took on an extra 72 acres. Large families were usual in Canada at the time, and the Petersons were no exception. From the oldest, Kathy, who was 19, to the youngest, Larry, who was just 1, they had 9 children. Jean, 17, Mary, 13, Dorothy, 11, Pearl, 9, Phyllis, 4, William, 5, and Colin, 2, were the remaining children. Everyone regarded the Peterson children as well-behaved, courteous, and well-liked. The entire family was known for being decent people. Since they were a typical church-going family, nobody really had anything negative to say about them. The only one not residing at home at the time was Kathy. She and her spouse had recently married and relocated to British Columbia. Together, the other Petersons occupied a small, comfortable 4-room farmhouse. Only 2 of those were utilized as bedrooms. With the exception of the infant, who shared a bed with James and Evelyn, all of the children slept in the same room. They managed to make it work despite the crowds. The Petersons were by no means wealthy, yet they never voiced any complaints. They were grateful for their family in particular, James and Evelyn created a household centered around their children since they were completely devoted to them. They wanted the best for their kids and loved them more than anything else. Jean, their eldest daughter, was a budding athlete, and her parents were committed to helping her develop her skills. James made the decision to contact his neighbor Will Drew Lang in order to assist with the cost of a track camp she wanted to attend in Dundurn. On August 15, 1967, the next morning, he required assistance moving 50 bukas of hay to the grain elevator for sale. Interviews from Victor's trial reveal that on the day that he was experiencing the overwhelming desire to kill, he heard voices in his head telling him, "This is it. You must go here and complete the task." To his astonishment, he reportedly recognized the kitchen even though he had never been there or even met the Petersons. He thought he had seen it in a dream previously since it felt so familiar. James Peterson confronted him shortly after he entered, attempting to defend his family by lunging for Victor without knowing who he was or why he was there. James retaliated, but Victor was too quick. In an attempt to protect his loved ones, he shot James 7 times. Victor then returned outdoors to collect his thoughts and reload his revolver. However, while he was standing there, he noticed James's wife Evelyn climbing out of a window while holding their youngest son Larry. He shot Evelyn without hesitation, leaving her where she lay, frozen in place. Victor continued after that. The Peterson children were still in their beds when he returned inside the house. The youngsters had little chance as he shot and killed 6 of them, one by one at close range as they lay helpless: Jean, Mary, Dorothy, Pearl, William, and Colin. Then he went back to where Evelyn's body was lying and killed Larry too. The tiny youngster was too young to live on his own, therefore he subsequently claimed it was a mercy killing. Victor continued to use warped logic after that. He decided there was no reason to leave anyone alive to identify him, because he had already killed James. He therefore started gathering as many used cartridge cases as he could locate, making sure that nothing was left behind that would link him to the incident. Victor returned to his own parents' home after the horrifying incident. He got there at 7:30 in the morning, but rather than being relieved, he was sickened and horrified by what he had just done. He struggled with the reality of his actions for the remainder of the day, feeling a great deal of remorse. Will Drew Lang, meanwhile, was expected to see James when he got at the Peterson farm, but James was not there. Since it was already 9 in the morning, Lang joked to the home and called out for James, figuring he had slept late. However, his light-hearted tone soon changed to one of surprise when he pushed open the door. The dead body of James Peterson was lying on the kitchen floor as he entered. Lang backed away in horror and hurried to his car. To make the call that would alter everything, he drove to the closest phone, which was at least 4 miles away. The quiet morning in Shell Lake was upended, and the lives of the Peterson family and everyone else in the neighborhood would never be the same. The cops did not spend any time in getting to the Peterson farmhouse. Rushing inside, they looked about the house for survivors and hints that would help them figure out what had happened. However, the scene they discovered was unsettling. Everything seemed undisturbed, and there were no indications of a robbery. It appeared that the killings had no apparent reason. They discovered 28 gunshots inside, 27 of which had struck their targets. It was evident that the murders were not arbitrary but rather planned. Strangely, no footwear from the Peterson residence matched the boot prints found on the linoleum floor of the kitchen. In addition, 5 bullet casings were discovered, indicating the employment of a .22 caliber handgun. Then, as they were beginning their inquiry, a strange incident occurred. The silence was broken by a muffled sound. After following the sound to one of the beds, they discovered 4-year-old Phyllis jammed between her sister's bodies and concealed behind the sheets. She was the lone person who survived the horrific slaughter. She first didn't fully comprehend what had transpired, but she was aware of how serious the situation was. She later remembered the officer's tears as he took her out of the house. She realized then that something really horrible had happened. Phyllis's story would haunt everyone who heard it, and her survival was a miracle. For many cops, the Peterson family massacre was one of the most horrific crime scenes they had ever seen. While Kathy, her older sister, was informed of the tragedy and horrified, Phyllis was escorted to her uncle's house nearby. In order to take care of her surviving sister, Kathy returned to Shell Lake. The police searched the fields and high grass around the farm in the hopes of finding something, anything, that could lead them to a lead. Roadblocks were erected, and the killer's hunt spread throughout the region, getting bigger every day. They combed the area for days with 250 personnel and dogs, but they managed to find nothing. Then, on the fourth day, they had a break when a Lyask native, distressed by the tragedy, entered the Shellbrook office of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Detachment. The resident proposed that they investigate a young man who had just been released from a mental health facility. He was his neighbor's son. Red flags were raised right away by the man's known obsession with hunting and firearms. The corporal and his crew didn't hesitate. They hurriedly climbed into their vehicles and headed toward Lesk, the Hoffman family's farm, along the winding, narrow routes. They had a suspicion. They may have found the lead they were searching for. They began by interrogating Victor's parents, paying particular attention to any boots, guns, and, of course, their son. Things began to pile up as the investigation progressed. The Hoffmans discovered a weapon on their land, and while it wasn't the precise model they had anticipated, it was nonetheless important. It was in the hands of the police. To check if it matched the rounds from the Peterson residence, it was sent for ballistics testing. The detectives also found a pair of rubber boots during the search. When the results were in, it was evident that the boots and the rifle matched the evidence discovered at the Peterson residence. These boots were also sent for comparison. Before long, they had sufficient proof to make an arrest. 9 members of the Peterson family were brutally murdered, and Victor Hoffman was charged with their crimes. There was something icy about Victor's attitude when he was arrested. Police described him as an average-built, unmarried male who showed no signs of fear. Actually, he was remarkably composed and gave up without a fight. The case was made even more shocking and horrifying by the fact that he was arrested only 3 hours after the Petersons' funeral. After being brought to the station in North Battleford, Victor remained silent for the first 10 to 15 minutes before sobbing. Even more unsettling was what happened afterward. Victor admitted to all of it. He acknowledged that he killed the Petersons because of the devil. The question about Phyllis, the lone survivor, was possibly the most disturbing aspect of his confession. Victor asserted that Phyllis's angelic visage was the reason he spared her. He claimed that because the others resembled pigs, he didn't respect them. Serious questions concerning Victor's mental health were raised by these terrifying answers. He was therefore brought to a local mental hospital for additional assessment there, rather than being sent to a conventional prison. He was once again diagnosed by doctors with paranoid schizophrenia, a disorder that had obviously not been treated. The court determined that he was nonetheless competent to stand trial in spite of this. Victor was charged with 2 counts of non-capital murder, and his trial started on January 8, 1968. The defense team contended that if Victor hadn't been suffering from an untreated mental disorder, he wouldn't have committed the heinous crime. They remained steadfast in their belief that his illness was a major contributing factor to the catastrophe. The jury returned a verdict following 3.5 hours of deliberation. Victor was ruled not guilty by reason of insanity by the jury, despite the overwhelming evidence against him. Many were taken aback by the ruling and wondered how someone who had admitted to such a heinous act could avoid the full force of the law. However, the jury's verdict was based on Victor's mental state, which many had not anticipated at the time. Victor's mental illness was explained in such a thorough and rational manner by the defense's doctor that the jury was persuaded that Victor was motivated by something that seemed real to him. The jury was convinced that he genuinely thought he was doing what he believed was required, since his paranoia and delusions had been a fundamental factor in what transpired. The judge made sure Victor didn't get off easy, even though he wouldn't be imprisoned for the rest of his life. Victor was committed to a facility for the criminally ill rather than receiving the usual prison term. He looked to be even more hurt by this. He showed no emotion at all after hearing the verdict. He simply sat there staring straight ahead. It seemed as though the truth of his predicament had not yet dawned on him. Victor was sent to an indefinite stay facility in southern Ontario, with his release contingent on governmental policies. Before being given supervised access to neighboring communities in December 2001, he spent years hidden away at the institution. However, even this little liberty was short-lived. True freedom would never return to Victor. Victor passed away from cancer while in detention on May 21, 2004, but the consequences of his misdeeds would last for a very long time. The only survivor of the massacre, Phyllis, was raised by Kathy, the sister of one of the murdered. She gave Phyllis a second chance at life after the atrocities she had witnessed by raising her among her own children. After their family farmhouse burned down, Kathy and her husband eventually retired from farming and relocated to a nearby town. But even after all these years, Kathy and Phyllis were still frustrated by what had transpired. Phyllis was a young child when the slaughter took place, and the tragedy continued to haunt her as she grew older. As the sole survivor, she talked about how hard it was to deal with the unwelcome attention. She was viewed differently by others, and the burden of the past was difficult to shake. In 2004, Phyllis talked candidly about her difficulties. The birth of James marked a turning point for Phyllis, who remarked, "It was always hard to adjust, always feeling like I didn't fit in, until I had my son James." In ways she never imagined, it aided in her recovery. Regretfully, Phyllis died of cancer in May 2019. Details of the case were chronicled by Canadian journalist Peter Tadman in his book, The Shell Lake Massacre. According to Peter's multiple interviews with Victor in the book, Victor remained steadfast in his conviction that he felt no remorse for his deeds. He even asserted that the demon who had driven him to kill so many innocent people was still visible to him. The Peterson Massacre, which claimed the lives of 22 innocent people in 2020, is still regarded as one of Canada's most horrifying random massacres. We cannot deny the insanity and decision in Victor's case, although it is undoubtedly difficult to accept. A person's behavior cannot be excused only because they are considered mad. No matter what, no innocent life should ever be lost. But let's face it, if Victor hadn't been discharged from the mental institution in the first place, none of this would have occurred. What do you think then? Is Victor really a psychopath who somehow escaped? Or is there another factor at play here? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A violent crime shocked Los Angeles on October 29, 1990. In a garbage can, the mutilated body of William Newton, a 25-year-old gay adult video performer, was found. Authorities tried their hardest, but they were unable to solve the murder case. However, a few years later, a group of amateur investigators set out on a mission to find justice by being persistent and resolute. The murderer, who had been hiding in plain sight the entire time, was finally exposed by these detectives. What caused the ruthless disfigurement of Newton's body, and who exactly killed him? Today, we'll examine a cold case that dates back 33 years and was resolved in 2023 because to a podcast, so let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. The city of Los Angeles, a thriving metropolis in Southern California, will be the subject of today's case. It is well known for its star-studded walkways, famed Hollywood sign, and gorgeous beaches. With its internationally recognized museums, theaters, and music venues, Los Angeles is also a center for the arts and entertainment sector. This vibrant city offers something for everyone, from mouth-watering cuisine to booming fashion and technological sectors. On July 26, 1965, William Newton was born in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Richard Harriman was his dad. Oliver Michelle, Newton's half-sister, was born 6 months after Newton was born, and his parents were not wed. The two siblings couldn't be separated. Newton developed a love for art as a child and often used his leisure time to write creatively. His imagination went wild, and his poetry reflected his soul. He loved to read and dreamed of the day when he could tell the world his own stories. Newton was a young man of great intelligence. Richard once spoke about his son to the media. The majority of Newton's early years were spent in the city where he was born. He went to elementary and middle school there. Following his graduation from middle school, he and his mother, whose name is unknown, moved to Ladysmith, a city in Wisconsin. Newton found the surroundings change all too abrupt, but he gradually grew accustomed to it. But before his mother started discussing moving again, Newton was only able to finish his first year of high school in the new city. They relocated to the city of Oklahoma this time. This occurred in 1980. Newton quickly became weary of the seemingly never-ending cycle of traveling from one location to another and wished for greater stability. He then packed his things and went down to visit his father, Richard, one day. At the age of 16, he had already decided to live with his father. He was sure he would put his arms around him. That proved not to be the case, though. Instead of the kind greeting he had expected, he received a startling reception when he arrived at Richard's house in Eau Claire. Richard slammed the door shut in his face and refused to let him in after being instructed to leave. Newton was left devastated and defeated by the cold treatment, which was a sharp contrast to what he had anticipated. However, something within of him changed at that precise moment. He bravely decided to go out on his own, accepting his independence. Newton would travel the United States over the following 3 years. He resided in Oklahoma, among other places, where he met Terry Elliott, with whom he began a romantic relationship. Newton also found that he was passionate about makeup and beauty. Therefore, he made the decision to pursue this as a career by training to be a professional beautician. In just a few months, he obtained his beautician license after learning everything there is to know about skincare, makeup, and the newest trends in beauty. He started a new life in Los Angeles after relocating there in 1984. He didn't have to wait long for job prospects to present themselves, despite the difficulties that came with establishing a new life in a new city. Equipped with his extensive knowledge and experience, he attracted the attention of a music video production firm right away. They soon employed him as a choreographer and beautician. Additionally, Newton started working at the Hollywood Spa, a gay bathhouse. He met a man named David Ray at the spa one fateful night, and he immediately warmed up to him. David had been in town to serve as a judge for a homosexual magazine's beauty pageant. Their encounter marked the beginning of Newton's unexpected and novel voyage. Gay adult flicks were David's specialty as an adult filmmaker. After recognizing Newton's talent, David mentored him, exposing him to the business and helping him get parts in a number of his films. Eventually, the economic relationship between Newton and David developed into a love one. The two decided to start their own adult film firm, London Ray Productions. After forming a partnership in 1987, Newton joined the organization and brought his experience as a makeup artist, stage designer, and film producer to the table. In addition to acting in a number of films under the names Billy London and Billy Porter, he produced pictures under the pseudonym Bill E. London. Their flat was frequently used for movie shoots, and Newton would redecorate the rooms to give the impression that they were in different places. Newton and David started living life in the fast lane as their money started to come in. When they weren't working on a film, they would spend their evenings using drugs and going out to clubs. They settled into this way of life, which they would maintain for many years. The couple's relationship soured in 1990, and they started living apart. Newton made the decision to temporarily relocate to Las Vegas, where his sister Michelle was living at the time, since he thought that he had had enough of Los Angeles and that he needed a change of scenery. He had had enough of Los Angeles. Michelle, Newton's sister, remembers that Newton simply needed a mental health vacation. In addition to providing him with something novel and thrilling, Las Vegas would also provide him the opportunity to see his mother, who at the time intended to move to the area. Now that everything was in place, Newton started to count down the days until his trip to Las Vegas. But destiny had a different idea. Newton went to Rage nightclub, a well-known club in Los Angeles, on the evening of October 28, 1990. He walked over to his favorite spot in the club and sat down to watch the people having a good time around him. Newton soon began to feel the beat and joined in on the fun. He lost himself in the thrill of the evening after taking a few drinks and letting loose. The hours passed quickly, and before long, he knew it was time to return home. As he stood up to go, it was immediately apparent to anyone who happened to catch sight of him that he was drunk. He found his way to the exit and walked out of the building. No one would ever see him alive again after that. Unaware of a murder that would frighten many, the majority of Los Angeles citizens went about their everyday lives as the week started on a Monday morning. The same morning, a homeless individual looked through dumpsters in an alley just behind Santa Monica Boulevard in search of food or trash. He received the shock of his life when he opened a specific dumpster. A human head was sitting in the center of the rubbish, staring back at him. The homeless man could see a pair of feet that had been haphazardly put next to the head, but the remainder of the body was nowhere to be seen. In terror, the man closed the dumpster since it was just too much for him to process. He promptly sounded an alarm, warning others of the disgusting discovery, and police officers soon arrived on the scene in their cars. Newton was quickly identified as the individual whose head had been severed and found in the bin. One of the first cops to reach the site on the day of the murder was retired Detective Wendy Burnt, who was deeply disturbed by the murder's savagery. "It was just so heinous in my mind that something like this could happen," Wendy stated. Newton had methamphetamine, a detective drug, in his system prior to his death, according to the results of his autopsy. Additionally, there was proof that he had been strangled before, to being decapitated. Detectives started looking into what had happened to Newton and how he got into this condition right away. Wendy was in charge of the team of investigators assigned to the case, and she made sure to give it her all. "It was a murder that I felt was my responsibility to solve, so I put everything into this case," Wendy stated. Detectives investigated every tip that came in over the months following the murder, but none of them turned up any useful information. Newton's killer and the location of the rest of his body were unknown. The investigation finally went cold since detectives had nothing concrete to work with for a long period. 15 years after the murder in 2005, the Los Angeles Police Department said that they were working on a reinvestigation of the case. However, nothing significant came of the examination and the case was closed. The case then returned to the press at the end of 2006. The following year, the Los Angeles Police Department had neglected his son's murder case and could have done much more to try to solve it, according to a reporter named Mickey Ski, who said that Newton's father had contacted him this time. In response to this charge, the LAPD issued a statement informing the public that they were still working on the case and were making every effort to find a solution. Richard, however, never saw justice for the murder of his son. On May 3, 2011, he died at home at the age of 65. Authors Christopher Rice and Eric Shaw Quinn, who were best friends, became fascinated with Newton's murder around 2022. After reading an article about the case from an adult entertainment journalist, Christopher had become aware of it, and it had stuck in his head ever since. In addition, Christopher and Eric co-host The Dinner Party Show, a podcast they started in 2012. As it occurred, Christopher chose to bring up his interest in Newton's murder during one of the podcast episodes, expressing how intrigued he was by the fact that there had never been an arrest and no leads in the case had been made public. He ended by requesting useful information about the case from the audience. In their subsequent podcast episode, which aired 2 months later, Christopher and Eric discussed some of the new information they had discovered since their previous discussion of Newton's death. Christopher claims that he was contacted by an unnamed man who claimed to have crucial information regarding the murder case. The man told Christopher that the night before Newton was discovered dead in a garbage, he had seen him at Rage nightclub. He asserted, however, that Newton had not left the club by himself, but had instead been with a man who bore a striking resemblance to notorious serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer. Christopher learned that Dahmer was a serial killer who killed 17 men and boys in the Milwaukee region between the late 1970s and the early 1990s, when he conducted a background investigation on him. However, Dahmer was apprehended by the authorities in 1991, a year after Newton's horrific murder, and was given 15 consecutive life terms. Without a doubt, Dahmer's profile matched that of a person who might have killed Newton, but since Dahmer was already deceased, there was no way to verify this. In November 1994, a fellow prisoner attacked him and beat him to death. Christopher maintained his optimism that someone with more information would come forward, after outlining in the podcast what he had learned about Newton's murder and its potential link to Dahmer. Detective John Lamberti of the Los Angeles Police Department started to get interested in this case about the same time, in 2012. He was astounded by the amount of effort his predecessors had put into solving the murder after reviewing all the documents they had on the subject. Detective Lamberti told reporters, "They looked into this case like crazy." Lamberti also started to examine every aspect of the case more carefully, taking into account all of the earlier research that had been done on it. He looked up Newton's name on Google as one of his first actions. He found the episode of Christopher and Eric's podcast in the search result, where they discussed Newton's murder and made assumptions about Dahmer's involvement. Detective Lamberti became interested in the case after clicking on it and hearing what the two individuals had to say. Sometime after this, he contacted Eric and Christopher to arrange a meeting. The three men discussed what they knew about the case in detail and exchanged information during this encounter. An alliance was established right away, and their shared objective was to find a permanent solution to the matter. In the midst of all of this, Documentary filmmaker Rachel Mason had also become fixated on the case and was working on her own covert investigation. It was by chance that she had discovered Newton's murder. She was working on a documentary about Circus of Books, an adult bookshop and gay adult materials store back in 2017. She visited Mike Szymanski, a local writer and activist, in search of reliable material for the documentary. Mike had consented to let her browse through his old collection of pictures from West Hollywood. During the search, he and Rachel were looking through one of his notebooks when a fragile newspaper story from 1990 dropped out and drew Rachel's attention. The article discussed Newton's murder and how the police were unable to identify the perpetrator. Mike happily gave Rachel all the information he knew about the enigmatic murder when she asked him right away what it was all about. The story she heard captivated her. She didn't give it much thought, though. She then proceeded to work on the Circus of Books movie, and as soon as it was over, she began looking for a new project to work on. During this time, she remembered the account of Newton's murder that she had heard from Mike. She gradually became enthralled with it and couldn't get it off her mind. She looked more closely as a result, and she started looking into the matter. Rachel was resolved to learn as much as she possibly could. In order to do this, she decided to approach the public for any advice or insights they might have. That's when she got a reply from Sherman Oaks resident Clark Williams, a gay, stay-at-home father. Like Newton, Williams was raised in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Because of this, he thought he could help Rachel complete the details of Newton's life. Rachel was excited about the new development, since he had a unique viewpoint on what it was like to grow up in Eau Claire. She pondered whether she had at last found someone who could help her unravel the riddle surrounding Newton's childhood. She eagerly set up a meeting with Williams to find out and hear his thoughts. She learned at the discussion that it was while perusing a Facebook page that Williams first learned about Newton's murder. When he happened onto a specific post concerning the 1990 murder, he was instantly drawn to it. He was startled by how much his upbringing resembled Newton's as he read the specifics. He was unable to stop thinking about the case after that and made the decision to act alone. Something was propelling me, moving me to just get involved in whatever capacity that I could, Williams stated. What I really wanted to do was to help tell Billy's story because I think he reflected the lives of so many young gay men and teenagers who came up in that time. He continued. He developed a greater interest in the murder once he got to know Rachel and told her everything he knew. Detective Lamberti eventually learned that Rachel and Williams were also interested in the investigation, and he quickly included them. Williams used every spare moment to try to solve the case as closely as possible. Soon later, he found out about Rick Pashy, a local amateur detective who had spent a significant amount of his time and effort trying to solve the murder of Newton after it had already happened. During the first inquiry, Rick had also collaborated closely with Wendy, a retired investigator. Williams was disappointed to learn that there was no way to contact Rick because he was long dead, but because, to his extensive and persistent research, he was able to learn some other crucial information about Rick, including the fact that he was a gay adult film producer going by the name Richard Lawrence, in addition to owning and operating a skate store in West Hollywood. Given that Rick and Newton had been employed in the same field at the same time, Williams knew he needed to identify the connection between them. Williams started carefully going over Rick's movie credits to find the identities of the actors, producers, and editors. He wanted to find everyone who might still be alive so they could tell their story. The films he prioritized had been made in the immediate aftermath of Newton's murder. He was particularly interested in one movie, The Devil and Danny Webster, as it was called, had debuted Billy Houston, a young, talented actor. Williams took a particular interest in Billy right on and started learning everything he could about him. Upon more investigation, he learned that Billy's true identity was Darrell Lynn Madden and that he was incarcerated for the life term for the killings of two men. Williams learned that Darrell confessed to the authorities about his crimes after being apprehended, claiming that he and another man named Bradley Qualls were responsible for the initial offense. On the day of the event, Bradley and Darrow had gone out with a dark plan to kidnap a gay guy in order to introduce Bradley into a white supremacist gang called Chaos Squad Skinheads. They eagerly waited for an unfortunate person to walk by. Unfortunately, a man by the name of Stephen Domer fell into their carefully set trap. Bradley and Darrell both enticed their victim to a remote location, bound him in their own car, and then took him on a ride. The poor man begged, but in the end, he was strangled to death with a coat hanger. The two men then disposed of the body in a nearby creek after realizing they had killed him. In a surprising turn of events, Darrell later shot Bradley, his accomplice, for an unspecified reason before running away. However, he was caught by the authorities after being unable to hide for very long. All of this had taken place in Oklahoma City. And Williams learned all of this, he continued. As he continued, he soon learned that Darrow had been interviewed for a book called American Honor Killings. Williams decided to try to obtain the book since he felt it had more potentially significant material. After what seemed like an eternity of waiting, he finally received the book that he had ordered online. He started reading right away, and as he turned the pages, he was astounded by what he saw. In the book, Darrell not only discussed killing Stephen, but he also discussed another murder that occurred in Los Angeles. He did not, however, elaborate on that specific occurrence. Williams was both astonished and thrilled by the startling discovery. He was aware that he was right. Darrell had admitted to killing someone in Los Angeles, the same city where Newton had been murdered. Williams was convinced that Newton was the person Darrell had mentioned, but just to be sure, he made the decision to contact Detective Lamberti and tell him all he had learned. Lamberti didn't waste any time in getting to work. He checked Darrell's background. He was shocked to learn that Newton's body had been recovered on Santa Monica Boulevard, which was also the location of the gay adult movie production firm Darrell had worked for. The detective went to see Darrell in order to question him, because he realized it was all too coincidental. Therefore, Detective Lamberti and Detective Tamara Maez went to Oklahoma on January 4th, where Darrell was incarcerated for his offenses. They were shocked to learn that Darrell had changed her name to Darrell Lynn and was now an Orthodox Jew and a proud transsexual lady. There was a flurry of excitement in the air as Lamberti and Maez sat opposite Darrell Lynn, who sat with a poised assurance, prepared to respond to whatever queries the two investigators might have. They questioned Darrell Lynn about Newton's murder during their meeting, and to their surprise, Darrell knew right away who they were referring to. According to Darrell Lynn, he and two of his friends had spotted Newton strolling down the street the day of his murder. They thought Newton would be an easy target for a robbery because he had looked drunk. Things took a turn for the worse after he was kidnapped. It had concluded with Newton being strangled to death, Darrell Lynn admitted. When Darrell Lynn finished his story, Detective Lamberti and his colleague were in complete disbelief. Their ears were almost unbelievable. They then inquired as to how and why Newton's body had been disfigured, to which Darrell Lynn denied any involvement. Newton's body was left with his two pals after they killed him, Darrell Lynn informed them. Darrell Lynn will not provide the names of the two accomplices when questioned about their identities. In the days that followed, Detective Lamberti went to the office of LA County District Attorney George Gascon and made a compelling case against Darrell. To their dismay, however, Gascon's office declared that they would not be charging him since the evidence was insufficient. However, Lamberti and the other team members who had been working on the case non-stop were ecstatic that it had been solved at last. In addition, Michelle was appreciative of the investigators' commitment to the investigation and the sense of closure they provided her with by resolving it. For more than 30 years, the brutal murder of Newton rocked the metropolis of Los Angeles. There is a sense of justice served when one considers that his killer has finally been found and is in prison. The location of the remainder of his body, however, remains a mystery and might potentially haunt the community for years to come. What do you suppose happened to the rest of Newton's body, and who do you think disfigured it? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. In the little Florida town of Sebring, a guy who had just seen a nightmare come to life said these heartbreaking words. He was on the verge of becoming the sixth victim, and he just avoided the mayhem and carnage that would eventually be remembered as one of the most horrifying crimes this community had ever witnessed. Later, the police would characterize the crime as unimaginable and devastating, not just due to the extreme violence but also to the perverse motivations that led to it. How did it all turn out then? What may have motivated someone to carry out such heinous acts of violence? After compiling the official papers and witness testimony, we will go deeply into the specifics of how and why this tragedy occurred, and above all, pay tribute to the 5 lovely souls that were lost forever. Let's start by traveling back in time to a peaceful Wednesday in late January, the 23rd to be precise. In 2019, Sebring, Florida was simply going about its daily business as usual. People were returning to work, adjusting to the new year, and going about their daily lives as usual. Nothing seemed unusual, least of all at SunTrust Bank, where 4 staff members were going about their daily business as usual, processing transactions, helping clients, and surviving another weekday in their sleepy little town. This isn't the type of place where everyone is thinking about crime. Only roughly 10,000 individuals call this small, tight-knit hamlet in Highlands County home. It's the type of area where people feel comfortable running errands or getting coffee without giving it a second thought, and neighbors still wave at one another. In a city like this, the idea of a violent crime occurring in broad daylight was something you would only hear about in the news. But because of one man, nobody could have predicted that Sebring would make national news on this particular day. That man was 21-year-old Zephan Zaver, who had a dark side that no one had completely anticipated. At approximately 12:30 p.m., Zephan entered the bank. He wasn't there to perform any standard banking or inquire about his balance. He had only one goal in mind, though, as he was wearing a ballistic vest underneath his hoodie. He abruptly drew a revolver and pointed it at a bank teller, telling her and the other employees to huddle behind the wall. Customers and staff were forced to comply, in this type of circumstance, which put Zephan in command. Everyone was then trapped inside after he instructed the teller to lock the doors. Zephan instructed the 5 women, 1 customer, and the bank staff to lie on their faces on the floor with their heads facing the wall. There were icy, well-thought-out directives, without any justification or obvious motivation. Then, in a terrifying moment, Zephan fired 9 shots in 5 minutes, shooting all 5 women in cold blood. Particularly in a little town like Sebring, where such brutality was unheard of, it was startling and brutal. What followed, however, was even more terrifying. Zephan stayed put. He made no attempt to hide or run away. Instead, he took a risk. He made a 911 call at precisely 12:36 p.m. As he talked to the dispatcher, he informed the operator that he had just shot 5 people. As if things couldn't get any worse, he then returned to the victims' bodies and fired 2 more shots at them. Even while he was still on the phone, he put the gun to his own head and threatened to commit himself. Even though this sounds terrifying, it is also unsettling that Zephan was so composed as he made his confession. To make matters worse, it is extremely unnerving that he fired again while on the phone, still speaking so calmly. It seems as though he was utterly cold without any fear or regret. The man you see in the video in the introduction, Victor Sparks, had just arrived at the bank with his wife, Deanna, at approximately 12:35 p.m., while the call was still in progress. As Victor got closer to the bank's north side doors, he saw that they were closed. They had intended to make a deposit, just a routine errand. He looked through the front glass doors, but he couldn't see anything because it was dark inside, so he assumed the doors were just jammed. They were still locked when he tried again. The sight of a row of 4 or 5 individuals lying face down on the floor with a figure walking behind them stopped him cold when he looked through the glass doors for the second time. Victor quickly realized that something was seriously off. He started to head back to his car right away, but as he did, he heard 2 huge bangs, the distinct sound of gunfire. He reported what he had seen to the police right away, but the harm had already been done. Deborah Cook, a 54-year-old employee, Marisol Lopez, a 55-year-old employee, Jessica Montague, a 31-year-old employee, Cynthia Watson, a 65-year-old client, and Anna Pinion Williams, a 37-year-old employee, were later identified as the victims of this heinous murder. Families were waiting for all 5 of them to get home that day. Their plans were plans that would never materialize. The fact that none of these women knew Zephan Zaver or had ever interacted with him before makes the situation even more tragic. As startling as it may seem, only one person survived, bank employee Benjamin Wazakowski. It all happened suddenly. During his lunch break, Benjamin, a teller at SunTrust Bank, stopped into Checkers for a quick bite to eat. He went back to the bank and welcomed Larry Smith, a frequent customer, before making his way to the break room, which is located at the rear of the building. He began eating his meal and using his phone to watch some YouTube videos. However, things changed when he heard two huge explosions, approximately half an hour later. Benjamin believed they may be fireworks at first, but then he realized they were shots. He took a quick look at the security monitor, but nothing caught his attention because the screen was switching between cameras and the incident wasn't visible at the time. He was still looking at the monitor when he heard more gunfire. Benjamin realized then that something was seriously amiss. With no way to get in touch with anyone, he hurried out of the building by the back entrance, leaving his phone behind. He dashed to the closest residence through a wooded area behind the SunTrust Bank. He made it to the second house on Tubbs Road, where the residents phoned the police for him. After the first one he arrived at didn't help. There was actually one additional 911 call in addition to the one made by Victor Sparks, aside from the employee's call. However, the call with Zeffin had already concluded when that call came in. The SWAT squad hurried to the area as soon as Zeffin's call ended, ready for a possible standoff, but the crisis negotiator was still on the line with Zeffin in a delicate and tense situation. She spent an hour trying desperately to calm him down. Her steady, soothing voice miraculously made its way to him. She was able to persuade Zeffin to down the gun by being patient. They had been conversing for over 40 minutes at this point. She kept talking to him and calming him down until the SWAT squad showed up and managed to arrest him. That was the end of the horrifying experience. People couldn't stop talking about the crime because the story had already spread like wildfire by this point. Everyone was wondering why a young man would attempt to rob a bank or do something so drastic without any clear justification. Were the victims people he knew? Was there a fight or personal animosity that caused this? However, the answer is actually no. There is no proof that Zeffin knew the victims, even though he did withdraw $600.00 from the bank 4 days before to the shooting. Zeffin even stated in a contact with the crisis negotiator that he was treated kindly by the bank clerk, proving that he wasn't there to commit a crime and that his actions had no ulterior intent. He had a difficult past and was only a young man. The only question that remains is whether this might have been avoided. Zeffin, who was born on April 2, 1997, informed police that he was originally from Plymouth, Indiana, but that he had only been in Sebring for a year or less. He explained that he was the kid of divorced parents, which he felt had influenced him in ways he was unable to properly articulate. Furthermore, he was never good in school. Despite attending schools in Bremen and Plymouth, Indiana, he was never able to complete his education. His behavioral and mental health issues prevented him from completing high school. Police say Zeffin hurt himself when he climbed onto his father's roof when he was about 15 years old. His struggle with darkness had begun years earlier, but that was his first visit to a mental health facility. He acknowledged to investigators that he had been hearing voices, not just whispers but full-fledged orders, urging him to harm and murder since he was 11 years old, and that this was not the first time he had followed their instructions. Zeffin once attacked a student in high school without any provocation. He spent only a week in a mental health facility after the attack. It seems that he kept the voices a secret from the doctors. After his discharge, life continued on until that fateful day. Many people have speculated that Zeffin's breakup with his fiancée at the time is what led to this entire incident. Before he killed everyone, he apparently texted her, according to rumors. Later, Alexandra Gerlach, one of his ex-girlfriends, was contacted by the police to be questioned. Both of them had been admitted to the same hospital twice for depression, Gerlach revealed, and the two had first met at the mental hospital when Zeffin was first admitted. Gerlach acknowledged that Zeffin had suicidal ideas even at that time. Even after their second visit to the mental health facility, Gerlach revealed that Zeffin kept saying things about hurting himself. She claimed that she forced him to swear not to commit suicide. However, Zeffin's perspective appeared to change after that. "If I can't kill myself, then I want to kill others," he once remarked, and he turned into a furious individual. Gerlach claimed she didn't know the source of all that rage. Zeffin would confide in her that he had murderous dreams, including one in which he injured his classmates. He even brought it up to a counselor at his high school, which led to his expulsion. Gerlach stated that this might have occurred in 2014 or 2015, but she was unable to recall if anything comparable occurred at school again after that. Additionally, Gerlach noted that Zeffin enlisted in the military in 2016, but was released soon after. Zeffin had told her he had joined because he believed he could kill people and get away with it, she remembered. She added that Zeffin's threat to kill another member of his squad led to his expulsion from the service. After that, he joined the Florida Department of Corrections as a trainee correctional officer at the Avon Park Correctional Institution. But on January 9, 2019, a few weeks prior to the terrible murder, he resigned from this role. Gerlach said that once Zeffin was released from the military, she had very little touch with him. But Gerlach said she was private messaging Zeffin on Instagram a week after the incident, and he gave her a picture of a new weapon he had bought. When Gerlach questioned him about why he purchased the gun, Zeffin only said, "Because I just wanted one." Gerlach acknowledged that she was unable to recall many details regarding the weapon when questioned about it. She claimed that was the final conversation she had with Zeffin. When speaking with the police, the individual himself didn't mince words. Zeffin was uncannily helpful, almost as though he wanted to explain everything. He acknowledged that on the day of the killing something seemed different, even though he had only bought the handgun 2 days prior. Not only were there voices in his head, but they were louder than ever, demanding, overwhelming, and unavoidable. He was all alone at home at the time because his mother was gone in Illinois for a week-long work training. However, Zeffin did get in touch with one of his former girlfriends, Imani Davis, not Gerlach. Later, Davis testified about their past, having known Zeffin from a long-distance, primarily online connection. She disclosed that their relationship had been characterized by somber, gloomy chats since they first met while she was still in high school. Together, they had discussed trying to injure themselves, delving deeply into themes of death and hopelessness. They would talk about these bothersome subjects on the phone for hours or even days at a time. However, their relationship ended in May 2018 and they ceased communicating completely. That is, until the day of the shooting on January 23, 2019. Suddenly, Zeffin sent her a message. His initial expression was one of exceptional happiness, almost excitement, which was very out of character for him. Then, when Zeffin was still in his car in the bank parking lot at precisely 12:14 in the afternoon, Davis got a message that chilled her to the bone. The message read, "The fun part, the cliché clincher, is that I'm not going out alone. I've always wanted to kill somebody, so I'm taking a few folks out with me. Watch for me on the news when I try it out and see how it goes. Florida Sebring." Davis was appalled. "There's something wrong with you," she said right away. "Really?" She didn't stop there, though. Recognizing the gravity of the issue, since she was in gym class at the time, she showed her gym teacher the messages right away. The situation swiftly worsened from there. Law enforcement in her area and Sebring were notified, and the principal and psychiatrist of the school became involved. However, it was already too late. Zeffin reportedly smiled as he walked into the bank and walked up to the teller before abruptly brandishing the revolver at her. Another witness even asserted that, in the parking lot, he and Zeffin had met eyes right before the shooting. "In your own words, what can you tell me you include them?" Zeffin was charged with 5 first-degree murder charges. He entered a guilty plea to all counts in March 2023. By a vote of 9-3 in June 2024, the jury recommended the death penalty, which the prosecution had pressed for. Zeffin received a death sentence on December 16, 2024. Judge Angela Cowden emphasized how his acts were intentional and had a significant effect on the community and the families of the victims. By a vote of 9-3, the jury concludes that Zeffin and Alan Xaver ought to receive the death penalty. The state attorney's office lobbied for this decision, with assistance from the families of Anna Pena Williams, Deborah Cook, Marisol Lopez, Jessica Montague, and Cynthia Watson. Their family were forever scarred by the loss of these 5 lives. For instance, the daughter of Marisol Lopez expressed the profound gap that was left in her life. As he entered the bank, Lopez was actually the first to encounter Zeffin's gun. She was known for always making everyone around her feel better, even in the face of devastating events. The family and everyone who knew Marisol, a mother of 2 small children, will always miss her. Then there was 38-year-old mother of 7, Anna Pignon Williams. Anna liked her job at the bank and was just as committed as Marisol. She was a strong and resilient person because of her commitment to her job and her kids. Her family was devastated by her unexpected death, and the people of Sebring shared their sorrow. In addition to being a devoted mother to 5 children and a wife to her husband Germain, Jessica Montague, 31, was employed as a teller at SunTrust Bank. Only a few days prior to the photo shoot, Jessica had been preparing to celebrate her wedding anniversary. There are no adequate words to describe the loss of the couple's 3-year-old child's mother. According to a friend, Jessica was a vibrant woman who was always able to make a space more cheerful. Her sudden passing undoubtedly devastated her family and left a hole that would never be filled. Another victim was Deborah Cook, a California native who was 54 years old. Since 1984, she has been wed to her spouse, Michael. Deborah was well known for her friendliness and dedication over her many years of employment at the bank. A granddaughter, a grandson, a daughter-in-law, and 2 sons survive her and continue her legacy. Her family recalls her as a kind, encouraging woman with a big heart. Last but not least was Cynthia Watson, a 65-year-old bank customer on that particular day. Only a few weeks prior to the incident, Cynthia had tied the knot with her longtime companion, Tony Watson. Before getting married on January 3, 2019, they had been dating for 5 years. They currently reside in Venus, Florida, with their pets, which include goats, chickens, and 2 Shih Tzus. Friends knew Cynthia as a fervent animal lover. On the surface, Zippin appeared to be a completely normal person, which is why we said that this tragedy really took everyone by surprise. There was nothing about him that suggested he was capable of such cruelty. He was regarded as a polite young man with a career and what seemed to be a love of life in the Sebring neighborhood. He was known for having a routine and blending in without causing any suspicion. In an interview, one of his neighbors even went so far as to say that Zeppin appeared incapable of carrying out such a heinous deed. Zeppin is currently 27 years old. Zeppin is still being held on death row at Florida State Prison. Having said that, do you believe that this entire tragedy might have been avoided? Or taking into account Zeppin's psychological state, do you think it was inevitable that it would happen eventually? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Torturing a child while her parents looked on helplessly is an act of pure cruelty that is beyond description. Killing a whole family is a terrible thing in and of itself. In 1996, this became the main motivation for the whole Pope County Sheriff's Office in Arkansas. Without a doubt, what began as an unimaginable, heinous act would soon reveal an even more sinister network of secrets connected to one horrifying entity: white supremacy. This is one of the most brutal and unsettling incidents we've ever discussed on the channel, and it raises a crucial question. How can such a perverse thinking lead to such callous violence? Let's now examine the victims, the Mueller family, in greater detail before attempting to respond to that question. To begin with, the Muellers were not your typical family. A large portion of their world was characterized by their passion for firearms. William Mueller, the father, was more than just an avid collector. He was a certified gun dealer and a federal firearms licensee. His life was centered around guns, selling, purchasing, and even using them. Yet he was also a self-employed electrician. He was married to Nancy, and the two of them reared their only kid, Sarah, who is 8 years old. She was the center of their universe, and they loved her dearly. Sarah was homeschooled by William and Nancy in the small, close-knit community of Tilly, Arkansas. Gun shows were a common weekend pastime that only strengthened their bond as a family. Therefore, it should come as no surprise that their house was crammed with guns, ammo, and a sizable cash reserve. It was the ideal location for a theft, because of all that precious loot that was just sitting there. And that is precisely what happened in 1995. Unbelievably, a family acquaintance named Kirby Kehoe broke into the Mueller residence. He took money and firearms. The Mueller family, however, didn't let this setback deter them. The heist didn't halt their love of guns or their business. Now, remember this robbery, as it will be important to the subsequent inquiry. Let's go ahead to January 1996. The Muller family was out of the house, most likely enjoying some time together, but they had no idea that two creatures were lurking in the shadows, preparing to attack them as soon as they entered. These two men confronted the Muellers as soon as they stepped inside. Don't be deceived by the fact that they were dressed like FBI agents. These were not genuine men. They were fakes. They immediately tied the family to chairs, and when 52-year-old William Mueller refused to comply, the situation took a horrifying turn. The family was split up by the intruders, who then started torturing them. While questioning, they exerted every effort to get the Muellers to speak, but when the parents refused to cooperate, they focused on 8-year-old Sarah. It gets to this point, it's really cool. One of the men shocked Sarah with an electric cattle prod to get her to talk as she was being questioned about the family's wealth and where they stored their cash and jewels. Even while it wouldn't be enough to kill someone, the anguish is unbearable, particularly for a little child like Sarah. They discovered guns, ammo, and $50,000, 0 cents, in cash, when the young girl provided them with the information they were looking for. You could assume that they would simply take what they came for and go. However, things didn't work out that way. The nightmare has just begun. After that, stun guns were used to overpower the Muellers and render them unconscious. As if relishing the lengthy, painful procedure, the intruders took their sweet time with this. However, it didn't end there. The worst was to come. The two men covered their heads with tight plastic bags and smothered them. Imagine the pain of being powerless to stop your entire family from being tortured. In those last minutes, the Muellers had to face the fact. If you believed that the Mueller was discovered dead immediately following that terrible night, then you're mistaken. You'd be mistaken, though. In actuality, it took 2 weeks for anyone to discover that something was seriously off. Earlene Branch, Nancy Mueller's mother, hadn't heard from her daughter in a long time. Nancy was quite different from that. Particularly when they attended those gun shows, she would always call after their travels. Earlene contacted the sheriff to express her mounting fear because she couldn't get rid of the uneasy sensation that something terrible had happened. Even though the Muellers lived in a neighboring county, Sheriff Jay Winters knew them and promised to assist. Yet when he spoke with neighbors, they seemed unconcerned. Most assumed the Muellers hadn't bothered to check in because they had simply left, perhaps for a short vacation or a respite from everything. Everyone seemed to believe that everything was okay, and that they were simply giving themselves some space. The matter then took a horrifying turn on February 11, a full month later. The Mueller's Jeep was discovered by a farmer who was going about his daily business. Far from its proper location, it lay buried and deserted on the highway side. The investigation resumed after this discovery. Nancy Mueller's pocketbook was still in the Jeep, with her ID and wallet, but the trailer was deserted, and there was no evidence of the family. The Muellers' disappearance grew increasingly unnerving as the days stretched into weeks and the weeks into months. There were no leads or hints, only the ominous silence of their absence. 5 months later, the case took a turn when an elderly couple chose to go fishing in a bayou close to Russellville for the day. The woman caught her fishing line on something while she was waiting for a hit, and when she attempted to untangle it, she soon discovered that she had hooked a boot that still contained a man's leg bone. She ended the call in horror and hurried to get assistance. Sheriff Winters launched a second search after this, assembling teams to search the bayou using divers and metal hooks. They had retrieved pieces of a body by the end of the day. The head was covered with duct tape, and the torso was supported by a boulder. Investigators realized this was no typical crime as soon as they spotted the body. It appeared to be a determined, cold, and purposeful execution. It was a little female's body. When they looked at the size and the clothing, they discovered that it didn't match the body of a 6-year-old girl who had been reported missing from a nearby county the previous year. They began to question whether this was Sarah Miller at that point. 2 more fragmentary bodies were found the following day. Their heads were wrapped in plastic bags that were firmly fastened with duct tape, and their torsos were all weighed down with boulders. The scene was eerie. The identities of the bodies were verified by the authorities using clothes, DNA, and dental data. William Mueller, his wife Nancy, and their daughter Sarah, age 8, were present. An investigation into a vicious triple killing swiftly evolved from what had begun as a missing persons case. According to the coroner's examination, the remains had most likely been in the water since January 11, the last time anyone had seen them. There was more to the tale, though. The tiny dots of blue paint adhered to the tape were discovered by investigators. The FBI lab in Washington, D.C., received the paint samples for testing, and it was determined that the paint type matched those of General Motors automobiles. Investigators pieced together that two people had to be engaged with this new lead. One followed in the Mueller's Jeep, and the other drove the blue car carrying the bodies. Before the corpses were thrown into the river, the plastic bags had probably already killed the Muellers. Before long, the focus of the investigation returned to the Muellers' possessions. Relatives had stolen the majority of the family's goods since they had disappeared, but some had been left behind and were kept in their landlord's garage. A serial-numbered Colt .45 pistol case was among the items discovered, but there was no gun. A family photo with some pals was also discovered. After entering the gun's serial number into the National Crime Information Center database, the team discovered that the firearm belonged to Travis Brake, a man who had been arrested for carrying a concealed weapon in Seattle, Washington, months prior. He identified the two persons he purchased the handgun from and acknowledged that he had purchased it at a gun expo. He was drawn to one of the men. Brake pointed to one of the individuals in the photograph that investigators displayed after discovering it among the Muellers' possessions. As you may recall, Kirby Kehoe was no stranger to trouble. He was the same man who had robbed the Muellers a year earlier. He was deeply active in the white nationalist movement and has a lengthy criminal past involving firearms. But before they could make an arrest, the investigators still needed strong proof. Investigators in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, had a break almost a year after the murder of the Muellers, when a trooper noticed a blue Chevy Suburban parked in a handicapped space inside with odd bumper stickers. They discovered Sean Haynes and his expectant girlfriend dozing off. The trooper found that one of the firearms Haynes had in the car, a stolen AR-15 rifle, had belonged to the Muellers after running the serial numbers on both of them. After being detained and interrogated, Haynes acknowledged exchanging the weapon for another gun at a motel in Washington. The eldest son, Kirby Kehoe, the merchant Chevy Kehoe, and the detectives had two suspicions 6 months prior. Let's take a moment to learn more about the Kehoe family's history before delving further into the case. I promise you that learning their tale will help you understand why they did. The Muellers were very different from the Kehoes. 26-year-old Chevy Kehoe was raised in a home where white supremacy was more than simply a topic of conversation. It was how they lived. Chevy wasn't your typical young man in danger. Everything was molded by his father's influence, which led the family in a hostile and sinister direction. The Kehoes fled sunny Florida for the peaceful hills of Madison County, North Carolina. When Chevy was still a baby, in the middle of the 1980s, the Kehoes relocated once more, this time to Washington's Stevens County. At first glance, Chevy appeared to be a bright youngster with promise. Although he excelled academically in Colville Junior High School, his parents chose to homeschool him in 1988 for personal reasons. Instead of creating a healthy learning environment, they built a bubble of radical ideas in an attempt to give more concentrated attention. He was forced into a life of crime at an early age, learning how to elude the police and committing robbery and theft. The Kehoe house was a haven for suspicion and hatred, as you may guess. Their specialty was anti-government sentiment, which Chevy absorbed wholeheartedly. He was more than a young child with lofty goals. His fantasies were hazardous, aggressive, and motivated by white supremacist ideology. Chevy's only objective as a young man was to topple the U.S. government and establish his own white supremacist utopia, which he named the Aryan People's Republic. For Chevy, this was more than a phase. His family served as the cornerstone of his perilous philosophy, and this warped image was everything. This influence was evident in 1995 when Chevy participated in a brutal kidnapping and robbery in June. Malcolm and Jill Friedman, a Jewish couple who ran a store where Chevy had previously worked, were the target of him and a partner. They held the Friedman at gunpoint. However, this was not a haphazard crime. Chevy targeted them explicitly due to their ethnicity. Given all that was happening, this act was a glaring example of the violence and hatred he had been taught to accept. Kirby Kehoe and his son Chevy Kehoe had been on the police radar for years, which was not surprising. If Chevy was involved in a variety of crimes, you can only imagine the trouble his father, Kirby, had been up to. The worst part is that, in spite of the lengthy criminal background, Neither of them could be located. They appeared to disappear into thin air, and no one was able to find them. That is, until a blue Chevy Suburban was stopped by an Ohio State policeman on February 15, 1977. The vehicle appeared odd as it passed by, was swerving and was moving far too slowly. The passenger nodded to the trooper, but the driver didn't even look at him. The officer ignored it until he noticed that even after they had passed him, the passenger continued to stare at him in the rearview mirror. The officer's instincts began to take over at that point. The license plate had expired when they ran it. Furthermore, neither of their driver's licenses were currently valid. The driver cooperated with the trooper's request to exit the car, but he cautioned the officer not to touch him. Then things changed. The motorist abruptly ran back to the automobile when one of the deputies called for a tow truck to confiscate it. He was being pursued by the officers, but they attempted to restrain him. After the man in the passenger seat produced a revolver and began shooting at the officers, there was enough confusion for Chevy to get back into the Suburban and flee. Kukui requested that the driver exit the vehicle. The man informed the officer that a friend had let him use the truck. A pat-down search was then denied. As the cop tries to search the man for clubs, knives, and other weapons, pay attention. It seems that he desired trouble. Another few minutes passed. The man then tried to flee by running back to his car. After then, the passenger started shooting at the officers. The drivers escaped while the passenger rushed into the bushes. As it happens, Chevy Kehoe and his brother Cheney Kehoe were the two guys involved in that heated confrontation. Cheney, in the passenger seat, ran into the woods when Chevy pulled off in the Suburban. As one might assume, the police searched for him all day but were unable to apprehend him. Now, Cheney shared Chevy's strong white supremacist views and was not hesitant to use violence to further his convictions. Chevy was involved in another shooting later that day, this time at an electrical supply company's parking lot. During the confusion, he engaged in gunfire with two Wilmington police officers, Sergeant Robert Bob Martin and Officer Richard Rick Wood. Frank Marsden, 56, was struck in the shoulder by an innocent bystander. Both the troopers and the sergeant's dash cameras recorded the shootout, which swiftly gained widespread attention. After appearing on Fox's World's Scariest Police Shootouts in 1997, the video went viral and appeared on other shows such as Most Shocking and World's Most Amazing Videos. The Kehoe brothers, meanwhile, were evading capture by secretly driving an RV across many states with their families. Police had to up their efforts because investigators were afraid they would do anything to get out. At Lake Hill Campground, they posted pictures of the brothers in the hopes that someone might recognize them or the car. It was 2 days too late for investigators to learn that the Kehoes had set up camp there in an RV. The RV was already on its way. Weeks passed, and reports of the RV continued to come in from all over the nation. Constantly one step ahead of the law, they had been seen in locations such as West Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Texas, and Montana. The stolen van containing Chevy's signature gas receipt was discovered in Indianapolis, but Cheney was nowhere to be seen. The Keystone RV was discovered deserted on a lonely Wyoming road a few days later. Upon investigating, the authorities found a box full of bomb-making materials, a troubling cache of firearms, ammo, and phony FBI jackets and U.S. Marshals badges. When the ATF bomb team arrived to conduct an inspection, they discovered no operational devices. But the components demonstrated that the key holders were getting ready for something much more serious. The brothers' increasing aggressiveness and their potential future moves greatly alarmed the authorities. It seems that the Kehoes were constantly one step ahead as the search went on. On June 16, 1997, however, Cheney Kehoe, Chevy's brother, was tipped off to authorities that he was prepared to give himself in. Authorities discovered that Cheney and his brother had sought safety on a secluded ranch in southern Utah following the shootouts in Ohio, after Cheney disclosed where they had been hiding for the previous few months. In return for their assistance on the farm, the owners had offered them accommodation and board. But when Cheney's rage erupted and his paranoia increased, things swiftly took a turn for the worst. In order to instill his white supremacist beliefs in his younger brothers, Chevy even discussed killing his wife, Karina, who was of Native American descent, and planning to kill his own parents, Kirby and Gloria. Chevy's suspicions then turned against his own brother on June 12. Chevy feared for his life and his family's safety during a violent argument. he made the decision to run. Their long-running relationship came to an end when he drove over 1,000 miles back to Washington State in the middle of the night with his loved ones, Chevy. The arrest of Kehoe on June 17, 1997, is not the most significant event. The most significant and intriguing information Cheney provided to law police was that Chevy admitted to helping to kill the Millers with another unidentified man. The father of the Kehoe brothers, Kirby Kehoe, was also arrested at about the same time in June 1997. As you might guess, the father's arrest didn't exactly match the story that everyone was hoping for. He and Cheney Kehoe had nothing to do with the murder of the Miller family. However, Gloria Kehoe Chevy's mother came out to police officials and unleashed a bombshell just as things appeared to be falling apart. Gloria disclosed that Chevy, her son, had told her the horrific details of the murder of the Muller family. She continued by saying that the killings weren't an isolated incident. They had a year's worth of plans. The scheme dates all the way back to February 1995, when the initial robbery of the Muller family reportedly started it all. When William Mueller, the patriarch of the Mueller family, confronted Kirby Kehoe because he believed he was implicated in the crime, Gloria said the series of events began. William Mueller apparently treated Kirby with extreme disdain during this altercation, which upset Chevy. Indeed, that appeared to be the moment that triggered a mental switch in Chevy. He believed that William's disdain was sufficient justification for him to loot and murder the Muellers. However, it went beyond a simple resentment of rudeness. Law enforcement claims that Chevy had more than one reason for doing this. Chevy's intrigue was further stoked when he learned that William Mueller was in possession of some serious weapons, pricey firearms, high-end equipment, and ammo. Gloria continued after that. She identified Daniel Lewis Lee as the second man implicated in the killings. Chevy had seen Lee before. Chevy knew him from their time spent in white supremacist organizations. Chevy and Lee shared a common ideology and were both fervently committed to the notion of establishing a country exclusively for white people. To keep themselves and Kirby from being linked to the crime, they had intended to rob the Millers, murder them, and hide their tracks. Gloria continued by explaining that the Mueller family had departed for a weapons exhibition on January 11, 1996. Chevy and Lee pretended to be police officers and headed to the Mueller residence when they were away. Chevy and Lee surprised the Muellers and tied them up when they returned. However, one aspect of the strategy didn't work out as planned. Gloria claims that Lee was apprehensive, particularly regarding the murder of Sarah Mueller, the daughter of the Mueller family. Chevy apparently took matters into his own hands and killed Sarah himself, since Lee simply couldn't bring himself to do it. In March 1999, Daniel Lewis Lee and Chevy Kehoe were put on trial for the triple homicide. Gloria Kehoe and Cheney both testified against them, revealing all the specifics of what had transpired. A conviction came at the end of the trial. Daniel Lewis Lee received a death sentence, and Chevy Kehoe received a life term. It seems that Daniel Lewis Lee also had a very difficult childhood, characterized from an early age by violence and instability. Lee had a lot of obstacles to overcome. He frequently ended up in mental health centers due to his struggles with seizures and other neurological conditions. His stay at these institutions was brief, though, since he was sent out because of his aggressive conduct, his incapacity to manage his emotions, and his increasing violent tendencies, which only appeared to worsen with age, added to his difficulties. Lee's aggressive proclivities had already shown themselves in a terrifying way by the time he was 17 years old. He was complicit in the vicious robbery murder of Joseph Wavra in a series of violent acts. It was the third murder. Amazingly, though, Lee was able to escape being charged with murder. Rather, he was simply handed a suspended sentence for the robbery, which felt like a less severe punishment considering the seriousness of the offense. Sadly, Lee's violent tendencies were not significantly reduced by this indulgence. It just seemed to give him more confidence, letting his need for violence grow unbridled. It was not long before Lee and Chevy Kehoe met. When the two first met in 1995, they were drawn to each other by their perverse desire to create a white nationalist stronghold and their mutual loathing of the government. Lee now made an effort to improve his reputation in court by saying he had a decent side and that he was capable of changing. His request for pity sounded more like a movie redemption story than real life, even if his past was filled with terrible crimes. It felt a little absurd. The court rejected it. Nobody thought Lee could actually change his history because it was too awful. He was ultimately put to death by lethal injection in 2020. In 1996, he was found guilty of killing 3 members of a family in Arkansas. One of them was an 8-year-old girl. However, Lee denied doing it to witnesses this morning. Overnight, the High Court decided 5-4 to overturn the decisions of the lower courts, with conservative justices making up the majority. When it came to lethal injection, those courts had been worried about what they referred to as an unconstitutional risk of agony. Daniel Lewis Lee, who had a less direct role, was sentenced to death, but Chivi Kehoe, who was the mastermind behind the heinous killings of the Mueller family, escaped the death penalty. Nothing about this seemed to make sense. How could his co-conspirator receive a worse punishment than the man who orchestrated and executed the entire scheme? The fact that Chivi was complicit in the Oklahoma City bombing, another major crime, just made matters more bizarre. Cheney, Chevy's brother, said Chevy was aware of the bombing before it occurred, after Chevy was taken into custody. Months prior to the bombing, Chevy was reportedly spotted in a Spokane motel with Timothy McVeigh, the bomber. The motel's manager even said that Chevy had been anticipating the blast with excitement when the news broke, and had even alluded to a major event on April 19. However, the FBI's investigation revealed no evidence that McVeigh had ever visited Spokane, or that Chidi was directly involved in the attack. Although Chevy denied everything, the mystery was only heightened by the rumors. Even though it was evident that Chevy had connections to violent extremist organizations, he was given a lighter sentence than Lee. In the end, their father, Kirby Kehoe, was sentenced to 44 months after entering a guilty plea to federal racketeering charges, while Cheney Kehoe was given a 24-year term for attempted murder and possession of weapons because of his involvement in an Ohio gunfight. Cheney was later released from jail in 2008 after his sentence was lowered to 11 years, but his legal issues didn't stop there. He and Kirby were taken into custody by federal authorities in Arizona on October 14, 2013, following an ATF raid that turned up a sizable marijuana-growing enterprise and a firearms cache at an off-grid compound. 17 firearms, about 17,000 rounds of ammunition, 15 pounds of marijuana, and several sets of body armor were confiscated by the authorities. In 2014, Cheney and Kirby both entered guilty pleas to felonies including the possession of firearms and ammunition. Kirby was given a 10-year sentence, and Cheney was given a 41-month prison term. September 2016 saw Cheney's release, while January 2022 saw Kirby's. The majority of Chevy's time was spent at the U.S. Penitentiary. Under the Federal Bureau of Prisons record number 213,100,009, Florence A. Dex was incarcerated in Colorado. By 2022, he had been sent to a variety of different prisons, including United States Penitentiary Florence High and United States Penitentiary McCreary in Kentucky. One can only hope that Chevy Kehoe is suffering more there than his victims were while he was detained at the U.S. Penitentiary Terre Haute. However, how do you feel about all of this? Given their anti-government views, do you think justice was done, or that the law was too lenient toward them? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We're delving into yet another horrifying situation today. You can't truly know what goes on in someone's house behind closed doors. Even the closest friends or family members might be clueless at times. Behind the scenes, what appears to be a picture-perfect family may be concealing a fatal threat. Many times, people are too afraid to talk about their problems, for fear of upsetting or burdening their loved ones. It's more comfortable to deal with difficulties alone rather than to include other people in your suffering. However, what occurs if domestic violence is the problem? What if the partner already instills fear and submission in their significant other because they feel untouchable? Victims in such circumstances frequently experience a fear of physical abuse that is on par with their fear of their partner abandoning them. When Yulia Fireman, a well-known young businessman, killed his wife in January 2013 and attempted to make it appear as though she had committed suicide, the whole city of Samara was startled. When it was discovered that the offender received no punishment at all for his crime, the issue sparked popular indignation. Alexander Fairman was convicted guilty of killing his child's mother. However, the investigation's conclusions inexplicably changed, and the incident was attributed to a brief episode of insanity. 11 years later, Yulia's family continues to strive for justice and the punishment of her perpetrator. Alexander and Yulia, a tale of love. On August 21, 1986, Yulia Sergeyevna Fairman née Naumova was born in Samara in the Russian Middle Volga area. She was raised in a modest working-class household. Her mother, Ludmila Naumova, was engaged in the food service sector, while her father, Sergey Naumova, was a driver. Despite Yulia's difficult upbringing, her parents made every effort to make sure she never went without. They were committed to providing her with the greatest education they could afford and a decent upbringing. Yulia began attending Samara's public school, number 67, in 1993 and received her diploma in 2003. She continued her education in management at Samara State Academy's Faculty of Economics and Management. After receiving her degree in 2007, she quickly found employment at VIP Auto, a significant local auto dealership. This is where she first met Alexander, a young man, and their romance started. Samara was also the birthplace of Alexander Mikhailovich Fairman. He came from a wealthy family in 1985. His father, Mikhail Fairman, made a fortune in farming throughout the 1990s, raising cattle, owning factories that made dairy products distributed all over the country, and operating beekeeping operations to sell honey and other bee products. He rose to become one of the city's most prominent and wealthy individuals. However, the creation of LLC Teplizhny, one of the most prosperous agricultural businesses in the Samara area and the entire Volga economic zone, was his greatest achievement. Alexander met Yulia while working for a short time at the VIP car dealership after graduating from college. He started courting the young, attractive woman as soon as he saw her. Regretfully, Yulia reacted to his attention, and they began a fast-paced romance that initially seemed like a fantasy. After dating for around a year and a half, Alexander formally proposed in 2009. Friends and family claimed that Alexander planned a romantic surprise for Yulia. He brought her to the window, paid her an unexpected visit, and signaled his buddies who were waiting outside when he proposed. They let go of a balloon with a tiny box holding a stunning engagement ring inside. After catching the balloon and putting the ring on her finger, he proposed to her. Yulia was so happy that she couldn't contain her tears and said yes. Shortly after their engagement in late 2009, they were married. Alexander's parents threw a magnificent celebration for their adored son, spending a lot of money. With a big guest list, a huge Hummer limousine, the most renowned banquet space in the city, a stylish master of ceremonies, and a spectacular fireworks show to round off the evening, they planned an enormous celebration. Yulia looked like a fairy tale and was beaming with happiness, as her bridesmaids remembered. To outsiders, the princess's wedded life appeared idyllic and content. They were living pleasantly and worry-free in their well-furnished flat on Stavropol Scale Street. At that point, Alexander had begun working for LLC Teplizhny, his father's business, where he assumed the position of executive director. The couple began considering starting a family shortly after the wedding. However, Yulia was unable to conceive for more than a year. According to Alexander's family, the first noticeable rifts in their marriage appeared during this period, but both of them thought that the birth of a child would save their union and fortify their relationship. When the pregnancy test eventually showed those two eagerly anticipated lines, it was evident from the happy pictures Yulia posted on social media that they were looking forward to the birth of their kid. Yulia gave birth to a boy on September 6, 2011, and they called him Pavel. A few days later, Yulia announced on social media that the baby had been delivered, weighing 9 pounds 6 ounces and measuring 23.6 inches in length. She also thanked everyone for their well wishes. The countless pictures of Yulia and young Pavel show how much she loved every second of her maternity leave. Her life appeared to be perfect from the outside. A devoted husband, a healthy child, a comfortable home, stable finances, and a solid family. Many of her acquaintances were envious of her, but everything fell apart in a flash, and the horrifying late-night call made the idea of a perfect family disappear like smoke. The quiet at the Naumova home was broken early on January 4 by a phone call. Ludmila Naumova answered the phone half drowsy, not quite understanding what was being said. On the other end was Alexander, her son-in-law, who icily informed her that Yulia had passed away. The earth seemed to have vanished beneath her feet. Unbelievably, she began to scream and cry, thinking it must be some cruel, pointless prank, which prompted her shocked husband to hurry in. Everything felt like a nightmare after that. When the first automobile passed, Ludmila Naumova and her husband hurried outside, pulled on some clothing, and begged the driver to take them to their daughter's apartment. An ambulance was already parked close to one of the entrances when they reached the building on Stavropol Sky Street, which was about 15 minutes away. Ludmila, barely conscious of herself, rushed to the paramedics, but they simply shrugged, expressing their sympathy and informing her that there was nothing further they could do. Elena Fairman, Yulia's mother-in-law, was outside with their 1.5-year-old grandson Pasha. Ludmila rushed to her, desperate for answers, but all she could infer from Elena's statements was that Yulia was no longer there. When the mob finally reached the apartment, they were met with a terrifying sight. Inside, the floor near the bathroom had light bloodstains, and their daughter's lifeless body lay on the floor near the entrance. Her face was covered in blood and her hair was matted and twisted. Her mother was too shy to come close. She had to be taken into another room as she began to lose consciousness. After Ludmila Naumova had calmed down, Alexander, her son-in-law, rushed up and shoved a phone in her face, demanding that she look into what her daughter had done. He persisted until she took the phone. Even though she was having trouble understanding everything around her, she struggled to concentrate as she read this message, which contained an odd farewell note. According to reports, Yulia admitted to cheating on her spouse 6 months prior and claimed she was unable to forgive herself. She said that if her actions damaged her family and the life of their child, she didn't know how she could continue. According to Alexander, Yulia had committed suicide, making the murder scene initially strange. He claimed that she had been so overcome by remorse over her supposed affair that she was unable to handle it any longer. He claimed that she had behaved oddly that night, and they quarreled before Yulia entered the restroom. She had been in there for too long, he realized after a while. He knocked on her door and she didn't answer, so he opened it to see her hanging from the doorknob with a hairdryer cord around her neck. He says he tried CPR on her and summoned emergency services and his parents when he realized he was powerless to save her, to assist with the youngster. Alexander didn't phone his mother-in-law to let her know what had happened until paramedics confirmed Yulia was gone. He spent the entire time in the flat, conversing with the law officers and medical staff who came to the site. But Alexander did not act like a widower in mourning. He appeared uncomfortably composed, but he became obviously agitated when Ludmila Naumova showed in. He didn't feel sorry for her. Indeed, he appeared determined to exacerbate her suffering. The condition of Yulia's body, however, was what really drew the investigators' attention. Not Alexander's strange behavior. On her neck, forensic specialists found 2 ligature marks. One was quite noticeable, as if she had been strangled. The second mark showed after she had passed away, although it was faint and at a different angle, suggesting hanging. Her body also had a lot of other wounds that were healing in different phases, but more on that later. Another oddity is that Alexander called his parents and a hospital worker relative first, rather than the emergency services, after finding his wife's dead. Their arrival at the scene preceded that of the paramedics. What was wrong with the message of farewell? After losing her daughter, Ludmila Naumova was in a state of shock and was hardly able to process anything when her son-in-law first gave her the message on her daughter's phone. She had reasonable suspicions from the beginning that her daughter had not authored that note. First of all, Yulia had never texted her mother before, understanding that she didn't read texts at all because of her terrible vision. Secondly, Yulia never spoke to her mother in the manner described in the parting message. Third, Ludmila had no doubts whatsoever that her daughter would never abandon her kid. He was the center of her existence. Furthermore, scientists concluded that Yulia's heart had already stopped beating when the message was transmitted. Alexander clarified this by saying that he may have mistakenly sent his wife's last message to her mother while attempting to contact for medical assistance, and that Yulia may have typed the message and left it in drafts. Yulia's phone also showed a conversation she had with a close friend, in which she disclosed marital issues and her husband's aggressive actions. She didn't elaborate, but it was obvious that she was terrified of Alexander. In one of her final letters, Yulia stated that she couldn't bear to die and that she would remain strong for her kid. After analyzing Yulia's body and the murder scene, the original theory was that police had determined that this was a poorly orchestrated crime rather than a suicide. Alexander was the main suspect right away. He was arrested and placed in a correctional facility, pending the completion of the investigation. Initially, Alexander persisted in his belief that his wife had committed suicide. He accused her of adultery, saying that her need was fueled by regret and guilt. But it was evident from the forensic report that Yulia had been brutally murdered. The preliminary theory states that the pair got into a furious dispute over a pointless issue on the evening of January 3. Alexander attempted to disguise his wife's death as a suicide after beating and strangling her during the dispute. He was formally charged with the offense on January 18. The investigation went on and his prison period was prolonged. Alexander later acknowledged that he and his wife had a heated argument that evening during which he punched her and grabbed a nearby hairdryer, but he said he couldn't recall what transpired next. Only when he noticed Yulia's motionless body, the hairdryer cord around her neck, and blood on the floor, did he realize what had happened. At that point, Alexander said, his sole worry was that their 1.5-year-old son, Pavel, wouldn't wake up and discover what had occurred. Alexander began wiping the bloodstains off the floor once they were able to put their son to sleep. Then, to make it appear as though his wife had committed herself, he carried her body to the bathroom and hung it from the hairdryer cord on the doorknob. He maintained that he had some kind of memory blackout and was unable to recall how he accomplished all of this. According to the results of the initial psychological and mental assessment, Alexander was completely sane at the time of the crime and knew exactly what he was doing. Things at the funeral, however, started to drastically change in the months that followed. Yulia's body was taken home from the morgue on January 5 in order to get ready for her funeral. After a custody dispute, on the same day, Alexander's parents visited the Naumov flat and begged for as much forgiveness as possible for both themselves and their son. They then departed, and neither they nor any other member of the Fairman family showed up for the funeral or memorial service. The following day, January 6, the funeral was held. Not a single member of the Fairman family attended the more than 100 guests who gathered to honor the young woman who was taken too soon. Ludmila Naumova started the process of requesting custody of her grandchild a few days after she had begun to accept her loss. She went to the appropriate authorities, who told her what paperwork she needed to collect. She saw physicians, psychologists, and other specialists for weeks, but when all the paperwork was prepared, Ludmila was abruptly turned down. Due to their affluence and ability to give him a more comfortable living, the child welfare authorities chose to leave little Pasha with his paternal grandparents. Ludmila and her husband were only permitted to take their grandson on weekends, which they did as frequently as they could. The small boy now resided in a spacious suburban villa in the Volsky area. Who, then, was actually unfaithful? As previously mentioned, Yulia's husband, the murderer, wrote and sent the farewell message discovered on her phone after she had passed away. There was no question about it, even if Alexander denied it over and over again. He only invented a fictitious lover to present the tragedy as the result of an unfaithful, guilty wife's regret. He made the text up as he went along and typed it. Yulia had no affairs and couldn't have had any, according to the results of a comprehensive inquiry and witness testimonies. She was totally focused on her son once he was born, spending every moment with him and hardly leaving him. In the hopes that things would improve in the future, she was even prepared to put up with her violent husband's abuse in order to keep the family together. Alexander wasn't so innocent for the sake of little Pash. He didn't even bother to conceal the fact that he had been having an affair. He was frequently spotted with a young woman who lived close by, and it was obvious that their relationship went beyond simple friendliness or neighborliness. Elena, Julia's cousin, claims that she saw Alexander and this woman cuddling in his car just before the catastrophe, but she just told her mother about it, and she subsequently had confirmation from her. After arguing with his wife on New Year's Eve, Alexander went out to celebrate with friends and Yulia, the same woman. She confided in her best friend, whom she could always rely on, rather than telling her parents about it to avoid upsetting them. Everything was altered by the new assessment. In May 2013, a second psychological evaluation came to the unexpected conclusion that Alexander was temporarily insane at the time of the crime against his wife. Because of this, the murder charge, which was previously punishable by up to 15 years in prison, was immediately reduced to 3 years by being categorized as a crime committed in a condition of temporary insanity. Alexander had gone to considerable pains to stage his wife's death as a suicide after killing her, which is not the usual behavior of someone in a temporary state of insanity, but for some reason, no one seemed to care. In order to conceal the evidence of the beating, he cleaned the floor. He even emailed Yulia's mother a phony farewell message posing as her, regarding the lawyer's actions and the custody dispute. By the end of May, Alexander was freed on a travel restriction order, which basically allowed him to move around and carry on with his life as he awaited trial. Alexander's attorney had sought to modify the terms of his client's detention almost away. Devastated by this ruling, Yulia's parents filed an appeal with the prosecutor's office, requesting a third psychological assessment. This time, experts from Moscow's Serbsky State Research Center for Social and Forensic Psychiatry were consulted, and the results took roughly 3 months to obtain. The psychiatrist did, however, only confirm that the accused had acted while temporarily insane. Regarding the initial assessment, which said that Alexander had been fully aware of the crime and had purposefully attempted to conceal it, it was argued that the experts had merely misunderstood the accused's conduct and actions. Alexander, meanwhile, kept changing what he was saying. That evening, he was in a state that sounded like the definition of temporary insanity from a textbook. The trial starts. On January 22, 2014, the Kirovsky District Court in Samara hosted the initial hearing in the Fairmont case. Alexander claims that the issues in their relationship started when they moved in together before the wedding. He asserted that Yulia had high standards and an entitlement complex, expecting nothing less than the best. He claimed that he and his parents responded to her desires, which included the lavish wedding, the pricey limousine, and all the extravagance. According to Alexander, Yulia and he tried in vain for more than a year to conceive after the wedding, which strained their relationship and even led to Yulia discussing divorce. Nothing changed after the birth of their son, Pavel. According to the defendant, his wife only cared about his paycheck and was totally preoccupied with the baby. Alexander's parents supported his allegations by calling their daughter-in-law materialistic and avaricious. Alexander spoke of an oppressive environment at home that was constantly getting worse, claiming that his wife, who he had once adored, had become aloof and that he had no one with whom to discuss it. The young businessman claimed that on that particular night, he and his wife got into a heated argument once more, during which she raised the subject of divorce once more. He said she became irate and threatened to kidnap their son and keep him from seeing the boy. Alexander said that he then blacked out after feeling his tongue dry out and his ears begin to ring. Yulia was already dead when he regained consciousness. He did not provide an explanation for his decision to stage her death as a suicide, but he acknowledged that he brought her body to the bathroom and cleaned the blood off the floor to prevent frightening their son. Additionally, the defendant insisted that he had never hit his wife, blaming the multiple wounds and bruises on her body on rough play with their child. Alexander and the lawyer his rich father had hired had obviously done their homework. According to the defense lawyer, his client committed the crime while suffering from a cumulative state of temporary insanity. This indicated that he had been subjected to long-term psychological stress as a result of Yulia's alleged insults, humiliations, and oppressions. To put it another way, they were effectively holding the victim responsible for her own terrible destiny. The prosecutor first requested an intentional manslaughter penalty of 8 years, but Alexander's maximum punishment was reduced to 3 years in a correctional colony, a slap on the wrist for a killer, after the seasoned defense lawyer swiftly succeeded in having the charge dropped back to a crime committed in a condition of temporary insanity. Several strange things happened during the trial. First, the first panel's forensic psychologist, who had determined that the defendant was completely sane and had acted with intent, abruptly disappeared and never showed up in court again. Then, as if they had never been mentioned or were somehow considered unimportant, any reference to the victim's cuts and bruises appeared to vanish. At each hearing, however, the victim was gradually presented in an unfavorable light, Alexander Mikhailovich Fairman received a sentence of only 2.5 years of probation after being found guilty of a crime committed while temporarily insane on August 8, 2014. That is to say, he was not imprisoned. His only penalty upon returning home was to pay Yulia's parents 1 million rubles in moral damages and to be required to check in with the Federal Penal Service on a regular basis. The court considered Alexander's alleged remorse, including the fact that he had apologized to his in-laws and that he had a young boy to maintain, even though the prosecution had initially asked for 3 times that sum. But right once the Naumovas declared that they would appeal the punishment, even going so far as to appeal it to the Supreme Court. However, their appeals were denied, and they were unable to contest the decision at the cassation instance of the Samara Regional Court. The sentence didn't change. Ludmila Naumova noted that animal abuse has a more severe penalty under the Russian Criminal Code, which includes actual jail time. The distraught mother is still holding out hope for justice, since she couldn't see why her daughter's life was worth even less than a stray dog's. The incident occurred more than 11 years ago, but the lawsuit has not moved forward. There was never any, according to Galina Kislyakova, Fairman's attorney. There is proof that the crime was planned, so the court's decision is upheld. She believes the victim's mother's grievances are unfounded, solely sentimental, and devoid of any legal merit. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. For Libby and Abigail, having a close friend meant having someone to rely on, and that remained true until their untimely deaths. One of Delphi's most terrifying mysteries over the years began when Libby and Abigail disappeared without a trace, only hours after she uploaded this picture to the internet. There have been unsettling rumors that the girls were sacrifices in a sinister cult, which detectives have surprisingly not completely ruled out. But did that actually occur, or did the murderer simply manage to remain undetected? Believe me, when we unearth every disturbing aspect of what transpired with these 2 best friends, this case will have you wondering about everything. We think the sketch you will see soon is of the individual who killed these 2 young girls, because of the fresh information and intelligence that have come to light over time. Everyone was on edge during a news conference in 2019. The unidentified murderer received a terrifying message from Doug Carter of the Indiana State Police, who stated that they were probably lurking in plain sight and assimilating into the town that had been rocked by one of its most horrific incidents. Now, we must go back 2 years to Monday, February 13, 2017, in order to comprehend the seriousness of his warning. As best friends, 13-year-old Abigail Williams and 14-year-old Liberty German, also called Libby, did everything together. They were thrilled to get a rare Monday off from school when they arrived to Libby's house that Sunday evening. Abby brought a box of art tools, and the 2 spent the evening throwing a softball around in the backyard and working on projects in Libby's room. Their creative zeal transformed into a desire for adventure by Monday afternoon. The girls decided to go to a nearby nature area next to the Manon High Bridge, a popular Delphi hangout. By 1:30 in the afternoon, they were dropped off close to the bridge after they persuaded Kelsey, Libby's older sister, to drive them there. The region was now a blend of serene charm and untamed beauty, with forested paths leading to the imposing Manon High Bridge. Despite being long abandoned, this historic railway bridge from 1891 continued to draw residents who came to take in the scenery, take pictures, and take in the tranquil mood. For 2 closest friends, it was the ideal place to explore, have fun, and create memories. However, what had begun that day as an enjoyable trip would quickly become a nightmare and a catastrophe that rocked Delphi to its foundations. Libby posted a picture of Abby cautiously traversing the ancient, weathered wooden planks of the Manon High Bridge on Snapchat at approximately 2:07 in the afternoon. Later that day, when Libby's father came to pick up the 2 best friends, the girls were nowhere to be seen, and that picture would prove to be their final known glimpse. Confusion initially, followed by increasing panic when their phones went unanswered. When Libby's father called their names and looked around, the only sound he heard was the silence of the forest. Asking if she had heard from the girls or if he was in the wrong place, he made contact with Kelsey. He wasn't, and neither had she. Fear set in. By dusk, the police were summoned, and what began as a family search swiftly expanded into a large communal effort. Locals joined in, calling for Abby and Libby as search teams searched the woods and trails around the bridge. There was no success in tracking down the females' cell phones. The residents said that as everyone in the neighborhood banded together to look for Abby and Libby, the night was filled with flashlights flickering in the woods like stars. Their relatives weren't believing it, while other individuals believed the girls might have simply gone out or were having a good time. The search was canceled just before midnight as the hours went by, and the police assured everyone that there was no proof the girls were in imminent danger and that the search would resume early the next day, February 14. Everyone continued to beg for a miracle and cling to optimism. Then, however, a startling revelation was made. Abby and Libby were located by one of the search team members, but it wasn't good. Less than a mile from where they had been dumped off the previous day, the bodies of the slain girls were found. Although the authorities were now concentrating on identifying the culprit, the identity of the murderer remained a secret for months, in spite of the numerous tips that came in. This tiny village of only 3,000 residents was completely upended. The community as a whole was shocked by the unthinkable notion that 2 young girls had been killed in broad daylight. Libby's own phone was one of the most important pieces of evidence. When Abby crossed the bridge, police found that Libby had been photographing her. She also recorded a man's voice and image as he walked along them in that video. Bridge Guy was the moniker given to the individual in the video. Authorities suspect this man of killing them. The officials posted still images from the video, not the entire thing but enough to potentially jog someone's memory, in an attempt to garner public assistance. Additionally, they drew a sketch of a man they saw on the route that day based on witness accounts. According to the description, the Bridge Guy was a white male with reddish-brown hair who was between 5'6" and 5'10", and weighed between 180 and 220 pounds. A man wearing blue pants, a blue jacket, and a hoodie was depicted in the hazy images. 2 illustrations that were based on eyewitness descriptions were also made public by the police. A younger man was depicted in one sketch and an elderly man in the other. The authorities published a clip of the man's voice heard saying, "Down the hill," in the tape that Libby had taken in an attempt to forward the case because no arrests had been made in spite of all of this. The purpose of this fresh evidence was to pique public curiosity and ideally lead to in an effort to keep the focus on identifying the culprit. The police at the time described the footage as originating from potential criminal behavior. Investigators also disclosed that they thought the murderer was either a resident of Del Fauci or knew the community well. Everyone was on edge since the killer knew the region, whether they worked there or had some other connection. They hoped that someone would identify the voice, the face, or the facts, and assist solve the case completely. More than 2 years after Libby and Abby were discovered dead, in April 2019, law authorities held another high-profile press conference. SPS Superintendent Doug Carter directly appealed to the murderer during this conference, saying, "I know you're hiding in plain sight. I think you have a little conscience left," he continued, "and I can tell you that what they're going through now is not what you left them in those woods." Many persons had been connected to the case as possible suspects by this time, and the police had received numerous tips. Ron Logan was one of the names that surfaced first, but others matched the 2 sketches that the police had made public. He was an older man who lived in Delphi, Indiana, and his residence there had more to do with his involvement in the case than his age. Logan's farm was less than a mile away from the bodies of Libby and Abby, who were discovered a short stroll from the Monon High Bridge where the girls were last seen. That kind of closeness made Logan a highly desirable individual in a tiny community like Delphi. Logan had spent more than half a century living on a peaceful country road close to the path that led to the Monon High Bridge. It looked like the last place anything terrible like this could occur, because it was a quiet place where families frequently strolled. But after the girls' bodies were found, the environment became much darker and more ominous. Logan, meanwhile, did not exactly assist himself. He gave the cops a reasonably good alibi when the girls vanished, that he had been at an aquarium out of town, But then things started to go sideways. Logan was found to have asked a family member to tell a falsehood about where he was that day. That was a big warning sign. Why would he strive to hide his whereabouts if he had nothing to conceal? A month after the killings in March 2017, the FBI intervened, further complicating matters. Ronald Logan's home, garage, pickup truck, computers, and cell phones were all allowed to be searched by the FBI. The FBI agent explicitly stated that there was probable cause to believe in the warrant request. Evidence of Eve Logan's involvement in the killings was discovered on his property. The spy even described in full their suspicions about Logan's involvement. Before we get started, though, the request provided some previously unreleased information regarding the crime site. The FBI first verified that a piece of clothing was missing from one of the victims. Investigators discovered fibers and unidentifiable hairs at the crime scene, but no indications of a struggle or brawl were present. The bodies also seemed to have been staged and transported, even though just a few seconds of the notorious video had been made public. Until then, the agent verified that it was 43 seconds long by referring to it on Libby's phone. There were no obvious signs of a scuffle in the video, which showed the guy trailing the girls around the Monon High Bridge. Additional suspicious information was uncovered by the search warrant for Logan's property, which was situated directly adjacent to the scene of the girls' deaths. According to the FBI agent, Logan had instructed a family member to fabricate an alibi for the afternoon the girls vanished. Additionally, mobile tower data revealed that Logan's phone was in the vicinity of the girls' disappearance and, later that evening, close to the location where the remains were subsequently found. Additionally, Logan's former girlfriends came out with unsettling information regarding his actions. According to both, Logan had physically abused them. One lady said that Logan had threatened to kill her and that no one would ever locate her body. Additionally, the agent stated that the victims had lost a significant amount of blood, and it was highly likely that the murderer would have come into contact with blood on their person or clothing. The remains appeared to have been staged and transferred deliberately, and 2 items of clothing belonging to one of the females were missing. The agent conjectured that the murderer may have done something to commemorate the crime scene, such as taking a memento. Investigators searched Logan's property in the hopes of discovering something that would connect him to the killings. However, Logan persisted in claiming that he had been purchasing tropical fish in LA Fauci, which was 20 miles away, and that he hadn't returned home until 6:30 p.m. However, when authorities investigated his alibi, they discovered that his cousin, who was purportedly with him, had not supported his account. Actually, they were unable to verify any of Logan's alibi information. Nothing tangible was discovered to link Logan to the killings, even after a thorough search of his property was conducted as part of the investigation. He had a history of legal issues, including a prior DUI conviction, and he was prohibited from driving while on probation. Investigators thought it was the reason he had requested his relative to tell a falsehood on his behalf. Ironically, Logan was eventually arrested for probation violations, which had nothing to do with the Delphi killings. While he was in detention, investigators had the opportunity to inspect his property once more, but once more they were unable to find any concrete evidence connecting him to the crime. Logan's death from COVID-19 in 2020 marked the formal end of suspicions about him, although it didn't seem like it had ended yet. This time, another interesting individual was discovered. Keegan Anthony Klein is the man in question. Klein had a troubling history of online catfishing and was 30 years old at the time. Anthony Schatz was the username of one of his accounts. The narrative goes deeper, but police think that Anthony Schatz's Instagram account was used to ask underage girls for graphic photos. In fact, on the day of the killings, Klein was speaking with Libby German. Furthermore, he allegedly informed another girl that he was meant to meet Libby on that particular day. The uncanny coincidence that the last person to talk to Libby was an internet predator was difficult to overlook. Was it a stroke of luck? Or did Klein have some connection to the murderer? Was there any chance that he was somehow connected to the crime? His Peru, Indiana house was promptly searched by police. Even though Klein was never officially charged with the killings, the evidence they discovered in his house was sufficient to warrant significant charges. He was arrested on suspicion of child exploitation and possession of child pornography, after detectives found explicit photographs of minors during the search. Christopher Cecil, an Indiana State Police officer, testified that Klein persuaded girls between the ages of 12 and 18 to email him pornographic images or videos by adopting false identities. 11 victims were identified by investigators, but they thought that even more had not. In a 2022 jailhouse interview, Klein came forward and acknowledged attempting to get obscene photos from young girls. However, he stated that he was really lonely and didn't really know why he did it, and that he never planned to meet any of them in person. Klein was given a 40-year prison term with 3 years suspended after entering a guilty plea to the charges. Even while his term served as a reminder of how serious his actions were, Abby and Libby's case remained unresolved. 5 years after the horrifying killings in 2022, many people worried that justice would never be served. The case appeared to have stalled for years. The neighborhood was becoming more and more irritated, and investigators were making little headway. Then, on October 26 of that year, everything changed when it was revealed that Richard Allen, 50, had been arrested and charged with Abby and Libby's murders. Richard Allen was not an unfamiliar or aloof person. He was a well-known figure in Delphi, a tiny town. He was married, had a daughter, and worked at the neighborhood CVS pharmacy. He had even produced tribute images for the families of the victims, which was shocking. How could someone with such a strong sense of community be able to commit such a horrible crime? Maybe, just maybe, what Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter had said 3 years prior had been frighteningly true. It was unthinkable. The murderer is right in front of you. Once seemingly unsolvable, the case was now taking an unexpected turn. Nobody had predicted how difficult it would be to solve this case. They were unable to find the murderer, despite nearly 6 years of ceaseless research, more than 70,000 tips, innumerable sketches of possible candidates, and even the well-known blurry footage from Libby's phone. The question of how investigators had overlooked Allen for so long arose as they eventually closed in on him. What caused this puzzle piece to take so long to fit together? It turns out that Richard Allen, a longtime Delphi resident, had put himself on the trail the day of the killings by dressing exactly like the bridge guy that witnesses had described. The reports of other witnesses who said they saw someone who looked like Richard on the route that day were even more terrifying. Investigators found an unused bullet at the crime scene that matched a gun owned by Richard Allen after one witness even claimed to have seen a man strolling down the street covered in bloodied and filthy clothing. He was directly linked to the crime by this important piece of evidence. Although Richard was arrested quickly, his defense team promptly issued a statement attempting to correct the public perception of their client and the current inquiry. I'll immediately quote a few of the defense's main points from their statement. In his entire life, 50-year-old Richard has never been arrested or charged with a crime. He is innocent, and he doesn't understand why he's been accused of these crimes. After Libby German and Abby Williams vanished, Rick called the police and willingly talked about being on the trail that day instead of the authorities contacting him. Rick wanted to help wherever he could, just like many others in Delphi. As he usually did, he called the police to inform them that he had gone on the route that day. If Rick hadn't come forward, they most likely wouldn't have even known he was on the trail. In order to provide information on his trip to the trail, Rick offered to meet with a conservation officer outside the neighborhood supermarket that day. Rick told the authorities that he did remember seeing 3 younger girls on the route that day in an attempt to help with the inquiry. His interactions with the girls were fleeting and unimportant. Rick thinks the conservation officer wrote notes on the video, but he cannot remember if his conversation with the officer was captured on it. The statement went on to say that after Rick gave him this information, he returned to his work at the neighborhood CVS and didn't hear from the police for over 5 years. Notepad was there when Rick spoke to him. In October 2022, around the time of a contentious sheriff's election, he received his next communication from police enforcement. Some found the timing a little strange. In addition, the defense team cited the fact that Richard had not moved or altered his appearance in the 5 years since he willingly spoke to the police, nor had he disposed of his clothes, pistols, or car. He instead went about his daily business, which the defense claimed was the conduct of an innocent man. But when disturbing information were uncovered in additional documents months later, things took even another unforeseen turn. According to the documents, Richard was accused of confessing to the killings more than once. According to reports, He made these admissions on the phone with his own mother, as well as his wife Kathy. According to reports, Kathy would abruptly disconnect the call in each of these situations. Following these admissions, Richard's mental state quickly worsened. He stopped eating and sleeping, lost weight, and even damaged his tablet, his only means of communication with the outside world. He started acting out and doing strange things like eating his lawyer's legal documents. The case became even more sinister after this discovery. The defense said that these admissions were untrustworthy because they were made while Richard was in protective confinement, which caused severe mental strain. The judge denied the defense's request to transfer Richard to a different jail, citing the fact that he was being treated better than other prisoners in the same facility. However, the story thickened once again when the defense submitted an odd 136-page letter that blamed a group of people who practiced Odinism, a pagan Norse religion, rather than Richard Allen. According to the defense, these people were behind the killings. Throughout the memoranda, the defense cited a 2017 statement by an FBI agent that Abby and Libby's bodies seemed to have been staged and manipulated. The crime scene was mostly unknown before this. Only text messages purportedly sent by Abby's uncle David had gone viral online, and no autopsy results had been made public. Details about the girls' bodies were disclosed in these texts. They were discovered touching but unbound close to one another. Libby was naked, with sticks and leaves covering the upper half of her body, while Abby was dressed. They had reportedly had their throats slit. The defense's assertion that Odinism rune-like symbols had been discovered at the crime scene was the most startling aspect of this recent development. By claiming that these symbols were left by members of this Odinist cult, they attempted to deflect attention from Richard and allude to a much more sinister and intricate story. The finding of Libby's body at the base of a tree was one of the most remarkable aspects. Her right arm was at her side, while her left arm was outstretched above her head, touching the tree. One enormous branch extended from her head to her legs, and many more were arranged above her in a purposeful design. The absence of blood near Libby's neck and tree, according to the defense, indicates that she might have been slain somewhere else before being transported. The body of Abby was discovered a few feet away, completely clothed, but wearing Libby's sweatshirt and jeans. The defense suggested that the suspected criminals had previously slain Abby and then made amends. Except for the area around her neck, there was not much blood on her clothing, despite her deadly neck wounds, suggesting that she made an effort to keep her body clean. The branches were arranged in an asterisk pattern on top of Abby, who was standing with her right knee bent under her left. Additionally, the defense pointed out that one of the branches looked to have been chopped precisely, indicating premeditation. Smaller sticks, like horns or antlers, were positioned over Abby's hair above her head. An additional disturbing feature was a red F-shaped smear on a neighboring tree that was identified as Libby's blood. According to the defense, this symbol was similar to the Norse rune and symbols which represent Odin. Additionally, they identified the Norse god of hail with the symbol Hagalaz that was discovered on Abby's body. According to the defense's theory, these runes implied a ceremonial purpose for the murders. The defense contested the prosecution's timetable, which implied that the killings had place in a brief period of time, arguing that it was not possible for a single person, especially one as diminutive as Richard Allen, to have carried out the killings by themselves. They questioned if the bullet found buried between the girls was located right away after the bodies were found, or if it was discovered days later, and how it was linked to a gun that belonged to Allen. The defense cited the link between Abby and Odinism, and contended that the murders took longer than one individual could complete in such a short period of time. The father of Abby's purported lover, BH, had connections to Odinism and shared images on social media that mirrored the symbols discovered at the scene of the crime. Before information about the crime site was made public, the defense alleged that BH had mentioned it. The unsettling meme that B uploaded was also part of the theory. H, days after the killings, making jokes about keeping quiet and assisting with the body disposal. The defense said he acknowledged to being engaged in the killings and brought up another possible suspect. In addition, the defense claimed that a number of law enforcement personnel who were part of the inquiry secretly supported the Odinism idea but were silenced in order to concentrate on Allen. The defense contended that Allen's declining mental state while incarcerated might have resulted in forced confessions. They said he had been coerced into admitting by threats from Odinists serving as guards. They also claimed that, in order to get a search warrant for Alan's house, the lead investigator concealed important evidence. The destruction of evidence was brought up as another important concern. 70 days' worth of witness interviews, which could have been vital in the early phases of the inquiry, were allegedly destroyed, according to the defense. The defense became even more frustrated as they attempted to refute the prosecution's argument. The prosecution presented evidence to counter the defense's Odinism theory at a 3-day hearing in 2024. Although the expert was unable to identify the blood source, the prosecution put in a blood spatter expert who testified that the blood on the tree was a transfer stain rather than painted. Additionally, the defense contended that Alan's confessions, more than 60 in all, were forced and ought not to be allowed in court. They contended that Alan's rigorous treatment at a high-security facility had deteriorated his mental health, resulting in stress-induced psychosis. Numerous witnesses attested to Alan's worsening health, as well as his strange conduct and final admission of guilt for the killings. Additionally, according to testimony from a DNA specialist, Alan's DNA was not found at the crime scene, and none of the objects discovered at his house contained any traces of Libby or Abby's DNA. The .40 caliber bullet discovered close to the girls' deaths was the only significant piece of evidence that prosecutors focused on, even though his confession appeared to be a significant step toward resolving the case. The defense was not buying into the prosecution's expert's allegation that it matched Alan's gun, pointing out that insufficient pictures of the cartridge had been obtained, and even speculating that the bullet might have originated from a police officer's firearm. Many questioned the validity of this piece of evidence in light of that. Additionally, the prosecution put a lot of effort into connecting Alan to the terrifying bridge man. State Police Master Trooper Brian Harshman, who examined more than 700 of Alan's jail conversations, said that he believed the voice on the video and audio recordings that Libby made on her phone just before the girls were killed sounded like Alan. Despite the boldness of the declaration, several people were still skeptical. Then, on November 11, 2024, the time came. Only 1 month later, on December 20, 2024, Alan was found guilty on all counts. Judge Gall gave him a 130-year prison term, of which 65 years had to be served for the killings of the girls. In order to begin his sentence, he was consequently taken right away to the Westville prison. The problem is that there is still a significant division, even though some people were relieved to see justice done. Many people are wondering why it took 5 years for Alan to be linked to the case. The voices, the movies, and those doodles were there. Why, then, didn't someone look into Alan earlier? Furthermore, suspicions were heightened by the fact that his arrest occurred right before a sheriff's election. Was there more to the story, or was it all a coincidence? Serious discussions have been triggered by this. What are your thoughts? Was Alan the murderer, or do you believe Logan, the initial suspect, may have been involved? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Around 6 p.m. on September 27, 2020, a guy dialed 911. The man said that a neighbor woman ran up to his house and screamed for help, and Lamontagne County dispatchers captured the incident on tape. She said she had just been attacked in the house by her husband and was running from him. The woman was crying uncontrollably, but because she was carrying a gun, she did not appear to be a victim at all. When police got on the scene, they discovered the husband's assailant still alive in the bedroom, having been shot twice, once in the chest and once in the leg. The right arm was also lightly wounded by the bullet. 4 round casings from a .45 caliber pistol were discovered next to the wounded victim, along with 2 additional bullets in the wall. After being transported to a nearby hospital, the man passed away from his wounds. An hour later, police investigators interrogated the woman and conducted a comprehensive investigation of the tragedy scene, but she chose not to alert the authorities. Detectives started looking into her claim of self-defense after she was not taken into custody that evening. Ashley Benefield was the woman who was hurt, and her husband, Douglas Benefield, was the one who was killed. Let's examine the actual circumstances of that day, though, and if Ashley might have rescued herself by shooting her husband alone. In August 2016, our story starts in sunny Florida. Douglas Benefield and Ashley Byers first crossed paths at a Palm Beach Republican fundraising event. After supper that same evening, the man was so enamored with the young girl that he requested for her phone number. This was the beginning of their loving correspondence. Ashley Byers, 24, was employed at Donald Trump's Sarasota campaign office. She was responsible for organizing demonstrations and urging evangelicals to vote. Ashley was involved in politics, but she was also a model and dancer who occasionally performed with the Maryland Youth Ballet. But Ashley wanted to launch her own ballet company and become a well-known ballerina. Ashley was 30 years younger than Douglas Benefield. He was a successful consultant who worked with defense contractors and technology companies, a former Navy pilot, and a native of Charleston. In addition, he worked in restaurants and real estate. Douglas raised his 15-year-old daughter Eva alone after becoming a widower approximately a year ago. Despite their vast age differences, the little girl and the older man were drawn together by their shared love of weapons and conservative ideals. They were married in just 13 days. Douglas's hometown of Charleston hosted a little celebration. Only Douglas's buddy Trip Cormany, who was then an ordained Episcopal minister, was invited. Because Douglas was very devout and wanted to marry Ashley before he became sexual with her in front of the rest of the couple's family and friends, Trip consented to perform the wedding, even though he wasn't happy and disliked what he saw as too little time for them to have known one another. It was a surprise wedding. Douglas didn't even extend an invitation to his daughter's wedding. At the age of 15, Ava Benefield was still dealing with the shock of losing her mother. Ava found her mother, Renee, dead 9 months ago when she returned home from school. She had passed away from an unidentified cardiac disease. Ava was taken aback by her father's unexpected union with a girl who was just 9 years her senior. The relationship between Ashley and Ava did not work out after Ashley moved into Douglas's house in Charleston, and this led to many arguments and scandals in the family. Douglas's new wife significantly harmed the close father-daughter bond. Ashley didn't want to be her husband's daughter's friend or stepmother. In contrast, Ava believed that she was just losing her father. Douglas pledged to fulfill his wife's dream of starting a ballet company that would feature dancers of diverse physiques and nationalities, as envisioned by Ashley Benefield. He held his young wife in high regard. Douglas told Ashley she was the most beautiful, tall, slim, and graceful, and he often planned romantic dates and surprises for her. He also gave her flowers. Ashley, like a swan, truly enchanted everyone in her vicinity. Her long brown hair, like a bird's plumage, gave beauty and splendor, and her blue eyes emanated friendliness. Douglas was prepared to go to any lengths for his Ashley since he saw only spiritual purity in her. Her desire came true so quickly. Douglas's commercial acumen and Ashley's love of ballet led to the founding of the American National Ballet in Charleston, where they recruited ballet performers from across the nation. The objective was to operate a for-profit school and a non-profit ballet company. Ashley and Douglas started holding the initial auditions in the summer of 2017. Ashley, however, was contemplating a pregnancy and dreamed of becoming a mother in addition to launching a ballet company. Approximately 40 dancers from all over the world started traveling to Charleston to practice with Ashley during the late summer of 2017 while the ballet company was being formed, but she never returned for another audition. Douglas was left to do all the job. Douglas hired ballet master Michael Wise to train the dancers, but Ashley was the one that many dancers were waiting for. She wasn't planning on doing ballet anytime soon, citing a serious condition from her pregnancy. Despite the growing tension between Ashley and Eva, Douglas continued to support his wife in her dream to start a ballet company in Charleston with a unique mission. The man, who was not very involved in ballet, tried to run the company on his own with the help of hired managers and choreographers, but the company soon ran into legal issues after being sued by dancers and choreographers who accused the couple of breach of contract, claiming they were fired just weeks after being hired. After Ashley left, Douglas brought in new managers in the hopes of getting the ballet up and running, but they made drastic changes, and Ashley's original vision of dancers from all ethnicities didn't work. Douglas failed to see the growing tension between Ashley and Ava. because he was too focused on the ballet. Douglas lost his temper and shot their home ceiling one day after he and Ashley got into a fight over Ava. According to many who knew him, it was unusual for the composed and non-aggressive Douglas to return to Florida in late August, alleging a challenging pregnancy, while Douglas was still attempting to establish the ballet's work in Charleston. A number of dancers were summoned to a meeting on October 23, 2017, instructed to sign non-disclosure agreements, and then fired online. Ashley voiced her disapproval of Douglas and the rest of the company. "Everything we've worked so hard to achieve has been ruined by the current management, and I cannot support them or their behavior." According to her, A&B was founded to distinguish out from other dance companies and ought to have established new guidelines for how it handles its dancers. The way it was handled should make everyone embarrassed. A brilliant concept appeared to have vanished like smoke. The American National Ballet was permanently completed a few months later. Douglas had lost more than $100,000, 0 cents, by the end of the dance case. His ballet nightmare was finished. Douglas, who had long collaborated with numerous dancers, arranged a farewell party for A&B. But instead of his expectant wife waiting for him when he got home, there was a farewell note. Ashley outlined all of Douglas's flaws in her 4-page letter, labeling his behavior toward her possessive and domineering. She said that his heart was crushed and that she had to leave him because she was afraid for her life and the safety of her pregnant child after he shot a gun into the ceiling. Ashley's note, however, was just the start. As it turned out, Douglas had to deal with a blow from the man he loved, making the months that followed much more challenging. Still holding out hope for a reconciliation, Douglas sent Ashley a birthday gift in late November 2017. He was aware of his wife's passion for tea. He purchased a specialty tea for expectant mothers, as well as a lovely teapot, cups, and saucers. Ashley was not going to tolerate the present, even though she accepted it. Rather, she accused Douglas of a number of offenses. Poisoning her with her tea was one of them. Investigations into her claims revealed nothing to support such serious charges. Ashley, however, didn't stop there. In order to find out if she had been poisoned, she sent her hair to a different facility for investigation. According to the report, her hair had higher than usual concentrations of zinc, aluminum, and other elements. Ashley went to the hospital 3 weeks before to giving birth, without telling Douglas. Tampa General Hospital was where she was. The woman was quite terrified and said that her husband had poisoned her, exposing the unborn child to heavy metals through the womb. Ashley continued to blame Douglas of unsubstantiated physical abuse. Additionally, she said that he imprisoned her in his house in Charleston and that he stalked her everywhere, beginning in Florida, despite Douglas being hundreds of miles away. Since there was no way of knowing whether Ashley's statements to hospital workers were accurate, management took safety measures and renamed her Christina. A C-section was done by doctors 3 days later. Ashley was still concerned that her daughter had been poisoned, even though the newborn girl was healthy, but Douglas wasn't prepared to give up. He begged Ashley to reconsider in a series of texts. He still had a family, which he had assumed would be faithful, happy, and ideal, but it had disintegrated in the most dubious manner. Ashley didn't feel like going back, much less forgiving Douglas. She made the decision to approach the police and bring fresh charges against her spouse. She sent in Florida Child Protective Services to investigate after learning of Douglas's abuse of his eldest daughter, Eva. Ashley detailed the day Douglas discharged a gun inside the house and informed the police that he struggled with anger management. Following Eva's interview with investigators, Douglas was also questioned. The gun incident was looked into, but Douglas was ultimately found not guilty. A psychologist who conducted a thorough psychiatric test on him concluded that Douglas was completely well and not a threat. Ashley wrote a lengthy letter to Douglas again because she couldn't believe it. He was warned in the final paragraphs not to approach her or attempt to stalk her, or else the police will be called in once more. She didn't appear to be prepared to start dating again. Ashley Douglas received yet another harsh note that made it clear how she felt. When Ashley and Douglas reunited in a Bradenton courtroom in the summer of 2018, the poisoning accusations reached a boiling point. Ashley requested a restraining order, and Douglas wanted to see his newborn baby, but the judge was not persuaded, despite Ashley's 2 days of testimony and the results of her lab tests. According to Judge Diane Moreland, There was not even the most plausible indication that Miss Benefield had ever been poisoned or experienced any poison illnesses. Douglas was able to visit his daughter at last, thanks to this decision. To allow the father to meet the child, he and Ashley met outside the sheriff's office a few days later. Ashley became surprisingly cooperative, much to the astonishment of people around them. She then went straight to Douglas and gave him the baby with great courtesy. Douglas, she even volunteered to spend the majority of the following year with the three of them. Ashley seems content with their daughter. In order to stay near Ashley and without disturbing her peace, Douglas even moved into a nearby apartment in Florida. However, he was shocked to discover his wife wearing an engagement ring when he met Ashley in August 2019 to pick up his kid. To discover out what was happening, he engaged a private investigator. Douglas was notified by the private investigator that Ashley was seeing another guy, who filed for divorce in November 2019. Ashley soon started complaining about Douglas Benefield once more. Ashley said that he had behaved inappropriately toward his small daughter. She made several horrible accusations against him. Authorities accepted the lack of proof despite Douglas's strong denial that he had harmed his daughter. Then, in March 2020, Douglas accused Ashley of having a dual personality in an email to the sheriff's office. However, a few months later, Douglas made the startling announcement that he and Ashley were moving to Maryland in an attempt to reunite as a family. Despite holding their breath, friends believed that her parents' miraculous reunion was imminent for the benefit of their small daughter. Douglas Benefield was getting ready to start a new life on September 27, 2020. He was relocating from Florida to Maryland with Ashley, their little daughter, and Ashley's mother, Alicia. Let's imagine that it is Sunday evening. Ashley meets with Douglas at around 5:30 p.m. to begin packing for the relocation. Ashley and Douglas are contentedly packing at Alicia's house. Alicia chooses to walk to a neighboring park with the infant. Douglas and Ashley are left alone. As they converse, Ashley abruptly declares that they will be moving without him. In a fit of rage, Douglas shouted that they would move in as a family and begin a new life. Furious, the man started shifting filled boxes. Douglas allegedly grabbed Ashley Benefield's left arm, dragged her back, and asked her where she was going when she attempted to leave the residence. He used his index finger as a kind of menace. A mischievous child who said, "You can't leave me." However, it was plenty to make Ashley fear for her life. Ashley Benefield rushed into her bedroom once more and retrieved her lawfully held firearm. She commanded Douglas to leave the house and leave her alone while pointing the gun at him. In an attempt to soothe Ashley, Douglas didn't pause and kept moving in her direction. She started shooting as he moved closer to her. Ashley witnessed Douglas's fall as his feet slipped out from beneath him and he abruptly collapsed, lifting his legs into the air. Screaming for assistance, the woman rushed to the neighbor's house. She was seen crying and shouting while running outdoors with a rifle by two neighbors who were out for a dog walk. Ashley hasn't spoken up, though, so only she truly knows what transpired in the house that evening. Ashley was taken into custody and charged with second-degree murder 5 weeks after the incident. She entered a not guilty plea. After around 2 weeks in jail, she was freed on bail. On November 4, 2020, Ashley went into cooperation with the government. She was officially taken into custody at that point and accused with second-degree murder. She is being kept without bond until February 2023, when she is scheduled to appear in court. Ashley Benefield shot her husband in self-defense, according to the defense, which filed a request to dismiss the case. Her version of events leading up to the deadly shooting is presented in the 105-page motion. Neil Taylor, Ashley Benefield's lawyer, stated that the motion is partly an effort to clarify her version of events. Ashley Benefield's lawyers included supporting documentation, photographs, and other evidence in their move to dismiss. In addition to images displaying Douglas Benefield's flawless form and power, there are also pictures of Ashley Benefield with a black eye and a cut on her side that was allegedly caused by a moving box that Douglas was carrying toward her. According to the defense, the images of her wounds were captured on the day of the shooting. In addition to their long-standing admission that Douglas punched their dog and punched a hole in the wall, defense lawyers have done everything in their power to link Douglas to cruelty and uncontrollable aggression. During the original hearing in July 2018, he allegedly acknowledged to taking a revolver from his sleeve, shooting at the ceiling, and even hurling the weapon against a wall to try to silence Ashley Benefield during a dispute. Neil Taylor, the attorney for Ashley Benefield, and Assistant State's Attorneys Suzanne O'Donnell and Rebecca Friel debated whether Ashley Benefield's actions the night she shot Doug Benefield were a lament or self-defense. Ashley was accused of killing her ex-husband, and after 2 months after she appeared in court for a hearing, the county judge dismissed a motion to dismiss the case. Judge Stephen White of the Circuit Court stated that the state had demonstrated through the entirety of the evidence given during the hearing that Douglas Benefield's death was the result of Ashley Benefield's long-term, coordinated effort rather than a single act of necessary self-defense. The court agreed with the state that there was probable cause to proceed with the case, rejecting the defense's version of events. Judge White said in the finding that the defendant is not entitled to judicial immunity from prosecution because she was not justified in employing fatal force against the victim on September 27, 2020, as demonstrated by the competent and significant evidence offered by the state. Ashley Benefield was therefore refused immunity and the dismissal of the case, since the prosecution and the court were not persuaded to shoot him by the evidence that was given in court. According to court documents, Douglas Benefield was shot after an altercation broke out on that fateful day of September 27, 2020, when he went to visit his child at the Lakewood Ranch home where the suspect was staying with her mother. Later, in a nearby hospital, he passed away from his wounds. Ashley Benefield said that when she attempted to flee from the police, Douglas grabbed her and started beating her. According to the affidavit, Douglas was not facing Ashley when she started shooting because of the entry wounds on his torso. Additionally, he did not adopt a defensive stance. Ashley's claim of self-defense became troublesome as detectives looked into it, even though Douglas was not found to have a weapon on or near him. The man apparently didn't even anticipate being shot by his cherished wife. Ashley Benefield is awaiting trial and maintains her innocence. Yes, she is. Not entered a guilty plea yet. Douglas and Ashley's marriage still raises a lot of unresolved issues. We only know that she admitted to shooting her spouse, which is how he died. Could Ashley have been truly terrified of Douglas and ready to protect herself at any time of day or night? She might have been scared of him, of course. One of the most powerful and readily manipulated human emotions is fear. However, one cannot be terrified of something that does not exist. Ashley had spent years living with a fictitious terror and was always expecting to be attacked. When her spouse threatened to put a finger in her face, she killed him. It sounds a lot like paranoia when you consider that it was worthwhile to have Ashley and Douglas examined by a psychologist in addition to the poisoning complaints. It's difficult to determine if Ashley was a deft manipulator or a victim. Ashley was ultimately accused with second-degree murder and is still awaiting trial. Florida, don't back down. If someone reasonably believes they must protect themselves from an immediate threat and they have no need to flee, they are permitted by law to use or threaten to use lethal force against another person. This implies that a person in Florida has the right to defend themselves if they feel that they are seriously in danger of being hurt or killed and are not involved in criminal conduct. A person cannot attempt to flee from an assailant first, in contrast to conventional self-defense legislation. Ashley was that innocent, pure white swan, the epitome of gentleness and purity, but beneath those white feathers was an evil woman, the Black Swan. Taylor said he expects District Court Judge Stephen White to give the prosecution enough time to read and understand the motion before setting a date for another hearing for Douglas Benefield, now that the defense has invoked stand your ground. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The serene picture of Medicine Hat, Alberta was broken by the horrific story of the Richardson family murders. A 12-year-old girl named Jasmine Richardson was at the heart of this horrifying crime when she got involved in an illicit connection with Jeremy Stinky, a 23-year-old man with a dark fascination and a difficult past. This is the tale of how manipulation can spiral out of hand and how a rebellion can go horribly wrong. Tragically, lives are cut short. It serves as a sobering reminder of how quickly human nature's darker aspects can surface and how seemingly normal lives can conceal unimaginable suffering. They came up with a strategy together that will kill a whole family and leave the neighborhood in shock and grief. Why would a teenage girl and her much older lover carry out such a horrible act? In this sad instance, how can love, or what they thought was love, be so twisted as to devastate? We'll look at what preceded the killings, what happened after, and the unanswered questions that many who recall the Richardson family still have. Kids rode bikes, neighbors waved to one another, and weekend events included home barbecues and block parties in Medicine Hat, Alberta. Up until 2006, when a crime so heinous that it rocked the country and altered everything, it was the type of place where nothing ever appeared to go wrong. The Richardson family appeared to be the quintessential Medicine Hat, Alberta suburban family. In their town, the Richardson family was regarded as a close-knit and loving family. Mark Richardson was employed by the oil and gas sector. He worked in a challenging field, using his diligence to complete his work and provide a comfortable life for his family. He was just as committed to his work as he was to his loved ones. Deborah Richardson, his wife, was a stay-at-home mother. She was well liked by her friends and neighbors because of her friendly and welcoming demeanor. She made sure all of her 2 children's needs were met and volunteered at their school, showing a strong commitment to their lives. Different dynamics were introduced into the home by the couple's 2 children. At 8 years old, Jacob is the youngest, and what a genuine, vivacious, and carefree youngster he was. He enjoys playing with his pals. He enjoys sketching and spends hours watching his favorite cartoons. His innocence and newfound enthusiasm fill the Richardson family's house with laughter and happiness. Jacob is the kind of youngster that can make any space happier. Jasmine, the family's 12-year-old daughter, was in a different period of life and attempting to deal with the challenges of puberty. She was figuring out who she was and pursuing independence, just like a lot of preteens. Jasmine was always intelligent and curious, but as she grew more drawn to the goth scene, her alterations were becoming more noticeable. Mark and Deborah started to worry about her dark clothes, alternative music, and edgy online forums, as she was slowly growing more reclusive and aggressive, pushing boundaries with her parents. They initially wrote it off as a phase, the typical manifestation of some adolescent rebellion. But Jasmine's increasingly abrasive demeanor and mood swings since then had led them to believe that something more than simple acting out was occurring. The Richardsons were and would remain a tight family, with Mark and Deborah making a concerted effort to give their kids a secure and caring environment, despite their concerns about Jasmine's behavioral changes. They believed that understanding and patience would finally help Jasmine turn her life around. To close the distance that appeared to be growing between their daughter and others, they established boundaries while attempting to promote candid conversation. The Richardson family appeared to be the epitome of suburban tranquility and the ideal family. Along with the typical highs and lows of family life, their home was a place of warmth and joy. However, tensions were subtly increasing beneath the surface. Jasmine's rebellion and independence led to arguments with her parents and a rift that would eventually have disastrous results. The innocence of what was about to happen was only enhanced by Jacob's joyful presence. The Richardson tragedy was rendered even more heartbreaking by his lighthearted nature and strong relationship with his family, as the narrative of this seemingly normal family would later come to light. A society was taken aback by fashion that no one could imagine, and the country was left in disbelief at a reality that scarcely looked plausible. When Jasmine Richardson met Jeremy Stinky, a 23-year-old guy who shared her interest in the goth subculture, her life took a dark turn. Mutual friends and online discussion boards centered around their common interests had brought the two together. Their bond quickly became intense, driven by a shared desire for illegal thrill-seeking and a fascination with life's darkest aspects. Jeremy's theatrical persona was what most appealed to Jasmine. His thick black eyeliner, black clothing, and bizarre claim that he was a 300-year-old werewolf made him incredibly enigmatic and, thus, captivating. Jeremy had a difficult past filled with constant bullying and neglect. His defiant persona, which exalted darkness and disregarded social conventions, was molded by his early encounters. In sharp contrast to her regimented suburban upbringing, he was intriguing and enigmatic to Jasmine. Despite the fact that Jeremy was far older than Jasmine and showed her a number of warning signs, their connection immediately became very heated. Soon, Jeremy would be more than simply a romantic interest. He became a confidant and rebellious ally. He listened to her complain about her parents and how they were misinterpreted, which fueled her growing sense of alienation from them and justified her displeasure with them. The more days went by, the more he controlled her. Mark and Deborah Richardson were appalled to learn that their daughter was seeing Jeremy. They were determined to safeguard their daughter, and while the age difference was unsettling in and of itself, they were even more alarmed by Jeremy's eerie demeanor and his control over Jasmine. They imposed stringent regulations, prohibited her from meeting Jeremy, and kept a close eye on everything she did. By taking these actions, Mark and Deborah intended to break the poisonous relationship and put Jasmine back on a healthier course. However, this just served to further distance them from their daughter. Jasmine's parents were portrayed as individuals who would hinder her journey to happiness, rather than discourage her during her adolescent rebellion. She became even closer to him as a result of their limitations, and the two began to adopt a risky mindset that saw Mark and Deborah as the ones who were trying to stop their freedom and love. As they fueled one another's animosity toward Jasmine's family, Jeremy's hold on her gradually deteriorated. Their shared obsession with Gothic themes and defiance of social norms became a perverted excuse for their mounting disdain. They entered something even darker and more dangerous because they dreamed of a life unencumbered by all the restrictions imposed by Jasmine's house. An adolescent rebellion took a drastically different and more sinister course. Jasmine and Jeremy's awkward partnership was transformed into the very fuel for the fire that will startle the entire neighborhood and leave a scar on everyone who knows and interacts with the Richardsons. Because Jasmine's parents forbade it, the young couple had to communicate in secret. Their relationship was tumultuous, a kind of collective revolt that grew stronger in the darkness. They stayed in touch with one another without her parents knowing, thanks to instant internet chats, text messages, and emails. These covert conversations served as a breeding ground for Mark and Deborah Richardson's resentments and sinister dreams, which ultimately developed into a terrifying conspiracy. The combination of Jasmine's interest in rebelling and Jeremy's penchant for dramatic and dark language was the perfect combination to make things worse. By implying that her parents weren't resisting him because of an unfounded fear of losing their love, he gave her justification for being angry with them. The digital trail they left behind is a terrifying journey into collective delusions, where they started talking of eradicating those who stood in their path. As their discussions developed into actual murderous plots, what had started out as teenage venting quickly took a dark turn. One email discussion in particular sticks out as really unsettling. Jasmine is said to have written, "I have this plan. I kill them at the beginning, and I live with you at the end. Calm." "The ice," she said. Her tone made it clear that she was in a certain frame of mind. Instead of attempting to talk her out of it, Jeremy flung open his arms and embraced the notion that he was a willing collaborator who would do everything to be with her. His statements were a combination of intent and fantasy, as he boasted about his abilities to prepare and carry out murder. Through feeding on each other's darker thoughts, this shared delusion had developed and flourished with every exchange. Over the course of their lives, their fantasies evolved and grew stronger with each new experience. They soon became so large that their idea appeared to be very much a reality. Timing and the steps the females would take to carry out their gloomy intentions were discussed after methods. Jeremy remained loyal to himself, incorporating his love of violence and Gothic motifs into his identity. In a terrifying prelude to the terrible events involving this couple, he armed himself with a knife. The idea of killing Jasmine's family had been thoroughly planned out, and the pair had convinced themselves that it would finally release them from power. It was scheduled for April 20th, 2006. That day would be the start of their lives together, in their warped imaginations. They planned to murder the Richardson family that night, which would release Jasmine from the things she believed were controlling her and allow her to live freely with Jeremy. The extent to which they had descended into their shared fantasy is brought into stark relief by the finality and resolve of their preparation. The terrible nature of their objectives became increasingly apparent as the day drew near. Something unthinkably dark had emerged from a relationship that had appeared to be based on the normal anxiety of a youngster yearning for freedom. April 22 would be the end of the Richardson family's typical suburban life, but it would also mean the loss of everything they had created together. A terrible tragedy, brought on by toxic and illusory love. The evening of April 22, 2006 was unusually quiet at the Richardson home. Mark and Deborah Richardson were inside getting settled for a normal evening, unaware of the horror that would shortly overtake them. Before long, their once joyful family home, filled with laughter and the typical noises of daily life, would turn into a butchery outdoors. When the horror started, 12-year-old Jasmine Richardson was waiting for Jeremy Stinky, who was armed and determined to carry out a horrifying plan that had been secretly plotted outside the house. With his firearm ready and his goal clearly visible, Jeremy entered the house. Deborah, the family matriarch, was the first person he interacted with. She used all of her strength to fight back after comprehending the threat that was in front of her. Her maternal instinct demanded that she take every precaution to protect her family. Although the struggle was desperate, Jeremy's assault was vicious and unrelenting. Deborah bravely struggled, but she was no match for his savagery. Mark was awakened by the ruckus and hurried to assist his wife. When he discovered her being attacked, he attempted to stop it, but Jeremy's onslaught was equally vicious. Even with all of his power and resolve, Mark was unable to withstand the intensity of the attack, and was also defeated by Jeremy's unrelenting brutality. The Richardson family was plunged into disarray and grief after both parents passed away in such a horrifying way. Frightened and confused, 8-year-old Jacob hid in his bed throughout the confusion, holding on to everything he could find to soothe him. The small youngster may have been unable to comprehend the noises of violence and perhaps assumed that he would be saved by keeping quiet, but there was absolutely no mercy from Jeremy. In an act so senseless and vicious that it brought out the night's depravity, he sought down Jacob and killed the small kid. According to witnesses and subsequent investigators, Jasmine either actively helped Jeremy kill Jacob or, at the absolute least, made it possible for him to do so. The breadth of her involvement made an already unthinkable atrocity much more horrifying. The Richardson residence was a scene of unspeakable destruction by the time the bloodshed had ceased. Blood covered the walls and floors, and the house fell into an odd hush and stillness. In just a few hours, the home that had once been a place of love and warmth was turned into a terrifying place. Even seasoned investigators were taken aback by the crime's extreme savagery. Jasmine and Jeremy were shaken by the killings and fled, leaving behind the broken remains of a family in their wake. Along with any pretense of routine and communal safety, 3 lives were snatched from people who had every right to live them. The Richardson family went from being a representation of suburban stability to becoming the focus of disaster and a warning to everyone who knew them. With so many unanswered concerns and a general sense of loss creeping in, it was to be a threshold, a night of darkness that marked the end of the world. The following morning, a youngster arrived to the Richardson residence to play with his closest friend, Jacob, upsetting the tranquility of this peaceful suburban community. When he rang the front doorbell and no one responded, his curiosity overcame him and he looked through a window, where he saw the bloodied bodies of Mark and Deborah Richardson lying still. This sight would haunt him for the rest of his life. For anyone, much less a child, the sight was horrifying and unreal. He ran away in terror to rouse his parents, who called the police right away. When authorities arrived at the Richardson residence, they discovered an unimaginable amount of bloodshed. The floor and walls were covered in blood. The horrific violence that had occurred that evening was depicted in the graphic images. The bodies of Mark and Deborah were discovered in the living room when the cops proceeded into the house, and Jacob, an 8-year-old kid, was discovered dead on the floor of his bedroom. Even seasoned officers were stunned by the crime's severity. At first, there were concerns of kidnapping. Because 12-year-old Jasmine was absent, the killer may have abducted her, according to the police, making her another victim of that horrible act. As authorities rushed to piece together what had transpired, an Amber Alert was contemplated. However, when they searched the area for proof, their suspicions started to change. A far more sinister and unsettling picture was painted by the discovery of Jasmine's belongings, which included unsettling messages she had exchanged with an older man named Jeremy Stinky. As the investigators dug deeper, they discovered more emails, social media posts, and text messages between Jasmine and Jeremy that hinted at their evil scheme. They had talked about their shared murderous desires and their scheme to murder everybody who stood in their way. The fact that Jasmine was an active co-conspirator and not a victim became even more clear. Jasmine and Jeremy, meantime, had traveled a few miles to a town to hide from the police after leaving the crime scene. They took refuge in a friend's house, where the friend was unaware of the murders. Later, locals said that the pair was continuing their lives as if nothing had occurred. They were captured on camera, kissing, holding hands, and laughing. Their reckless behavior was a terrifying example of their disinterest in the horrors they had perpetrated. Their lack of regret was the most disturbing. The distorted dynamic between these two was further highlighted by this fact. Their covert efforts were short-lived. Police found them within 24 hours, using evidence from the crime site and witness accounts. Their heartless scheme came to a startling halt when the pair was taken into custody. In the view of the community, the fact that Jasmine was implicated gave a further dimension to an already tragic and unexplained event. The narrative of the Richardson murders, whose terrifying evidence demonstrated how quickly innocence may turn to evil, never ceased to captivate and horrify people. As one of the most unsettling criminal cases in recent decades, the trial that followed the horrific killings of Jasmine's family members garnered worldwide attention. It sparked a series of discussions about the nature of juvenile involvement in violent crimes and the adult's role in influencing children. The Youth Criminal Justice Act was used to try Jasmine, who was just 12 years old when the crimes occurred. Due to her age, she is entitled to specific safeguards under this statute. Nevertheless, she was tried in a court of law for her actions, just like any other adult. Due to his age of 23, Jeremy was also tried as an adult and was subject to the full force of the law. The trial's prosecutors presented a terrifying account of the twisted bond between Jasmine and Jeremy, presenting a picture of a young child who was more than merely a willing accomplice in the vicious plot and preparation that led to the horrific killing. The prosecution explained how Jeremy had coldly controlled Jasmine and used that power to persuade her to assist in the killings of her own family members. The killings had been graphic in their details, they said, and prosecutors maintained that this was a case of deliberate murder rather than some random act of violence. Even if little Jasmine was fully aware of the gravity of her actions and shared equal culpability for them. The defense side, on the other hand, made an effort to highlight Jasmine's vulnerability at the age of 12 and contended that an older, more seasoned person like Jeremy could easily sway her. According to their claims, Jasmine was brainwashed and coerced into carrying out the killings. As a result, she was unable to fully comprehend the seriousness of her actions or what she was doing. According to the defense, Jeremy was a cunning person who had taken advantage of Jasmine's emotional immaturity and gullibility to gain her trust and carry out his own nefarious schemes. They asked the court to consider her age and the very probable possibility that she had been misled and was unable to make her own decisions. The evidence against both defendants grew throughout the trial. Witness accounts, forensic data, and a thorough examination of the couple's relationship revealed a pattern of Jeremy's dominance and manipulation. The jury was not persuaded that Jasmine's involvement in the killings involved more than merely being influenced by someone else, notwithstanding the defense of brainwashing. There was no question that she was criminally culpable for the killings because she had actively participated in their planning, execution, and aftermath. The court finally rendered its decision, finding Jasmine guilty on 3 counts of first-degree murder. Her crimes were far too serious to be given a light punishment, even though her young had to be taken into account while determining her sentence. As a result, she received the harshest punishment imaginable for a minor, 10 years in a juvenile detention center, which included 4 years in a mental health facility and 4 years of conditional supervision. Jeremy, meanwhile, received the harshest punishment imaginable, 3 consecutive life sentences with no possibility of release for 25 years. In many respects, the punishment reflected the horrible nature of the crimes, but it also highlighted how crucial Jeremy was to the whole situation, entangling the other 2 through his deceitful tactics. In order to preserve her privacy and assist her in acclimating to life outside the facility, Jasmine was granted total anonymity upon her release in 2016. According to reports, she has begun over under a different identity, away from the scrutiny of the public that had followed her case for years. Her release signaled the conclusion of a legal journey that had garnered national attention and sparked intense discussion. To many, her case represents redemption and rehabilitation, an appeal to the potential for reform by young offenders under the right conditions. Supporters note out that she served her entire term, spent time in a mental health facility, and successfully fulfilled all conditional supervision conditions. For them, she serves as an example of how the legal system can grant second chances, particularly to young people who may have been persuaded or otherwise influenced to conduct horrible crimes. However, some would disagree. They believe that granting Jasmine a new name and another opportunity to live a regular life does not enough make up for the seriousness of her crimes. They question whether the family whose members' lives she brutally ended ever received justice. Her anonymity felt like a shield from responsibility, and detractors believed it created a negative precedent and diminished the gravity of her actions. It supports a more thorough discussion about the inequity of youth rehabilitative opportunities. In the debate over the morality and practicality of sentencing adolescents for violent crimes, her case is frequently used as an example to illustrate how to find a balance between protecting vulnerable criminals on the one hand and providing justice for the victims on the other. Jeremy may be the subject of this story, but he is still behind bars, serving the majority of his sentence, 3 life sentences, with no possibility of release for 25 years. One significant difference between Jeremy's case and Jasmine's is that Jeremy has always been the aggressor in these terrible incidents because his identity has never been hidden. COVID has frequently been explained by his involvement in the crime, a relationship that appears to degenerate into an unexplainable downward spiral. Jeremy's impact on Jasmine, his history, and his motivations have all been the focus of media scrutiny and psychological research. His narrative will always serve as a reminder to provide an example of the worst that may occur when dysfunctional dynamics and unchecked manipulation are allowed to lead to unimaginable acts of brutality. For many, Jeremy represents the negative aspects of relationships where respect and trust are replaced by control and manipulation. Some people believe that his continued confinement protects him from hurting other people. However, his situation does raise issues about how much more could have been done to aid with mental health interventions, and what society's obligations are in attempting to stop these kinds of acts before they become tragic. In summary, the Jasmine and Jerry case remained relevant and functioned as social study on the issues of justice, criminality, and human behavior. Their case went on to highlight the intricacy of criminal justice, particularly for young people, and how startling it was to be reminded of the long-lasting effects of unhealthy relationships and violence. The killings of the Richardson family serve as a chilling reminder of how swiftly and unpredictably a seemingly normal life may devolve into unimaginably horrific catastrophe. This is a very unsettling case, exposes us to difficult problems, and highlights the negative aspects of human relationships, love, and manipulation. Thin Veneer highlights how poisonous, dangerous relationships may have disastrous outcomes, even in families that seem secure and caring at first glance. Even now, people all around the world are still affected by the case of Jasmine Richardson and Jeremy Stanke, which rocked Medicine Hat, Alberta to its core. However, the particularly horrific nature of the killings and the young youth of those responsible were what truly made this case unique. Jasmine was just 12 years old at the time, and few incidents in Canadian real crime history have affected people so profoundly. It touched with extremely challenging issues of responsibility, rehabilitation, and justice, while also exposing young people's susceptibilities to manipulation. The killings are more than just a depressing chapter in Medicine Hat's history. They serve as a spectral reminder of how brittle trust can be and how disastrous the fallout can be when it is betrayed. Years later, the story continues to elicit fury that extends well beyond the town's boundaries, captivating and unsettled everyone who hears about it. The killings of the Richardson family bring to light the intricacies of human nature and the profound effects that violence has on people, families, and society. The killings of the Richardson family serve as a prime example of the myriad complexities of human nature and the extent to which violence may affect individuals, families, and society. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. 11 years old, 9-year-old Kiana Davis, Kiara Phillips, age 7, Carol McDonald, age 5. When this two-story duplex caught fire due to arson, Keani Welch perished. Known as Indiana's Garden Spot, the sleepy community in Carroll County was always tranquil until November 21, 2016, when 4 little sisters lost their lives in a devastating fire. What caused the fire to start? Was it set on purpose? Or was it an accident? We'll learn the specifics of this tragic situation today. Galen Rose was thrilled to have begun a new, higher-paying job. She aspired to provide the greatest life possible for her girls. At the ages of 11, 9, 7, and 5, her existence revolved around her daughters, Kiana Davis, Kiara Phillips, Carol McDonald, and Keani Welch. The girls were brimming with enthusiasm. For her daughters, Galen envisioned a life of limitless chances, but she passed up many of them. She didn't want her daughters to grow up as dull as she had. When she was just 12, her father, Tracy Rose, was imprisoned for narcotics offenses. Even still, this was insufficient because she didn't have him until 2011 when he returned to her life. Tracy relocated to Florida and encouraged Galen to accompany him because he loved her and his grandchildren so much. Despite her initial reluctance, she had missed her father terribly. She thought about his offer for weeks before she and the daughters followed her father to Florida. For her and her young daughters, Flora represented a new beginning. Before finding a large apartment, Galen spent 8 months living with her father and the girls. The monthly rent for the 2-story duplex was $500.00. For her and the girls, this was a welcome change. The street was surrounded with trees, and the duplex had a front porch, and they quickly adapted. Outside, the girls would frequently play together. They made new friends in the area and were amiable to everyone. Since they didn't have a dog of their own, they played with the neighbors. In addition, the 4 sisters enjoyed dancing, playing sports, and spending time with their families. They were cheerleaders for the Lafayette Diamonds. The Saturday before the fire, they had just participated in a cheering competition, and Kiana had a basketball game on Sunday. Kiana devoted numerous hours each week to basketball since she liked the game. Like Galen, Tracy thought she would be a basketball star. He accompanied her to games and applauded from the stands. Galen was incredibly proud of her daughters. She put in a lot of overtime at a gas station in order to make ends meet. Galen was as serene and upbeat as her girls. She spoke courteously to clients and had a smile on her face behind the desk. Because she encouraged them, particularly during Tuesday cheer sessions, the girls occasionally referred to her as their coach. Her favorite part of the week was seeing them perform. Rose went to the grocery shop with her girls on the afternoon of November 21, 2016. The girls chose their favorite snacks, so it was one of those thrilling outings. It was already evening when they arrived at their house. Around 10 o'clock at night, Rose put them to bed after preparing dinner. As they curled up under their blankets, the girls echoed, "Good night." Rose said that she was thankful for her small family. The weary mother of 4 made her way to her room. After a few minutes, there was complete quiet and everyone was sound asleep. Nobody could have predicted the next course of events. Tracy was getting ready to leave town the Friday before the fire. When he went to see his grandkids, he requested them to assist him with packing. The girls who called him Papa didn't want him to go, so they asked him to stay with them for a while. It was unusual that they asked him to cancel his trip, but he didn't make much of it, so he left anyway. A few hours later, he woke up to a call from Galen, who said that his granddaughters were dead. How did it happen? Galen was sound asleep when she heard screams coming from her daughter's bedroom, and she jumped out of bed as soon as she heard them. The flames were spreading quickly as the screams continued from their bedroom upstairs, and she tried to reach them, but the extreme heat prevented her from doing so. She was unable to speak or breathe, and the flames pushed her back from the staircase. At that point, she realized that she was saving them and that alone was not an option, so she fled the house to get assistance from neighbors. When the first 911 call came in at 3:30 a.m., neighbors gathered around the house to help the 4 girls while their injured mother watched helplessly. The screams became softer as time went on, and when the Carroll County Sheriff's deputy Drew Yoder, he too suffered from severe smoke inhalation. Later, Galen was airlifted to Eskenazi's burn center, where she was burned all over and had smoke in her throat. When Yoder arrived, he asked Galen where the children were, and she pointed to their room upstairs. The girls shared a bedroom on the 2nd floor, and Yoder immediately called the county to send medics. Coughing, he attempted to climb a narrow, smoke-filled stairway, but the climb was difficult and impossible. Galen desperately steered Yoder from outside, telling him to keep climbing until he reached the girl's bedroom, but the smoke overpowered him. A few seconds later, he left the building, moaning and breathing heavily, and he hurried to the Flora Fire Department, which was on its way. Deputy Yoder and Officer Dissinger, wearing air packs, prepared to crawl on their hands and knees to the front door as the fire department edged closer. Unfortunately, the flames came towards the cops from the back of the house. Firefighters arrived to rescue the officers and 3 of the girls, and CPR was started on the girls right away in the hopes that they would be saved. Yoder yelled at them to get the fire equipment moving. While firefighters fought the fire inside the house and the medical team attempted to save the lives of the girls outside, the 4th girl was taken out of the house, and while the fire raged through the house, all 4 sisters died at the scene, with Yoder and Dissinger being airlifted to the hospital after suffering injuries. The speed at which the flames spread throughout the building shocked the neighbors, and Flora, a town barely larger than a square mile, was plunged into a state of grief, suspicion, and fear, as everyone wondered if the fire was started on purpose. The investigation began right away after rumors circulated throughout the town, and after determining that the fire originated in the kitchen, the Indiana State Fire Marshal changed the cause of the fire to arson 2 months later after finding accelerants all over the house. Investigators refused to discuss the type of accelerants they found, and days later, the state police issued a contradicting report, which raised more questions. Further investigation revealed that accelerants were only found in one part of the house, indicating that the fire started in one location. The Indiana Fire Marshal's fire investigator assigned to the Floor House fire resigned, adding insult to injury. Investigator Dennis Randall did not provide an explanation for his resignation, but this move was suspicious. The private investigator's email to state police confirmed the concerns of many, saying in part that the press release statement regarding accelerants being found in multiple locations is absolutely not based on any evidence discovered at the scene during the investigation, and the investigator, Dennis Randall, was not performing a proper origin and cause investigation based on the current procedures of NFPA 921, 2016 edition to express that opinion. Josh Ayers, Randall's boss prior to his resignation, was also Galen's landlord and president of the Flora Town Council. The resignation is bad news for Galen and her family, who think it will hinder the investigation and leave many questions unanswered. For example, could Randy's resignation hurt the chances of locking someone up for arson? It would be hard for a new investigator to take on the case with the same zeal. Will the small-town politics impede justice? The answer is not yet known, but if Galen's suspicions are correct, it would be another devastating blow to the case. It's been over 8 years since the incident, and there's no justice. They're focused on finding the arsonist. Doug Carter maintains that the fire was intentionally started and that someone who knew the family committed it. Carter also disclosed that detectives have traveled to Ohio, Kentucky, Illinois, and California for investigation. There is no justice, which leaves much to be desired, considering that the Delphi murders received more attention. Remember how Abby Williams and Libby German were killed on February 13, 2017? The police swung into action and arrested the suspect. Since then, Richard Allen has been arrested and sentenced to 130 years in prison. The arson case, ironically, is still unsolved. Police claim it is unfair to compare the two cases, saying that while they have over 80 zero tips regarding the homicide, they have very little information about the arson case. Is that the case, or are they concealing something? When reporters asked to speak with Deputy Yoder, the officer who was hospitalized following the fire, Carroll County Sheriff Toby Leesenby refused. Additionally, Leesenby declined to speak with Flora Fire Chief Todd Trent. When reporters contacted the lead investigator, he declined to comment. However, State Police Superintendent Doe Carter made a mysterious statement regarding the Flora investigation, saying, "There are a couple of pieces that we need, and those that know what those pieces are know what I mean, so I'll leave it at that." Why are the police keeping quiet? Is there something they're not telling the public while Flora residents wait for the police? It is unclear what her alleged drug use has to do with the investigation, but Galen's involvement in the fire is at the top of the list of rumors that have been circulating around town. Did the girl's mother intentionally set the house on fire? Here are the startling facts. On July 19, 2019, the Indiana State Police wrote to Galen Rose, stating that they wanted to talk about the fire and, as if that wasn't enough, that they offered her immunity over her alleged illegal drug activity. She maintains her innocence, and investigators have not named her as a suspect despite the fact that the letter was written 5 years ago. The police later expressed frustration over her lack of availability to speak to investigators, stating that she spoke to them 3 weeks after the fire, with nothing concrete to further the case. When journalists attempted to clarify the offer for immunity, the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office declined to comment. They would not speak to anyone until after the investigation. Investigators also have another reason to suspect Galen. Documents filed as part of the investigation showed that on August 6, 2016, a policy was written for the house the girls lived in, with liability coverage of $392,882.00 and effective September 15 of that year. The documents included a home appraisal dated September 10, which was valued at $45.00. Policies are sometimes written based on a verbal conversation with the property owner, and the timing of the policy and the fire raises serious red flags. Was this a case of insurance fraud? Was the policy created to cash in like a lottery ticket? As the rumors persisted, Galen added a twist to the case. On August 25, 2022, she filed a federal lawsuit against her landlord Josh Ayers, his business partner Troy Helderman, and their company Birch Tree Holdings. Faith Alvarez, Galen's lawyer, told the court that there were no working smoke detectors outside each bedroom when she rented the apartment, despite Indiana law requiring them to be installed. She expressed urgent concerns to her landlord about the missing smoke detectors and the malfunctioning electrical outlets, but he did nothing to address the issue. According to the complaint, firefighters discovered one smoke detector without batteries. According to the lawsuit, Birch Tree Holdings and 2 landlords were to blame for the absence of functional fire detectors. To solve the mystery, Galen hired former ATF fire investigator Mike Vergon, who worked as a certified investigator for more than 15 years before launching his own firm. Before publishing his report, Vergon visited the house 3 times in 6 months and found one smoke detector without a battery. Determined to find the truth, Vergon combed through fire debris in the backyard but was unable to find any more smoke detectors, paid close attention to the kitchen, connecting the back porch, and then inspected the kitchen appliances. The most important information in the fire investigation came from a witness, Adam Ayers, a neighbor and one of the first responders on the morning of the fire, who was there minutes before the police arrived. Ayers told Vergon that he attempted to reach the stairway to the bedroom where the 4 girls slept, but smoke drove him back. His conclusions were unambiguous. The fire was not caused by an electrical malfunction. However, he detailed a 2-inch wide flame path from the back porch to the kitchen before he left the house. Only Ayers saw the ribbon of fire, and he assisted Vergon in concluding that it was a set fire, though Vergon acknowledged that the fire's purpose was not to harm the children. Following a series of back and forths, on September 6, 2023, both parties came to a settlement, which Josh Ayers' lawyer Jonathan Bond confirmed was reached, though the specifics are confidential. Both parties also agreed to demolish the building at 103 East Columbia Street. Flora residents gathered for a prayer vigil at the church across the street from the home the day after the fire, and after prayers, dozens of people dropped roses at the fire's side. Their cheer squad was also present, and they brought stuffed animals, balloons, and posters to honor the sisters. Allie Sheets, the cheerleading coach, accompanied her students to the vigil, recalling that the girls never stopped smiling and that she couldn't recall a moment when they weren't happy. All 4 of the girls were always helpful, joyful, and respectful. Jen Brobst, a librarian at Carroll Elementary, where the girls went to school, described the incident as surreal and said she still can't believe they're gone. She said the library became a counseling center days after they died. Liz Brobst, Kiana's friend and a Girl Scout, said she remembers Kiana for her positive attitude and happy spirit. Flora. Neighbors and residents also shared in their grief. For example, Fox, their next-door neighbor, experienced breathing difficulties following the fire. Her brother became ill, and her husband had to cancel work. The 27-year-old woman, who lived a few steps away from the house, witnessed smoke leaving the house and heard the girls and their mothers scream uncontrollably. which was the most heartbreaking thing she had ever heard. That night, Fox and her husband hurried out of their apartment, initially perplexed but later realizing it was smoke. Cassandra Hammond, whose business is across the street from the fire outbreak, was also impacted by the incident. It remains a sad reminder of what the girls went through that night, and Cassandra hopes the police find out the truth and that the girls will get justice. Then, all of a sudden, flames engulfed the house, leaving the couple helpless. Her brother thought about running into the house to help, but he gave way to emergency personnel. Eve Gibson, another Flora resident, buried her face in her hands and sobbed uncontrollably. Speaking about the investigation, she said that the town was wondering who might have started the fire and that a family member might have done it. The Flora community fears that the killer is among them. What if he targets another Floratown home? The welcoming community has a bench with the names and ages of the 6 girls engraved on it, and each year they get together to place flowers on the porch in remembrance. Galen claims she has been robbed, and she still calls on the public to help get justice for her babies. Authorities made a heartfelt plea to the community, asking them to provide vital information that could lead to the prosecution of suspects. We need people talking to people and people listening to other people and then reporting it appropriately. Police are offering a reward of up to $5,000, 0 cents, for information that leads to an arrest, and citizens can contribute to the reward fund by sending a check to the Indiana Department of Homeland Security, making sure the memo line reads, Flora Fire Reward. Galen Rose has since moved to California to recover, but that doesn't mean the girls are forgotten. Do you think the girls were involved in an accident or were arson victims? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Consider a scene from any film when the main character is fleeing from a chase, but just as he is about to be safe, the villain's foot blocks the door from closing, making the protagonist a helpless victim. This scene marked the beginning of a young woman's grieving. She was stuck. We are all aware that in a state, the protection of freedom and human rights must always come before religion or tradition. However, the lady is impacted by societally enforced childhood stereotypes and attitudes from many years before, and she continues to live with a tyrant and accept abuse due to the effect of unwritten rules. Because of the state of the world now, these attitudes are still applicable and have the power to transform people's lives. We will travel to Kyrgyzstan, which is in Central Asia, today to examine the traditions and way of life of the citizens of the state with the longest history. Natural beauty is abundant in Kyrgyzstan. After all, mountains cover 3/4 of the nation. Its 2 mountain systems include nearly all of its land. Muslims make up the vast majority of Kyrgyz believers. At the same time, there are Orthodox Catholics, Christians, and other Protestant movements. The state of Kyrgyzstan is secular. It is a state with a system that keeps religion apart from state power and regulates it according to civil standards rather than religious ones. The government of the nation punishes clergy members for engaging in religious practices that are against republic laws. However, the authorities were completely uninterested in the instance of one vulnerable young woman who pleaded for protection and assistance from the state. Azel Nogobeva was born in Tokmak, Chui Oblast, Kyrgyzstan, in 1986. The girl completed hairdressing classes after graduating from school and relocated to Bishkek in order to work at a salon. Large cities can make it simple to get lost, but they can also make it much easier to meet people. Azamat Estebesov visited the hair salon where Azel worked one day in order to obtain a fresh haircut. He invited the attractive, slim girl for a cup of aromatic coffee because he thought she was really attractive. For both of them, the encounter proved to be fatal. After all, Azamat also thought highly of Azel. He appeared to be a straightforward, considerate man who had grown up in a wealthy household and was incredibly diligent. Because Azamat was very devout and respected Muslim customs, Azel's family supported her daughter's decision. Azel's parents calmly approved the marriage because they could not perceive the groom's shortcomings. Azel married her lover Azamat when she was 19 years old. The young family soon welcomed a son as their firstborn child. It appears that every man longs for a successor, someone who will carry on the family tradition. However, in our myth, the humble and nasty demons of Azamat were brought about by the joy of fatherhood, as if it were a genie from a jug. Thus, a straightforward family tale on a typical evening descended into a genuine drama, which in turn sparked a string of depressing incidents. The inexperienced father unintentionally spilled too much water on their son as Azamat and Essel were bathing him. He sobbed uncontrollably and trembled with fear. In a nasty reaction, Azel yelled at her husband. Without hesitation, Azamat responded by striking her in the face. When Azel and the child visited her mother's home that same evening, Azamat expressed regret and begged for forgiveness. Saying that this will never happen again, he pleaded. It is important to note that the mindset of Kyrgyzstan differs greatly from other mentalities. Given the traditions and customs of the Turkic family, girls are taught patience from an early age, and that a husband should live alone for the rest of his life, because divorce is not encouraged, but is not prohibited. Additionally, the Muslim faith plays a significant role in establishing and maintaining a family by any means. Azel, who was fatherless herself, did not want her son to experience the same thing. The girl thought they would be able to live happily ever after Azamat raised his hand for the first and last time. She was wrong, but Azel returned. The family moved back to Tokmak, her hometown, to be close to her parents after a year in Bishkek. She was expecting her second child, so the return was a happy occasion. Asel met a number of her classmates while strolling with her son on the playground close to her house. They greeted one another and struck up a pleasant discussion, but on the way home from the walk, Asel was struck hard once more to the face. She was hit so hard that she stumbled on the linoleum and collapsed. Unfortunately, a miscarriage was caused by this blow and fall. Azamat became the shadow of Azel after he moved to Tokmak. He stalked down the street after her. He was always trying to find an excuse to start new fights. The man developed a liking for it and was unable to stop pounding her. Only the gentle and considerate Azamat's exterior remained. For the sake of her children, Asel had accepted life under complete control, even though his eyes were filled with hatred and rage, which caused Asel to alter. She had another son, after all. Once more, the abuse continued for years. When the mother of Asel learned about her daughter's family drama, she became enraged and brought her home. However, the man continued. He repeatedly visited his family, pleaded for their forgiveness, and vowed that this would never occur again. Once more, tradition stepped in since, according to Kyrgyz law, a son must grow up with his father. In the end, Asel returned 5 times. Azamat's life turned into a nightmare, and she had had enough of it. She went to the police hoping to receive assistance after each day of the excruciating beatings. However, domestic violence in Kyrgyzstan carries no criminal penalties. Azamat was subjected to a maximum of 3 days in an isolation center before returning, and this nightmare persisted for 6 years. A divorce was the last thing Azamat wanted to hear. He vowed to find his wife, the kids, and her family and murder them all if she filed for divorce. She was taken to Italy by the Asel family during the harshest beatings. Asel had huge intentions in Italy. She moved in with her brother, who assisted her in obtaining employment. She worked as a cleaner, a nurse, and a dog walker. In order to become financially independent, save money for an apartment, and escape her oppressive spouse, the woman worked non-stop on the weekend. She had saved enough money after 3.5 years to start a small business and purchase an apartment. Throughout his years in Italy, Asel witnessed several firsts. Her moral condition steadily improved as she interacted with fascinating individuals, but her mother heart still grieved for her kids. After all, in order for them to have a bright future, she had to leave them for 3 long years. The woman remained composed because she was aware that the father never physically abused the kids or shown any aggressive behavior toward them. However, she was met with a dismal scene upon her return from Italy. The living conditions of the children were appalling. They slept, ate, played, and even used the restroom in one little room. The kids didn't go for walks or to school. Their food was poor, and in keeping with custom, Azamat brought up actual Turkic guys and made their lives extremely difficult. They learned Islam and how to read the Quran at a madrasa, a Muslim educational and religious establishment, in place of going to school. Azamat didn't object that Asıl took the kids. She appears to have been freed from the harsh confinement. But Azamat resumed his pursuit of his Asıl. He offered to meet her over the phone. Asıl was unambiguous and stated that she would report harassment to the police if it occurred. However, this didn't deter him. Asıl went to get some dishwashing detergent in the evening. The shop wasn't far away. She ran across Azamat on the way, who was once more pursuing her. There, he led her to a dark, isolated location, directly on the street after grabbing her and threatening her with a knife. He exploited Asıl and beat her viciously. On September 1, 2022, bystanders became aware of the odd noises and contacted the police. Asıl reported the rape of her ex-husband to the police in a written statement. A criminal case was opened and he was placed under arrest. Asıl's family was confident that he would stand trial and that their suffering would come to an end. But Azamat's family took action because they could not believe their son was a despot. Asıl was constantly urged to withdraw the application by Azamat's mother and sisters. Another peculiar custom is that a woman in Kyrgyzstan is not allowed to report her husband, since it is considered extremely disgraceful to be raped, beaten, and humiliated, even though it is not. As much as possible, Azamat's family used deceit to dissuade Asıl. They were successful. Asıl is still their legal father, even if he retracted the application in response to Azamat's request to give up parental rights. Due to the victim's counter-application and the parties' reconciliation, the Sokoluk District Court dropped the case. Azamat initiated a fresh round of threats and harassment after being freed. He sent threatening letters to Asıl every day, changed phone numbers in order to keep applying pressure. He made it clear in voicemails that he would kill her if he captured Asıl. In the driveway, he waited for her. At work, he waited for her. For 3 months, he followed her everywhere. Relatives of Asıl's alternated between living with her and her kids, shielding her from Azamat's attacks. However, the victim was still subjected to the second act of abuse. The woman went to the police once more on January 31, 2023, to report that her ex-husband had once again used force on her. The suspect was also taken into custody and a criminal case was opened. The materials were handed to the court following the investigation. The family anticipated a genuine term of at least 5 years and was awaiting the judgment. Asıl was invited to a separate office by the judge and 2 prosecutors on the day of the trial. In front of her eyes was Azamat. After removing his shackles, they told him that 3 years of probation had been applied, rather than 5 years in jail. Indeed, he was still at liberty. Because Azamat has 2 children from his marriage to the victim and an elderly mother with a disability, the court deemed this ruling appropriate. To be clear, probation is a set of rules that are imposed on convicted individuals. Correcting behavior and preventing the commission of future offenses are the goals of probation. Asıl wept. She was pushed into the deepest recess, from whence she could not get out. Fear and despair once again took a firm hold on the woman's life. Asıl, however, didn't wait for fresh assaults. She stopped believing people and stopped paying attention to Azamat's family. All of the beatings were taken down by Asıl. She filed an appeal with the Chui Regional Court after hiring an attorney. The lawyers presented the court with all of the voicemails and threats and the messages, and this time the matter proceeded to court. However, a number of incidents repeatedly delayed the hearing, bringing the worst day of Asıl closer. The trial was first postponed for a month due to the lawyer's illness. For unknown reasons, the second and third hearings were also postponed. Asıl pleaded during the 4th hearing that the hearing should not be postponed any further because she was terrified of dying, not of being beaten. Azamat persisted in moving freely and trying to kill Asıl. He emailed her a picture of a black rucksack with a knife and a rope on the eve of the rendezvous, along with the message, "I'm ready to meet you at the bottom." However, the case was once more put on hold indefinitely, with such disregard from the legal system and law enforcement, since Azamat rejected the state attorney and a private attorney became involved. There was just no way Asıl could save herself. As usual, September 20, 2023 got underway. Asıl woke up her kids at 6:30 a.m. After eating breakfast together, the loving mother wished her oldest son a good day and went with him to school. She didn't close the door because Asıl was also going to go, and completing the preparations. The front door opened abruptly and she combed her hair. Azamat entered with great speed and aggression. The woman shut herself in the bathroom before she could react. He struck her twice on the head right away, and Asel went into a daze from not understanding what was going on. The pervert took her by the throat and began choking her after striking her head. Azamat passed out, nothing more. Asa was unconscious. At times, she thought that everything was a horrible dream when she heard Azamat's voice. But her son's cries pulled her back to the present. When Asel saw that she was awake, he wrapped a blanket around himself and sobbed as he repeatedly said, "Daddy, don't do it." However, his father told him to be quiet or else he would kill him as well. Asel tried to hide in the bathroom, but she couldn't recall how to get out. The kitchen was where she ended up. Like a needless object, he flung the poor woman to the ground, then scooped her up and proceeded to mistreat her. The pervert quickly raised Asel once more, leaned her against the wall, and began cold-bloodedly stabbing her face and neck with a clerical knife. When Asel regained consciousness the following time, she noticed that everything was covered in blood, but she was unaware of what was going on. Her throat was dry, and she had lost a lot of blood. She insisted on getting a drink. She received a bucket of rags from her once-loved spouse, which contained blood and water. The giver began selecting a knife because he had become so enamored with the taste of blood. He selected the kitchen knife that would reach Asel's heart after trying each one on. But all of a sudden, the door opened and policemen came inside. As it happened, the screams were heard by a downstairs neighbor. She contacted the police after learning of Asel's and her ex-husband's precarious circumstances, which prevented the terrible torture and ultimately saved her life. Azamat Estebasov resisted and used a knife to strike the officers. Nobody understood what had transpired in such chaos. There was blood all throughout the apartment. Azamat began slicing Asel. After cutting off his ex-wife's nose and ears in the restroom and dragging her along the hallway to the kitchen, he repeatedly injured her face and neck. He severely assaulted her, sliced her face and chopped her neck. An ambulance was called by the district police officers when they arrived. They evaluated the appearance of the cell and then hurriedly started searching for the sliced organs, but they were not there. Would you be shocked to learn where the woman's nose and ears were discovered? In the pocket of the monster. In an attempt to make up lost time, the police officers drove Asel to the 4th City Hospital in Bishkek, but they refused to administer first aid, stating that she was not a patient of theirs, based on her propiska. In addition to failing to administer first aid, the doctors failed to halt the bleeding. She just received first help and stopped bleeding in the 2nd hospital. After that, she was sent to the National Hospital, where she underwent a 9-hour operation. Asel's face was painstakingly restored by 6 physicians. The district police officers carefully handed the discovered dismembered organs, and the doctors carefully gathered everything, because the nerve nodes and earlobes had been entirely severed. Azamat used a unique knife to accomplish it. The work was quite delicate. In the hospital, the nose was also amputated entirely. Azamat did not come to for a while. Her survival was amazing. Psychologists cautioned that recovery would be extremely risky and take a long time. The incident resulted in the disfigurement of the young, attractive woman, and a criminal case was filed under the Kyrgyz Republic's Criminal Code's article on causing grave harm to health. The suspect in the crime was taken into custody by the police. On September 27, 2023, he was transferred to a pre-trial custody facility. By presidential decree, 9 judges were removed from their positions, and Azamat Estebasov's sentence was reduced to 8 years in prison. Among them is Kilbek Toktomamitov, a judge in the Chuy region's Sokuluk District Court, who granted the guy a probationary release. According to the President of State's proclamation, Toktomatov was fired for failing to uphold the standards of a judge's faultless conduct. Alongside him, Sadir Japarov prematurely terminated the powers of several judges who had in some way broken the standards of impeccability by issuing a decree on November 1 at the Council of Judges' suggestion. The incident was further investigated by 6 investigators. They revisited and reviewed all of Azamat Estebasov's earlier cases. After considering all of the information they discovered, they included 11 articles in the new indictment case by the end of December 2023. All investigation work was finished, and the first court hearings were held on January 9, 2024. Azamat Estebasov evaded answering the judge's inquiries in any manner possible, and in other instances claimed that he was unable to talk because he was possessed by a demon. He did not confess to any of the 11 incidents that were brought against him. The trial was postponed as a result of his hostile behavior toward the witnesses. The last closed court hearing took place on January 26, 2024. Given the complexity of the case, Judge Talikul Kadir Kanolova condemned Azamat Estebasav to 20 years in prison without the possibility of probation. In addition, he has to pay his ex-wife $2 million, 0 cents, and the state an 80,000 sum punishment. 1 day in the pretrial detention facility was counted as 2 by the judge. Despite the defendant's appeal in the spring, the 20-year prison sentence was upheld. Azel Nogobaiba stated that she would go farther and insist that the ex-spouse receive a life sentence, and that everyone who supported and encouraged his behavior be publicly removed from government and subjected to punishment. Let this serve as a model for all. No woman in Kyrgyzstan should have to bear the suffering that my family and I am going through. Thank you to everyone who did not support the victim. Advocates and Asel Nagoy Bivas's family demanded that her ex-husband receive a life sentence. In the end, Azamat kept sending threats to Asel via text, saying that he would still go out and find her even after being imprisoned. Lawmakers have finally reached a resolution in the Asel Nogaibova case, which concerns a woman's helplessness before the nation's laws and how a once loved and caring individual may suddenly transform into a heartless monster. Kyrgyzstan's public was deeply affected by this case. Diana Yelkin, Asel's sister, urged lawmakers to enact legislation against domestic abuse. She threatened to force the MPs to consider the value of one poor choice by showing them a child's face without bandages if they failed to enact legislation against domestic abuse. Asel's sister filed a petition to sentence her sister's ex-husband to life in prison without the possibility of parole. She remembered how her sister had divorced her husband 5 years prior due to his abuse and poor behavior, but he continued to harass, beat, and abuse her even after the divorce. Zama Estebesov poses a threat to civilization. His kind shouldn't be allowed to live freely. They are maniacal and compulsive individuals. People like him ought to be imprisoned. We demand that this monster be given a life sentence. Morally, he has already killed a seal. In front of her little children, he disfigured her face. He and all like him ought to get life sentences without the possibility of release. In the petition, she makes an appeal. Regardless of the nation, family violence frequently takes on horrific forms. All women worldwide should be united on the issue of domestic violence, and we must remember that a person's religion is not a sign of their suitability. Asel has a new life now. She suffers greatly from her new identity, and although Asel's wounds are slowly getting better, it will take a while for her to fully recover her breathing and hearing abilities, all described in her interview how she first saw her face following the tragedy. It was a day off. There were no mirrors in my room because I was not allowed to look at myself. I proceeded to the first level to dress because neither my doctors nor the on-call doctor were present. There was a metal operating lamp and my bandages were off. The on-call physician hadn't put it away. In the reflection, I recognized myself. My fear is of me. I am unable to look in the mirror. My ears were already visible due to the shock. I passed out. Asil saw her face in its entirety 2 weeks later. Her brother gave her a home address. All of the mirrors were taken out beforehand with the exception of the bathroom mirror, which was impossible to remove. Asil got up and chose to take a short peek at herself after her brother left, for 3 seconds. She fainted upon seeing her reflection. Her frenzy was intense. Although Asil stated that no one should ever witness such ugliness, she still has work to do to restore her face. She will undergo a number of procedures to rebuild her face and repair the structure of her nose and ears prior to the plastic surgery. These operations necessitate extensive planning, skin augmentation, and a year or more of recuperation. Asil has also lost 20% of her hearing, which will undoubtedly be fixed as well. The fact that these procedures are not carried out in Kyrgyzstan presents a challenge. Large sums of money are needed to carry out such intricate activities in Turkey or other nations. Turkish plastic surgeon Mikhail Surar volunteered to do the procedure for free, meaning he would pay for it entirely. Doctors in Kyrgyzstan initially told him that Asel only had the tip of her nose, but Sauer was astonished to see the woman's face unbandaged. As it happened, plastic surgery was insufficient to solve the problem. In this instance, a number of procedures were required to repair the organs. Aselnoguaibeva's ex-husband disfigured her ears and nose, and the procedure to restore them will cost at least $45,000, 0 cents. All intricate activities will be conducted in Turkey, according to ASL sister Diana Yelkin, who is actively involved in spreading information and collecting money for the operation. Regretfully, we still haven't raised half of the $45,000, 0 cents that is required. Accommodations, psychologists, rehabilitation, interpreters, medications, and other costs are also included. I have more photos of her without bandages, Diana Yelkin stated. They're terrifying. The faint of heart should not attempt these. Because yesterday I have been unable to regain consciousness, and because her nose and ears are gone, I am unable to accept this fate. I am grateful to the physicians. They exerted every effort. The most important thing is that gangrene and sepsis did not go, Diana Yelkin, the victim's sister, stated. She says she will publish her sister's face sans bandages if they are unable to obtain the required funds soon. Show the real face of lawlessness and the real face of a victim of violence to the entire world. Allow each judge, police officer, and deputy to view the mutilated Asel's face by hanging a picture of her. Before enacting the required laws and judgments, take a picture. All of this would not have occurred a year ago if the judge had not placed this monster on probation. The seal and the family hoped that the statute would allow for independent judges. We are now posing a challenge to the Kyrgyz courts and to everyone else. Diana frequently planned activities to raise awareness to the issue of domestic violence against women in Kyrgyzstan. Fundraising has been done thus far to assist in regaining ACL Nogobayba's health. Despite the horrific experience she had, ACL's support is a testament to bravery and tenacity in the face of abuse. After 12 years of abuse, Asil, who has not yet fully recovered physically and mentally, aspires to start a foundation to support other battered women. You can't stop helping others to wrap up the story after experiencing abuse. The essence of her ex-husband is the true ugliness that no one should see, not even the face of Asil. It is evident that Asil is a very feminine, delicate, and attractive woman, despite the weariness and pain in her eyes. She is a lovely woman because of the beauty of her soul and heart, regardless of how her face seems right now. All women should heed my advice. Never put up with or expect your chosen one to change, flee, and never return. There are tyrants in every country. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. When a son's problematic history returned to haunt his parents in the most terrible way in 2004, the idyllic lives of a family in sunny Miami was upended. This is the murder case of the Sutton family. The lives of John and Susan Sutton were idyllic. In the late 1970s, the couple received their second child, Melissa, and adopted their first, Christopher Sutton. The close-knit family of 4 occupied a lavish home in Coral Gables, Florida, 7 years later. Life and ambitions abound in this posh area close to Miami. John was a well-respected lawyer. He was well known for his legal expertise and for winning the majority of the well-known cases he oversaw. He has had a state law practice license since 1972. John had an unrivaled charisma. Susan Sutton was his devoted manager and wife. Susan worked as the surgical intensive care unit's head nurse. She served as his pillar of support both at work and at home. The Sutton family loved community living and education. From a young age, both parents disciplined their children. There were difficulties, just like in any seemingly ideal household. Melissa remained composed and compliant. She cherished her house and took every precaution to keep it safe. She fulfilled every desire of a parent, but her brother was not like that. Christopher seems to have repented of his role as the Sutton family's black sheep. Unbeknownst to them, his parents thought he had moved on from his turbulent background. Beyond his new character's darker motives, he planned evil. Later, these plans would fall apart. On August 24, 2004, John and Susan Sutton threw a party at their house on Orduna Drive, which is off of Granada Boulevard. The Devil's Den was the previous name for this region. John's firm, Sutton Law Group, won 3 high-value cases, and Susan had just turned 57. John's legal partner, Teddy Montoto, his fiancée, Juliet Driscoll, and their son, Christopher, stopped by for the event. Following the party, John and Susan returned to their separate bedrooms. Christopher and Juliet went to the movie theater, and Teddy went home exhausted from the evening's activities. The couple did not share a bedroom despite being married. The loud snores that John was known for were too much for Susan to put up with. She put up with it for years before deciding to stop. They said their goodbyes and went to bed, but this night would forever alter their lives. In a shocking turn of events, at around 10:30 p.m. a shooter broke into their home. As he entered the house, this guy parked his automobile along Coral Gables' tree-lined streets. To fit the occasion, he wore black. As he entered through the rear sliding door, the dog hardly gave a bark. It was simple because he knew the door was never locked. The intruder was armed with a Glock pistol that was 9mm. His goal was to murder Susan and John Sutton. Shots rang out as they arrived at Susan's chamber. Susan was in the master bedroom talking on the phone when he fired 6 shots at her. The attacker entered John's room without warning and shot him in the face and stomach. John called 911 despite his head injuries, groaning in agony as he asked for an ambulance. The assailant from Sutton, meantime, disappeared into the darkness. Police rushed into the neighborhood from all sides a few moments later. While confirming Susan's death, medical professionals drove the near-death attorney to a nearby trauma treatment facility. John found himself in a pool of his own blood by this point. Medics believed he would die because of the amount of blood he lost. Police realized something was wrong as they attempted to make sense of the incident. First, there was no damage to John's wallet containing cash or to Susan's jewels. The individual was on a mission. He was unwilling to tamper with it once more. That evening, one of the visitors showed up at the site in a miraculous manner. Teddy got to the crime scene just in time. He told the police that he hurried to Susan's residence after hearing gunfire while he was speaking with her on the phone. Why was he talking to her on the phone at that moment? Was Teddy interested in the couple's deaths? He was named the first suspect by the police as a result of these inquiries. The day following the shooting, interrogations started. Teddy was a marksman in addition to working at John's legal company. He had gone shooting earlier that day and was a competitive shooter. There were eyebrows raised by this revelation. Detective Cordero sent Teddy's gun to be tested in an attempt to piece everything together. She had a list of questions for the suspect while this was going on. She believed he was concealing something about his covert liaison with Susan. Why else was he talking to her on the phone that evening? Teddy admitted to having an affair with Susan after failing a polygraph test, but he had no reason to harm her or her spouse. Teddy was exonerated of the crime by the police since his gun did not match the murder weapon. He wasn't in the Suttons' house when the shooting occurred, according to detectives. Who would want to kill the Suttons? As a prosperous attorney, John had many adversaries. Death threats came to him from time to time, but he usually brushed them off. Every name was examined by the police as they went through the records, but they all had alibis. But they still had to examine one more person. Days prior to the incident, a lady had broken into John's firm. She threatened to ruin a lawyer who apparently had enemies because she was upset over a settlement issue. There was a woman early on who had threatened to blow up his office. That would be a quintessential illustration of a reason for murder. Although the woman may have been able to escape through the river that night with the use of her boat, authorities were unable to connect her to the crime. The yacht never left the marina where it was docked, according to surveillance footage. If not her, then who was it? The police had to start over. They discovered Christopher's records while looking at minor things. At first glance, he appeared to be a distraught son, but as investigators learned more about his previous life, his past started to come to light. As a teenager, Christopher got into a lot of trouble. He had conduct-defiant disorder, which made him challenging to parent because it caused frequent defiance and a lack of impulse control. He attended several different schools. This teenager never understood his parents' best interests, and when they dropped him off at a new school, he would slip out the back door and into the street. He didn't want to learn and skipped classes. He and a few other students broke into a teacher's home while he was in high school and spray-painted it. Later, he was sued and arrested. Christopher was cruel. Despite his parents' disapproval, he wanted to get body piercings, draw tattoos, and use narcotics. If he didn't get his way, he became quite irate and damaged stuff. He had a rifle years ago when he was 16. He gestured to Melissa and Susan. After threatening to shoot, he decided against it. He was a tough pill to swallow, but they would later find out that the firearm was unloaded. Christopher hated his parents so much that he intended to murder them in order to get the fortune. Susan discovered a message while tidying his room one day. In light of this, he declared his intention to murder his parents. He made a joke when she questioned him about it. Susan took it seriously. She was afraid for her daughter, her husband, and herself. She realized she needed to move quickly. Although they considered obtaining a restraining order against him, this was insufficient. They desired that he leave the residence. Sending a stubborn youngster to Paradise Cove, a strict boarding school in Samoa, is by all means the best way to get rid of him. Christopher was sent to this odd city as part of a program designed to help troublesome boys change their conduct. His parents thought that this was the solution to his issues. When Christopher arrived, he was just 17. As someone who was accustomed to disobeying the rules, punishments were harsh, and every rule mattered in Paradise Cove. Christopher was in the isolation box for hours. Sometimes criminals were hauled to the mountains, where they were hogtied and abandoned in the open air after being bound with rope. People in Paradise Cove were cruelly imprisoned and dehumanized. Christopher delivered his parents a video message after a year in Paradise Cove. The teenager was resolved to go at that point. On his 18th birthday, he vowed to vacate the property, but his father obtained a court order allowing him to remain there for an additional year. Christopher was upset. His connection with his parents soured when he left Paradise Cove, and he detested them for doing it to him. Investigators believed Christopher had some knowledge of the deadly shooting after putting these pieces together. Did he do this to get revenge on his parents for his stay in Paradise Cove? The case was slowly winding down. The interrogation of Christopher was simple. He and Juliet went to the movie theater on the night of the shooting. He presented the tickets to detectives and surveillance footage showed him departing before midnight. However, Detective Cordero noticed something while they were watching. On his way out, Christopher was glued to his cell phone. According to phone records, he made 331 calls to the same number. He spent months on the phone with his childhood friend and smoking companion Garrett Kopp, weeks prior to the shooting. Following the horrifying events of August 22, 2004, Garrett Kopp was taken into custody by the police on suspicion of killing Susan Sutton and attempting to kill John Sutton. Less than 24 hours after the shooting, Garrett was taken into custody for an unrelated incident. He was arrested after he used a gun to attack someone in another area of Miami. The gun used in the assault was requested by detectives from Garrett's arresting officer, who complied and allowed them to test it. It coincided with the gun used in the Sutton shooting, which was shocking. Immediately, Garrett, the police officer, was asked to be questioned. The 6-hour interrogation was stressful. At first, Garrett didn't say much, but as detectives pressed him, he did. Did he come up with this plan, or did two people work together on it? He intended to shoot the pair inside the house. Christopher threatened to kill Garrett and his son if he told anybody about it, and in return he would receive $100,000, 0 cents from the $500, 0 cents in insurance money. Garrett described Christopher's desperation to have his parents put to death. He guided his movements that evening and even acquired him the gun used in the operation. Christopher told the attacker about his parents' room while purposefully leaving the sliding door on the back patio unlocked. Christopher had everything planned, so it was simple to enter the family home. When he fired 6 shots, Susan was under her blanket. Although Garrett was taken into custody, the police continued to concentrate on Christopher. They looked to someone who knew him, determined to make a connection. It turned out to be Juliet, his girlfriend. She was asked to be questioned by the officers. She had nothing to hide, as evidenced by her confidence. Juliet claimed to be unaware of the crime, even though she was in a relationship with him and was unaware of his scheme. She insisted on her innocence during the 13-hour interrogation. She wouldn't harm John and Susan since she loved them as much as her parents did. Susan taught her practical skills like makeup and housekeeping, while John provided her with a position at his legal firm and financial assistance. To persuade them, Juliet broke down in tears, but the officers remained unconvinced. If she didn't tell the truth, they threatened to have her arrested. Juliet realized she needed to save herself at this point. She disclosed the deep-seated animosity her lover harbored toward his parents because they had sent him to Samoa, where he felt he would have fared better had he not gone. For what they had done to him, he wanted them to pay. Even if it took 10 years, he was prepared to strike back. His life in Samoa was previously known to the officers. They just needed proof. John, meantime, awoke in critical condition, after suffering a severe injury that rendered him blind. Melissa claimed that when she first saw her father, he was very different. His survival is a miracle. Following his medical stay, John moved in with Christopher. His son attempted to take control of his bank account during those brief days. Hearing that his son planned the shooting astounded him. Early that morning, detectives called him and asked him to keep everyone out of the house until they arrived. Christopher's desire to exact revenge on his parents was understandable. Officers arrived and informed him of the situation. He provided the police with information to solve his wife's murder, despite his health issues. Christopher was on the run for over 2 weeks when word spread about his warrant. Finally, he was taken into custody, put on trial, and given a sentence. Chris Sutton's identity becomes more apparent as the trial goes on. To demonstrate the defendant's enduring rage and bitterness, the prosecution will call a series of witnesses to testify. And preoccupation with vengeance resulted from anger and hatred. On July 7, 2010, the eagerly anticipated trial got underway. John Sutton sat far apart from his son as the proceedings got underway. The jury was informed by prosecutor Kathleen Hogue that Christopher had hired a hitman to kill his parents. When the defendant received his insurance money, the intention was to shoot his parents and get reimbursed. They described his life's actual circumstances in detail. Christopher was a narcotics dealer. He was dependent on his parents for survival after returning from Samoa without a means of support. Garrett gave his version of events on the platform. He described how he entered the house that evening, shot both parents, and left without anyone noticing. For months, he and Christopher had plotted the crime. He received $50.00 from his friend to purchase black clothing for the crime at Walmart. He acknowledged once more that Christopher had recruited him to perform the job effectively. According to Christopher's defense, Garrett was lying. In exchange for a 30-year plea agreement, the police allegedly coerced Garrett into testifying, according to defense attorney Bruce Fleischer. He said that the hitman was coerced into making a false confession by the prospect of an electric chair. Prosecutors maintained their position on the facts, but Christopher informed the jury that his friend intended to avoid the death penalty at all costs, even if it meant making a fake confession. Christopher attempted to carry out similar scheme previously. They asked convicted killer Jose Peon to testify and explain his position. In 1999, Peon got to know Christopher. Christopher asked Peon if he knew of any hitmen who would kill his parents because he was desperate to get revenge on them at the time. Chris reaffirmed that his parents had life insurance and were worth $500,000, 0 cents, but Peon assumed he was kidding. The Peon pulled out of the juicy deal. Christopher responded to this claim by accusing Peon of lying. By presenting the jury with a text message that Christopher sent to his girlfriend, Juliet, prosecutors further supported their case. As if in a dream, it said, "We'll be better off after they're gone." Christopher let his head fall and started crying. He feared he was being set up by the police. Juliet would never say that about him, he thought. Unfortunately, she was the next to testify, so he was mistaken. Juliet described her boyfriend's opinion of his mother to the jurors. He detested her for not giving him what he deserved and labeled her a bitch at the first sign of offense. Whether they had to pay for taking those years out of his life, she remembered how upset he was about his time in Samoa and how the trauma never left him. Christopher's lawyer refuted the allegations, saying he thinks she was also given the death penalty threat. Juliet concluded by stating that she was unaware that he would attempt to murder his parents. All of it, she thought, was bluff. John was certain that his son was responsible for the shooting by this point. This was the final time he would nail him on the stand. John explained how his son, who was unemployed, had an unquenchable need for money to support his way of life. Christopher wanted to be in charge of John's money after he was released. Unaware that he was protecting himself from his murderous son, he saw something was wrong and withheld some information from him. John couldn't believe it, but he was convinced of his son's behavior. At the hearing, he declared to the public that he no longer loved his son. Even though he formally separated from Christopher, he is now recognized as Melissa's father. Christopher had to convince the jurors that he was innocent despite the evidence against him. He had been waiting for this time. Christopher accused Garrett of breaking into his house to obtain marijuana and referred to his childhood friend as an obsessive drug fiend. He turned down Garrett's request for medicines earlier that day, but his pal was aware of where he kept the medicines. Garrett visited the house frequently, which is why he knew it so well. According to Christopher's testimony, the drugs were concealed in his former bedroom's closet. Susan had been living in the same room prior to the shooting. When Garrett broke into his house that night, he said, the marijuana was worth $7,000. The sight of Susan in the room startled him. Even worse, she was conscious and knew who he was. He shot her out of fear. He fled the scene after shooting John out of the same fear. Christopher maintained that he had no justification for killing his parents and that he was innocent. The agony in Samoa had actually healed him. He informed the jurors that Paradise Cove wasn't horrible after all, because he benefited so much from it, which was a startling turn of events. He sobbed when questioned about the abuse that took place there. His response demonstrated that he had not recovered from his experiences there, despite his earlier assertions to the contrary. Prosecutor Kathleen concluded her final remarks by characterizing Christopher as an entitled, indolent, and greedy guy. She asked the jury to consider the evidence and take appropriate action. Christopher Patrick Sutton was convicted of first-degree murder and attempted first-degree murder following a day and a half of deliberations. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. Garrett, however, entered a guilty plea to second-degree murder and received a 30-year prison sentence. Mitchell Kopp, his father, felt let down by his son. Because of a foolish choice, he will be incarcerated for almost half of his life. Following Christopher's incarceration, John went back to his legal practice to focus on his vision restoration. At the Shepard's Eye Research Institute in Massachusetts, he thought about optic nerve regeneration. While he waits for a long-term solution, he has now placed a gadget around the back of his eye. Thanks to an assistant, he continues to practice law. John wins his cases just as in the past because he memorizes his briefs. According to reports, he has a partner who loves him without conditions. For what Christopher did to his family, John has yet to forgive him. He is currently in his 70s and still practices law. With every day that goes by, his life takes shape. What actions might have been taken to improve Christopher's character? Was there a way to prevent this tragedy? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Residing in the dying neighborhood. Generally speaking, those who haven't moved in a long time know their neighbors well. They are aware of whom to avoid and to what degree, as well as whom to trust. After years of cohabitation, neighbors can occasionally get closer than certain family members. When the family is traveling or on vacation, they are expected to take care of the house and property. Without thinking twice, they invite each other over and let their kids eat delicacies from these people. On occasion, though, the longtime neighbor may prove to be a true madman who has been waiting for the proper opportunity. In recent years, the Diana Garnica case has grown to be one of Argentina's most dramatic. The inquiry took a great deal of time and effort, and the culprit might have avoided punishment because the victim's body was never located. There was hardly any direct proof against him, and he refused to acknowledge his guilt. Who was the family of Diana Garnica? Early life. On March 3, 2000, Diana Abigail Garnica Cisneros was born in the town of Villa Mariano Moreno El Colmenar, Argentina, in the province of Tucumán. Being the youngest daughter and the seventh and second to last child of her parents, she grew up in a huge impoverished family. Her parents, Elizabeth Susana Cisneros and Ramon Garnica, put a lot of effort into providing for their numerous children and making their homes at least passably comfortable. Diana, the family's youngest girl, was adored by all. Her older siblings looked after her, and her parents loved her. She performed well academically, had a gift for sketching and a love of dancing from an early age. She was very close to her elder sister Sonia, who basically looked for her upbringing while their parents were at work, and she was exceptionally smart and reasonable for her age. She also never lied to her family and had no secrets from her parents. Due to the Garnica family's strong religious beliefs, the parents and kids routinely went to church and made an effort to live morally upright lives. In order to assist their parents to some extent, The elder kids also started working when they were teenagers. Each of the younger ones had their own duties and was responsible for keeping the house in order. Diana always wanted to help others around her, thus she dreamed of becoming a doctor, was incredibly responsive, friendly, and sensitive. She stated that she would purchase her parents a large home so that her mother could create the flower garden and fruit trees she had always imagined, and she intended to establish a prosperous career to support her family. Unfortunately, relocating to a different city would never allow these dreams to come true. Following Ramon's job loss due to deteriorating financial difficulties, the parents divorced in 2013. The family was compelled to relocate to Juan Bautista Alberti, which is in the same province as Tucumán. They found the transfer to be quite challenging, and at first their issues only got worse. After more than 20 years of marriage, the couple's relationship rapidly soured. After they started fighting all the time, they finally came to the conclusion that they could no longer be together. All of the children were shocked by the divorce, but the youngest ones were most affected. When Diana found out what had happened, she was devastated. A 13-year-old girl's world fell apart in a second, and she was unable to comprehend what would happen next. The father continued to provide for his ex-wife and kids in spite of their split, but he soon had another family. Elizabeth also suffered a great deal as a result of the divorce, but she was fortunate to find a good profession that paid well for the area, and her kids helped to support her. The family gradually adjusted to their new situation, became comfortable in their new house, formed friendships, and built strong bonds with the locals. A Dario named Javier Suarez resided across from the Garnica family. He was a 36-year-old man who was incredibly nice, amiable, and lovely. He was raising 4 children with his spouse, Yasmina Alejandra Villarreal. In addition, he had 1 unmarried child and 2 children from prior marriages. Notably, the Garnicas only lived in Juan Bautista Alberti for 6 months after Dario and his family relocated there. Since they were new to the neighborhood, maybe that's why they became fast friends so quickly. Suarez had previously resided in the northern Argentine province of Santiago del Estero. Dario worked at a brick factory in the area alongside his wife, 2 brothers, and a few other family members, moved within a mile of their residence. Diana and her siblings were almost the same age as his kids. They became friends, as they soon discovered they had things in common while attending the same school. Additionally, the grown-ups got along well, letting their kids come and stay together, celebrating family occasions and growing close to one another. During their first job and adolescent relationship, Sonia and Diana even took care of the smallest neighbor's kids while their parents were at work. Ramon helped his ex-wife and older children as much as he could after the divorce, but he almost stopped sending money after he had a new family. Despite offering a steady salary, the mother's job was woefully inadequate to support a large family. Even a tiny business that produced and sold their own baked goods was launched by the family, but it failed very fast. The situation got so bad that Diana had to quit school in her senior year in order to work and support her mother. In order to take care of an elderly, sick person, the 16-year-old girl accepted a job as a caretaker. Garnica believed that this experience would help her in her future career as a doctor. Even though she was young, she took her work very seriously and responsibly. She cooked diet-specific meals, complied with the suggestions created by the treating physician, closely followed all instructions, and kept an eye on the medication schedule. Diana enjoyed her work. She felt valuable and needed, worked hard to accomplish things correctly, and was admired for it. Even though she worked from dawn till night almost every day, she continued to dutifully go to church on Sundays with her mother and sisters. Additionally, she started dating a boy with whom they had previously attended school. The young couple would occasionally go through the park in the evenings, just chatting and spending time together. Diana, however, followed her mother's rigorous guidelines and routines. She always got home around 10 o'clock at night. She never went somewhere without telling her family where she was going, who she was going with, and when she would be back. And she never stayed out late. She occasionally accompanied her neighbors and their kids to the city market to buy supplies, although her mother was always aware of these outings. Dario looked after the neighbor's girl as if she were his own kid, spoiling her with modest presents every now and then. When the man found out she had a boyfriend, he gave her paternalist advice about how boys may be dishonest and cautioned her against letting him take advantage of her innocence and naivete. The girl, who still had no secrets from her mother, told her about this talk. Although Elizabeth thought the neighbor's behavior was a little odd, She concluded that it was his way of showing concern, because he had teenage daughters who were Diana's age, which was an odd request. Late in the afternoon on May 6, 2017, Diana suddenly got a call from her neighbor, who, out of pure kindness, said he wanted to assist her family. Although Garnica was in dire need of money at the time, she was anticipating a bonus soon, which she intended to use to start fixing their home's roof, which had begun to leak during a recent downpour, and to get a dental prosthesis for her mother. But then Dario abruptly said he wanted to get Elizabeth a gift air conditioner, and he invited Diana to go with him so they could help pick one out. Because he wanted it to be a surprise and knowing would make it impossible, he requested that Diana not inform her mother about it. He arranged for a meeting spot and once more got her to swear not to tell anyone. She got this strange call right now. Diana had just gotten home from her job. She stated she needed to drop off groceries she had purchased on the way home and change her clothes once she got there, despite the neighbor's insistence that she accompany him immediately. Since her mother never lied to her or hid secrets from her, it was only natural for her to tell her everything. It also seemed strange to the woman. They were friendly with the neighbors, but this was the first time they had ever done this. Since their family did not require an air conditioner, Elizabeth wanted to call Dario herself to express her gratitude and decline the offer. Her daughter, however, persuaded her not to, stating that she would make the promised trip to the store but would turn down the pricey purchase. The girl told her mother that she would be back home before it was too late and that everything would be all right. In order to maintain the surprise, the neighbor texted Diana's phone to let her know he was already waiting for her and to ask her to keep their meeting a secret. After responding that she was leaving, Diana realized her phone was nearly dead. In order to charge it, she chose to leave it at home. The last time anyone saw her was when she met Dario at the prearranged location. An enigmatic disappearance. Elizabeth became concerned when her daughter didn't come home by nightfall, particularly because she was unable to contact her because the phone was left at home. The woman waited a bit longer, but she became anxious as night fell. She tried to comfort her mother that nothing terrible could have happened and that her sister would soon return home. After first calling her oldest daughter Sonia and telling her everything, the mother heard the neighbor's motorcycle pull up to the house across the street. As it grew pitch black, she sighed with satisfaction, thinking Dario and her daughter were back. But by 5, 10, 20 minutes had gone by, and the girl was still not inside the house. The neighbor was by himself when the woman went outside. When she asked him about Diana, he was taken aback and claimed not to have seen her that day and to know nothing about her. Elizabeth was taken aback. She couldn't decide if the neighbor was telling the truth or whether her daughter had cheated on her for the first time in her life and gone somewhere else. The man persisted in telling her his story, though, and even gave her his phone to make sure he hadn't spoken to her daughter. He had, of course, erased all the messages and calls by then. Concerned about the girl's whereabouts, Dario even volunteered to drive around the area with her mother to find her and question the teenager's friends and neighbors if they had caught anything unusual. But instead of accepting his assistance, the woman chose to begin the hunt on her own. No one had seen the girl that day, but she and her older kids wandered the area until late at night, phoning all of the girl's friends and acquaintances and questioning everyone they encountered. When Elizabeth got home, she checked her daughter's phone and discovered that her daughter had not erased 2 missed calls and a message from the neighbor. The woman was so certain that Dario was lying that she called the police and her ex-husband to report their youngest daughter missing. After hearing the disturbing news, the man drove to his ex-wife's house, which was several hundred miles away, to assist in the hunt for his daughter. The horrifying scene at the brick factory and police indifference. When a concerned mother reported her daughter missing to the police station in the middle of the night, the officers did not take the case seriously, assuming the girl had either run off with her boyfriend or gone to a party with friends and would return home by morning. The authorities ignored Elizabeth's fears, stating that they would not begin a search until at least 24 hours had elapsed, despite her sharing her suspicions about the neighbor and even displaying the conversations and messages on her daughter's phone. When the Garnica family realized they were on their own, they launched a large search. The father had already come from a different city by then, and they proceeded to the neighbor's house to have a serious conversation. But the house was quiet, dark, and vacant, and when they knocked, nobody answered. After that, the family visited the brick factory where the neighbor and his family worked, when the missing girl's relatives found a horrifying discovery. As the senior member of his staff, Dario had access to the plant even when it was closed because he possessed the keys. The lights were on that night, and the girl's relatives came in to find a terrifying scene. Even though it was a day off and the facility was meant to be closed, the brick-making furnaces were operating. In addition, every adult member of the neighbor's family was there. They were obviously burning stuff in the furnaces and seemed restless. A horrible suspicion struck the Garnicas. Dario wasn't in the factory, and when they inquired about his whereabouts and the situation, those in attendance attempted to divert attention by claiming that they were performing maintenance and getting equipment ready for use, adding that the man had just arrived and may have gone to the bathroom. However, the suspect was able to covertly escape the search for evidence and the arrest of suspects by leaving the factory through the back door within the brief time that this conversation lasted. The family of the missing girls made the decision to get in touch with the prosecutor's office following the terrifying scene at the workplace and the peculiar actions of Dario's relatives. At that point, the adolescent had been missing for about 24 hours, and the inquiry was scheduled to start. It turned out, though, that the police station where the parents had reported the girl's disappearance had not provided any information. Got to them. Prosecutor Claudio Benari was incensed by this circumstance, took charge of the case personally, and vowed to discipline the police officers who had failed to perform their duty. He started by asking for a warrant to search the brick plant and Dario's house. Nevertheless, because it was Sunday and the legal system was not functioning, the prosecutor chose to handle everything himself in order to save valuable time. Benari asked his family for assistance in getting rid of the body and evidence because he thought the suspect may have attacked the adolescent, abused her, and then killed her. The fact that Dario's whole family was in the plant on their day off in the middle of the night and had mysteriously started the furnaces raised suspicions in his mind. As the family looked for the daughter, including on social media, the man's calls and messages to his young neighbor's phone also seemed odd. As soon as the case gained widespread attention, several conjectures and guesses were made. The young beauty might have been abducted and sold into slavery at a brothel or for organs, for example, according to a widely held notion. One woman even named a specific individual, but it was later discovered that she was merely attempting to get revenge on her ex-boyfriend by sending him to prison. The suspect's home was searched, but nothing was found. The crime had obviously taken place somewhere else, and he had not brought the girl there. At the brick plant, no signs were discovered either. Benari did not, however, rule out the possibility that the corpse and evidence were destroyed in a cremation using the furnaces, but they were merely conjectures and speculations. However, the prosecutor used the missing girl's phone data as a major justification to start Dario's arrest. As potential accomplices, his mother-in-law, sister, wife, brothers Cesar and Marcus, and a few other family members were also taken into custody. The defendant rejected all of the claims against him during questioning, saying he had not seen the neighbor and had not spoken to her that day. Clear disparities in their claims were found, nevertheless, based on data analysis from his phone and devices that belonged to the victim and his family. While his family members were charged with criminal conspiracy and involvement, the guy was charged with unlawful detention, potential assault, and depriving the girl of her life. While the investigation into the search for Diana was underway, all suspects were placed in jail for 3 months. Her parents remained optimistic. Even though the authorities initially didn't think the missing girl would be discovered alive, they increased the number of persons that participated in the search, demanded that Dario reveal where their daughter was and what he had done to her, coordinated marches and protests, and involved the media in the investigation. In an attempt to sway the inquiry and coerce the suspect into delivering a statement, the parents desperately sought meetings with the security and justice ministers at the time. Unfortunately, this did not translate into practice, even when the highest governmental levels welcomed the family of the missing girls. Despite the efforts of more than 200 police officers, assistance dogs, and specialized tools including search drones and helicopters, the search was unsuccessful. Disturbing findings in one of the kilns at a brick plant. A second examination revealed a tooth part and an odd, heavily melted metal thing. This item was thought to be the nose piercing the missing girl had on, but to verify this, specialized forensic analysis was needed, and it would take time as law enforcement awaited the findings. The man's notebooks with highly suspicious entries were discovered after a second, more extensive search at Dario's home. It became clear from these seemingly private diaries that the man was genuinely fixated on his young neighbor. When the family moved in next door to his house, everything began. She was just 13 years old at the time. The notes made it apparent that the girl drove the suspect crazy, even though he did not write anything explicit about what he planned to do with her. For years, he thought about her every day and occasionally wrote letters to the neighbor in which he strangely proclaimed his love. Investigators came to the conclusion, after going through all the notes, that the man's addiction only got worse with time and that he was unable to control his disgusting cravings. He implied that she would one day belong to him and that he would provide her permanent peace and tranquility in one of his final messages to the girl. This entry appeared to be a direct threat, suggesting that Dario may have used her before dealing with her. The forensic analysis findings were still waiting, but it appeared that the case could be taken to court based only on the diary entries because the physical evidence had vanished. Benary discovered that the evidence had just vanished as he attempted to determine the cause of the holdup. Neither the identity of the unusual metal object nor whether the toothpiece belonged to the missing girl could be ascertained by DNA analysis. The police officers in charge of protecting the evidence were promptly dismissed and placed under arrest for criminal negligence and potential aid to the suspects after the prosecutor made the decision to categorize information regarding the investigation's advancement. Following this heinous crime, federal authorities took immediate control of the investigation. Furthermore, it quickly became apparent that several of the documents discovered at the suspect's house had vanished as well. The final letter, in which he pledged to provide the girl eternal rest, was one of them. The case might just collapse in the absence of these pieces of evidence, and the offender and his associates might not be held accountable. 3 months later, however, no steps were taken to help identify the location of the missing physical evidence. Although the suspect's incarceration period had ended, it was dangerous and clearly threatened to result in a loss to take the case to court without important evidence. The child's phone data and the testimony of a random bystander who saw the suspect and the missing girl strolling together down the street on the day she vanished were all that was left. The court only partially approved the defense's request, which called for Dario's attorney to have the entire investigation ruled unlawful. His client released immediately, and the search results revoked because they were carried out without a special order. All of his relatives were freed because no particular charges could be brought against them, but the primary suspect was still in detention. But Dario was also freed in May 2019, 2 years after the girl vanished. The body had not been located, no new evidence had surfaced, and the investigation had not advanced during that time. The long-awaited trial and verdict, the investigation was still ongoing, even though the primary suspect was freed. Testimonies and other information occasionally surfaced that suggested Diana might still be alive. For example, a banknote purportedly written by the girl with a request for assistance was discovered. Only in June 2021, however, was it determined through handwriting analysis that the missing girl's writing was not hers. Prosecutor Benary was able to finally take this difficult case to trial, more than 4 years after the daughter vanished, but the Garnica family was growing more and more discouraged as the proceedings were continually postponed because of the global pandemic. The family no longer wished for a good result or the rightful punishment of the guilty. The offender didn't show up in court until April 2023, 6 years after the crime was committed, when the trial finally started. Everyone thought Dario's diaries were lost forever, but at that time the missing entries had been located. These turned out to be the main pieces of proof that established the man's guilt. Nevertheless, more professional examination was necessary to confirm these documents' legitimacy. Furthermore, 2 additional witnesses entered the case. One was the ex-lover of Dario, who said he had wooed her when she was just a teenager. She also said that she was by no means the only young girl the suspect had abused in this manner, and that he always had a weakness for them. The second witness was a likely collaborator and neighbor of Suarez, Dario's brother. He claims that the brothers arrived together on a motorcycle with an odd big bundle in the sidecar the night the girl vanished, grabbed some equipment from a shed, and then departed together. Because Suarez was always erratic and violent, the witness had been silent for a long time out of concern that he may hurt his family. The defendant, who said he would never hurt the adjacent girl since he considered her to be his daughter, never acknowledged his wrongdoing. However, a guilty conviction was rendered based on the limited evidence. The missing girl's body was never located, and the events of that terrible day were meticulously reenacted. This proved that the man had seduced the adolescent, taken advantage of her, killed her, and disposed of her remains, likely with the assistance of his family. Dario was convicted of kidnapping and exploitation on May 2, 2023. He was given a life sentence without the chance of release for taking Diana's life. No other family members, including his brother Suarez, could be held responsible. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Lam Kor Wan, Hong Kong's first serial killer, was introduced in 1982. He worked as a taxi driver, but at night he was known as the Rainy Night Butcher and the Jars Killer. Over the course of 7 months, he killed 4 young women, concealing their bodies beneath his family's couch and preserving their body parts in jars. Every murder was more graphic than the one before it. They all appeared in unsettling movies, from suffocation to the amputation of body parts. What perverse ideas motivated this man, and who was he? How did these women end up as his gullible victims? Let's discover the terrifying reality that was born on May 22, 1955, in the center of Hong Kong. Lam Kor Wan had a challenging childhood. With 10 children, a legal wife, and 2 mistresses, his father, Lam Weil Lok, led a difficult life. This set the stage for Lam's turbulent early years. Lam was subjected to cruel treatment during his early years while residing in Malaysia with his biological mother. His father violently abused both of them at home. Lam's situation was made worse by the fact that his parents divorced when he was a child. Due to a horrific event in which his father slammed his head against a wall, leaving 2-year-old Lam unconscious with periorbital bruises and a fractured skull, his father had a fierce temper. Following a period in Brunei from 1957 to 1962, during which Lam shared a dormitory with his father's half-siblings and mistresses. Despite his academic success in primary school, Lam returned to Hong Kong in 1968 to attend Ricci Middle School in Sham Shui Po for junior high school. Having to balance 2 different school schedules because of his father's work had affected Lam's performance, particularly in mathematics. By 1970, Lam's academic standing had declined due to the demands of managing his father's motorcycle shop after school. His relationship with his father deteriorated even more, and this was marked by harsh treatment. Lam also started running away from home a lot as a result of this. Up until middle school, it had become a recurring pattern in his life. Lam had begun working in his father's motorcycle shop years after he had graduated from high school. He later went on to learn how to service air conditioners from a relative. The entire ordeal, which was replete with family issues during difficult times, had prepared Lam Kor Wan to become the enigmatic individual he would become. After a fight with his father outside a public restroom on Hakuin Street in early 1973, he was expelled from his house and sent home. After forcing a woman into the bathroom with a knife, he touched her lower body in an inappropriate manner. He was arrested as a result of this incident. A doctor examined Lam and determined that he had mental health problems, making him unfit for trial or incarceration. He was therefore ordered to receive treatment at King Shan Mental Hospital. He chose to change his name to Lam Jiao Koang by the time he was 19, after being treated for 102 days and being released from the hospital. Along with his collection of locked-away pornography kept in a metal ammunition box, his family noticed his odd fascination with the female body. Even though his family made an attempt to assist him, nothing seemed to change. His behavior changed to something more unsettling when these measures did not satisfy him. The women chased him down the street after he bought a Polaroid camera and started taking illegal photos of them from beneath the doors of restroom cubicles. At their home in Kwantong, he had later been caught snooping on his sister as she undressed outside the restroom. After that, the family decided to move further away, into Kwa Wan at their new residence. There was an agreement in place for him and his younger brother to share a room and sleep in different parts of a bunk bed. They were to keep their possessions separate and free from outside interference. He officially began working as a taxi driver in 1978, after obtaining a license and assuming the name Lam Kor Wan. His family only saw him every 14 to 15 days after he was moved to the night schedule around 1980. He then developed an intense interest in photography in 1981, which led him to study the art form. But since he didn't have a darkroom at home to print color pictures, he looked for a photo studio. He enrolled in a photography course offered by the Chinese YMCA of Hong Kong at the Waterloo Road Association in order to avoid suspicion. His classmate was employed at a sim shots. Lam made up a story about needing help with autopsy photos because he was a part-time photographer and worked in a mortuary. Surprisingly, his account was approved, and the classmate edited Lam's images to prevent alarming other students. His mother observed a significant shift in his behavior after he had been a night taxi driver for a year. He began to disregard personal hygiene, declining to take a shower or change his clothes. On the gloomy night of February 3, 1982, at the age of 27, his mother even saw him wander home like a sleepwalker in the dead of night, but his demeanor became forlorn. During his time as a taxi driver in the Sim Sha Tsui district, Lam changed from being a simple peeping Tom to something more sinister. He was looking for clients one day who were coming home from a night out. This is where things started to go south. When Chan Feng Lan, a clearly drunk woman, emerged from a restaurant at around 4 in the morning, she was in such need of a ride that many taxi drivers refused to give it to her. Lam, apparently unfazed by this, accepted her into his taxi and consented to drive her home. The inebriated woman asked to stop halfway through the trip, and when Lam braked close to a gas station, she opened the door to throw up. Uncertain of where she was, she asked Lam to return in the opposite direction after this disturbing incident. Later, Lam admitted that he had considered killing her, but something inside of him snapped and he decided he had had enough after being initially disgusted by her vomiting. He went into a garage in the Sim Sha Tsui neighborhood, circled to the passenger door, and strangled the young lady with an electric cable. He drove to his house at 5 in the morning when he usually finished work and parked in front of the building as usual. The night watchman slept on a cot in the entry hall and did not wake up, so he concealed the body in a big bag and carried it across the pavement into his apartment building while the street was empty. After Lam died, he went into the apartment as quietly as he could and spent several hours hiding the body beneath the sofa. Lam waited for his family to depart after breakfast while feigning to be asleep in his bed. He woke up and began preparing his room after his brother and parents had left the apartment. Lam purchased a power saw from the street using 500 yuan that he had stolen from the victim's wallet. To ensure that even the baseboards were adequately protected, he covered the floor with plastic. He began to dismember the innocent woman's body after placing it on the plastic. Despite his best efforts, he was unable to avoid leaving any blood traces, and some of it splashed onto the walls. He continued to dismember the victim's body for hours, taking pictures and videos of the entire procedure before naming the videotape a serious secret. After chopping her body into 7 parts, he wrapped paper around her head, limbs, and torso before sealing it in a plastic bag. The fact that he preserved the private parts in a Tupperware container with rice wine was the most unsettling aspect. In order to remove any traces of the horror that had transpired, he meticulously cleaned the crime scene, scrubbing the walls and floor and rolling up the plastic sheet. He drove to the new areas, making multiple trips to carry the body parts to his taxi while avoiding attention from onlookers who were confident he had removed any traces of the unsettling act. He stopped when he discovered an empty area on the banks of the Xingmun River, close to Sha Tin. He was determined to find a remote location to dispose of the body. He removed the packages from his trunk one by one and tossed them into the river, making sure no one was looking. The bundles were carried to the sea by the murky waters. The limbs floated from Lucky Plaza to the Bel Air Gardens area after being washed down by the intense rain. Lam had heard the terrifying news on the radio more than a week after the horrible deed. A limb had been found on the shores of the Xingmun River. More body parts were unearthed in the following days, leaving the police to piece together the tragic puzzle. To determine the approximate time the body was dumped into the river, investigators looked at tidal patterns. Interestingly, one arm had a unique tattoo of a heart with a knife through it, which was uncommon for women at the time. They arrived at this conclusion. Recognizing the victim, It was Chan Fenglan, age 21. The police encountered regrettable difficulties even after issuing a public call for witnesses. Neither the taxi driver nor Chan Fenglan's companions had seen the license plate. Lam didn't learn of the body part's discovery for over a week. The police had determined that the body belonged to Chan Fenglan, a Simsha nightclub hostess and mother of two. Chan's night out with her sister and friends, her taxi ride home, and the terrible fate she met at the hands of Lam Kor 1 were all revealed in the grim details. Sui. The next murder was carefully planned, but the murder had been opportunistic. He was determined to be more prepared because he was a perfectionist. His goal was surgical accuracy. He therefore chose to use professional tools rather than a power saw. In the end, he bought specialized surgical instruments and multiple bottles of formaldehyde after studying knives, blades, and scissors in great detail. Formaldehyde was a colorless, pungent chemical that was used for disinfection and preservation. Lam had claimed another victim on May 29, 1982, 3 days after acquiring his equipment. He was able to capture his second target, a bar employee. This time, he picked Chan Wan Kit calmly and used an electric cable to strangle her before bringing her home. He waited in bed as usual for his family to get off work before beginning the grisly task of dismembering the body. Lam had carefully prepared the room in accordance with his plan after thinking about what to do for days. After setting a sizable tray underneath the body to keep blood off the floor, he took out his video camera. Investigators later reviewed the video and found that he had carefully dissected the body while placing the tray beneath the family's parakeet cage. When Lam had finished chopping it into pieces, he displayed remarkable skill. As Lam considered a secure location for the body's disposal, he once more took photos of the various body parts. After numerous nighttime excursions, he eventually discovered the ideal location. He placed the body parts in a large plastic bag and put it in the trunk of his taxi this time. He drove through the tunnel to the selected location, Hong Kong Island, early in the morning. A 20-minute drive east of the city center was Tai Hang Road, a residential neighborhood with a lot of trees. Following his parking in a secret area of the road, the heavy bag became difficult for him to carry out of the trunk. As he watched it roll down the slope into a muddy ravine, he carried it a short distance up to the railing and threw the body over it. Lam had been thinking about what had happened that night all the time in the days that followed, not because he was sorry or regretful, but because he wanted to become a better person. On June 17, 1982, 2 weeks later, he had struck once more. Liang Sawan, a 29-year-old nightclub cleaner, had left work at 4 a.m. and was in Lam's taxi shortly after she met her terrible end. Lam took her lifeless body back to his house and engaged in a terrifying string of acts. He recorded his horrifying deeds, titling the recording, Operation Rainy Night. Lam used the selfie feature on his camcorder, which was resting on the bunk bed, to record the dismemberment procedure, displaying an unnerving amount of detail in contrast to his earlier action. On this occasion, he even cut open the abdomen, removed the intestine, and even tried to taste human flesh before giving up because it made him sick. Then, in yet another horrific episode of this gruesome rampage, he abandoned the severed limbs in a burlap bag on Tai Hang Road. Lam had grown bolder with every crime. Knowing the bars in the Simsha Sui neighborhood, he had spent his time meticulously planning his next crime. He was also aware of the locations where women frequently waited by themselves for his cab. He had wanted the next victim to be a woman from a higher social class, but his first 3 victims had been what he had dubbed bad girls. He purposefully chose a young woman who seemed innocent, and this time it was Liang Wai Sum, 17. On July 2, 1982, Lam had discovered her outside the Simha Sui Hotel. Before the final exams, she had gone to a party at her high school, but she had made the decision to leave after dinner. Her high school friends had gotten her a cab to make sure she would get home safely. Lam parked his car and guided her to a remote road. When he took hold of her wrist and handcuffed her to the front seat, the teen was frightened. Surprisingly, he wanted company, which was another reason he wanted to keep her in his taxi, even though it was only 9:30 p.m. and too early for him to go home. Desperate for a friend, he kept Ling confined for hours, asking her about her family, religion, and life in general. He wanted to talk to her without any friends, Lamb was generally enjoying her company, but that didn't stop him from carrying out his gruesome scheme. Lamb began strangling the teenager with the electric cable after she fell asleep at around 4 in the morning. He then brought the dead girl's body home and, as usual, waited for his family to vacate the apartment. He hung his video camera from a high shelf and started recording when no one else was home. This was the video that the police would eventually play in court. The video wasn't just unsettling. Lamb was acting necrophilically, that is, performing inappropriate acts with the dead body in the video. It should be mentioned that Lamb had burned the young victim's skin after falling on her thighs while he was earlier assembling the lighting apparatus to record his activities. In order to later refer to it as the 4/3 operation, he also recorded it on video and took pictures of her. Then, just like he had done with the earlier victims, he dismembered the body, which would later come back to haunt him. On August 10, 1982, he later left the body on Tai Hang Road. Lamb tried to make his 4th victim's mutilated photo larger. As it happened, Lamb's friend had to move Lamb's negatives to the Mongkok branch for magnification because the enlarger at his friend's photo shop was broken. Suspicious as he was, the branch's photo editors discovered disturbing details in the developed photos during the manual enlargement process, suggesting a possible connection to the dismemberment of a human body. A picture of a severed breast and a burn mark on the victim's thigh were among the features that prompted the shop supervisor to call the police. The Kowloon Regional Homicide Squad was given the case by the police after they received the report. Detectives under the direction of Sergeant Lee Kwon obtained statements from the clerks at the Sima, Sui, and Mongkok branches while safeguarding the negatives and photograph. After a thorough examination and analysis of the flesh and blood color, the forensic officer from the Scientific Forensics Department concluded that the photographed corpse had been dead for less than 3 hours. The dismemberment technique ruled out the possibility that the perpetrator was teaching pictures because it implied that they lacked medical anatomical knowledge. The typical green sheet used in autopsies was conspicuously missing. Additionally, forensic specialists verified that the images were taken directly from a real body rather than from printed materials. In one picture, a tiny drop of water also reflected half the face of a girl who looked like Leong Wai-sum, who had disappeared on July 2. The police decided to make an arrest after concluding that Ling had been murdered, based on the results of the Scientific Forensics Division and medical examiner. Sergeant Lee had led the team in an ambush at the photo shop early on August 17. He asked the clerk to mix a Lamb set of 13 photos with a few other pictures and encouraged him to talk to Lamb about the pictures, where they were taken, and why they were being enlarged. The goal was to document the discussion and collect supporting documentation. Lamb arrived by taxi to pick up the pictures at about 6 o'clock in the evening. Following his friend's request, he carefully examined each picture and clarified that the enlarged images would be used for courtroom presentations, especially so jurors could see the contents more clearly. Lamb said that he worked in mortuaries on a regular basis. Sergeant Lee revealed his identity after verifying the images and making the payment, and he immediately took Lamb into custody. Lamb first made up a story, claiming that the pictures were taken by a 4-eyed man he had met in Kwan who worked for the Oriental Daily. Investigations, however, showed that there was no such individual. In order to gather tangible evidence, the authorities promptly requested a warrant so they could search Lamb's home within the allotted 48 hours. Otherwise, they would have needed to let him go. During the search, they found personal belongings, preservatives, anatomy books, surgical instruments, Lamb's cupboards, and severed body parts, including the deceased women's breasts and vaginas. His taxi was also seized and searched by the police, who left a note on the windshield stating that it was not to be towed and that it had been involved in a crime. Subsequent investigation of the car turned up evidence like wire and handcuffs in the glove box, as well as 2 holes in the back of the front seat that were probably made by one of the women who died wearing high heels during a struggle. Investigators allegedly recovered a large collection that included 1,900 carefully coded photos, 1,500 color slides, and 696 negatives that documented coronavirus victims at different points in his crimes. His thorough documentation greatly facilitated the police inquiry. All of his victims' body parts were eventually found by authorities, allowing for their identification and eventual return to their families. To assist with the investigation, Lam Korwan was taken to the police station with his father and younger brother. Authorities suspected that the taxi driver wasn't acting alone because of the small living area and the amount of evidence found in Lam and his brother's bedroom. After 3 days of intense interrogation and detention, Linwas was freed. The younger Lam insisted that he had little contact with his brother because of their divergent schedules and was neither involved in nor aware of the incidents to expedite their release. Korwan was pressed by their father and younger brother to make it clear that they had nothing to do with trying to get her son to confess. Lam's mother went to the police station as well. Korwan assisted law enforcement in identifying the victim's body parts. The police, however, continued to suspect the younger Lam of involvement despite their cooperation. As a result, both brothers were brought before the Sanpo Kong magistrates' courts on 4 counts of murder. In order to support the younger brother's persistent denial of involvement, they were later moved to the Su Lam Psychiatric Center for evaluation. After the 6th hearing, he was ultimately freed because there was not enough evidence. The case was sent to the Supreme Court for trial after a medical evaluation determined that Korwan was of sound mind, had a remarkably high IQ, reportedly over 130, and was deemed fit to stand trial with established prima facie evidence. On March 3, 1983, the trial began, and a large crowd gathered outside the court to watch Lam's behavior. Because it was thought that the more than 1,000 pieces of evidence that would be presented in the case were too graphic for women, a number of men were chosen to serve on the jury. Authorities claimed that the specifics of the case were too upsetting for women, so 7 men were chosen specifically to guarantee a fair trial and avoid shock. The only people who could watch Lam's videotapes were the jurors, judges, and attorneys. Furthermore, during the trial, the victim's organs were not allowed in the courtroom. Police officers, Photoshop employees, forensic and scientific specialists, and even Lam's relatives were called as witnesses by the prosecution. Acknowledging the strength of the evidence against him, Lam negotiated a reduced sentence in exchange for admitting to manslaughter. But this appeal was turned down. The jury was instructed by the judge to choose between charges of murder and manslaughter, rather than to discuss Lam's guilt. With testimony from 5 psychiatrists, the trial descended into arguments about Lam's mental health. 3 of them suggested an obsession with women, while 2 questioned his self-control. On April 8 the same year, after 18 days, the judge gave the jury instructions to render a verdict based on whether or not they thought Lam had control over his actions during the crimes. The jury unanimously concluded that Lam was sane, motivated by aberrant desires, and guilty of murder. After more than 3 hours of deliberation, Lam was originally given a hanging death sentence, but thanks to the governor's pardon, his sentence was reduced to life in prison when Hong Kong abolished the death penalty in 1984. Following his conviction, Lam was taken to Stanley Prison and then Shekpik Prison, where he was called a lamb by the other inmates. He kept a low profile, avoiding conversations about his past and valuing his privacy. Rob. He reportedly had a modest salary, was reticent and rarely interacted with people. He read religious, medical, and newspaper articles and took part in Catholic and Christian classes while incarcerated. While he did not receive family visits, he did occasionally receive visits from church volunteers. He amassed a reputation among the prisoners for his understanding of purple star astrology, a type of Chinese fortune-telling, and his cell was stocked with books and newspapers. When Lam applied for parole in 2018 at the age of 62, after serving more than 34 years, even prison officials sought his counsel, raising public outrage. The parole board decided against changes or parole at that time due to concerns about the possibility of repeat offenses, even though they review parole every 5 years. According to reports, during the 1983 trial, Lam was also observed by some inmates dissecting cockroaches in the prison and making elaborate displays out of them while they were kept in a matchbox. In her testimony, Lam's mother described the physical abuse her oldest son had suffered as a child. The father of coronavirus had even caused severe head trauma when the boy was only 2 years old, leaving him with 2 black eyes. She had also been the victim of domestic violence. Experts have connected severe head injuries sustained as a child to psychological problems like necrophilia later in life. Lamb reportedly told a psychiatrist that he thought God had given him the order to carry out the murders. Lamb's actions remained mysterious throughout the investigation. Investigators were baffled by his decision to develop films at a Kodak store, even though he had the required equipment. Some conjectured that he may have secretly wished for arrest because he had almost been arrested before the gruesome autopsy results, and the manner in which the bodies were dismembered suggested that a professional killer was at work. However, despite these disturbing facts, Lamb's family had difficulties because of the case's publicity. They tried to sell their apartment but were unsuccessful because of its fame, so they were forced to stay after the case ended. The police, concerned about possible media exploitation, destroyed all of Lamb's tapes and photographs. Some of the victims' organs, however, had a different destiny there and were kept for educational purposes at the Wan Chai Forensic Medicine headquarters. As our journey through Lamkor, Wan's haunting saga, comes to an end, it is important to remember these 4 innocent women whose lives were tragically taken. Lamb's father sought atonement for his son's sins on November 16, 1986, by dedicating a memorial tablet at Yuan Shin College for the lives lost to his son's evil. The story of Lamkor Wan serves as a chilling reminder of the intricacies of the human psyche and the terrible outcomes they can produce. Such tales act as a forceful plea for greater comprehension, awareness, and attention to mental health. As the first serial killer in Hong Kong's history, Lamkor Wan, now 68, is serving a life sentence in the maximum security Shek Pik prison on Lantau Island for the gruesome killings that rocked Hong Kong in the early 1980 CE. His reign of terror came to an end on August 17, 1982, the fateful day of his arrest, when he was just 27 years old. His horrifying post-crime rituals, which included hiding victims under the family couch and preserving body parts in jars, earned him the terrifying nicknames the Rainy Night Butcher and the Jars Murderer. Such unsettling behaviors reveal a terrifying picture of a disturbed mind. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Lori Eisenberg called the Idaho authorities in February 2018 with a distressing message. She said she was sailing on Lake Coeur d'Alene with her husband, Larry Eisenberg, when he suddenly fell into the water. But after the body was recovered, a medical examination revealed a different picture, which made authorities believe that a more intricate and nuanced story was involved. Born in 1950, Larry Eisenberg earned a degree in forestry from the College of Idaho. He worked in forest cultivation, maintenance, and harvesting. He started working in the woodworking industry after completing his college education. He spent his entire life striving for success because he enjoyed working hard. In 1974, Larry married his first wife, with whom he had 2 children. But after the kids grew up, the couple got divorced. He soon met Lori Barnes, who was born in 1953. Lori's life used to be extremely impoverished. On occasion, her family even had to stay the night on farms that were deserted. She got married in 1973 at the age of 19, and the couple divorced in 1996, but they had 6 daughters together. She moved out after the divorce and became a single mother to her daughters. Many were drawn to Lori because of her amazing laugh and smile, and she was very good with people. Larry has consistently stated that he loves his wife more than anything else since they were married in 2004. Their neighbors and friends said their 17-year marriage was perfect. In northern Idaho, they led a contented life. Lori was the executive director of the North Idaho Housing Coalition at the time, which remodeled homes for impoverished families to buy or rent. Larry was retired but still involved in a number of community activities, and she was a well-respected member of the community. Lori and Larry decided to take their boat to Lake Coeur d'Alene on February 13, 2018, so they could watch the sunrise from Sunup Bay, a beautiful location. Given that Lake Coeur d'Alene is generally regarded as having serene waters, What happened that day was nearly unthinkable. But soon after they set sail, Lori looked very upset and used Larry's phone to dial 911. She reported her husband's drowning to the authorities. Lori described her desperate search for Larry in the water and her need for immediate help. At 11 a.m., officers reached the closest shoreline and sent a rescue boat to retrieve Lori so that she could receive medical care. Sheriff deputies asked the woman for any information regarding Larry's last known location when they arrived at the scene. Lori claimed she couldn't find her cell phone and didn't call emergency services until 2 hours after Larry went overboard. Additionally, Lori stated that she had to manually start the engine again because the ignition key had broken shortly before the incident. She then disclosed that after searching the neighborhood for Larry, she chose not to drive the boat back to shore out of concern that she would lose the trail. She eventually located Larry's cell phone and dialed 911 after taking out a blanket to stay warm. But after she finished speaking, the cell phone fell out of her grasp and into the lake. The officer observed that the woman's emotion appeared to be very real during this exchange. They all believed it to be an accident. Lori was assisted by medical staff in waiting for an ambulance so she could be monitored further. Officers towed the Eisenbergs' boat to a speedboat nearby so they could inspect it. Detectives noticed blood spatter in multiple locations as soon as they got on the boat, most likely from Lori's nosebleed. Officers discovered a switch and cord on the floor, despite Lori's assertion that the ignition key broke prior to Larry falling into the water. Because the switch and cord would have needed to be connected to the ignition switch in order for the engine to start later, investigators thought this was strange. Furthermore, the ignition key was obviously bent, indicating that there may have been a struggle of some kind. Along with Lori's purse, which included an empty juice bottle, officers also discovered a number of additional keys. These things were all taken as proof. Lori's cell phone was discovered by a deputy sheriff during an examination of the vehicle the Eisenbergs used to tow the boat. Additionally, a vial of allergy medication containing the active ingredient dimenhydrinate and an unidentified liquid spilled in the cup holder. Despite being an over-the-counter antihistamine medication that is frequently used to treat fevers and allergies, it still makes you feel extremely sleepy. Unfortunately, a thorough search was necessary because Lori did not provide precise information regarding their most recent location. As a result, it was determined to use a group of divers equipped with sonar. In an attempt to find Larry, search and rescue helicopters were also involved in the search, but to no avail. Detectives were still unable to locate Larry, so 5 days later, on February 18, they called Lori Eisenberg and asked her to go on the lake with the sonar diving team. Despite her agreement, Lori was unable to name any particular landmarks and offered the searchers little help. The investigator thought this behavior was strange. Lori laughed and joked during the search, and occasionally broke down in tears for no apparent reason. However, this was not stressed because everyone grieves in a different way. However, Lori's suspicious behavior at her husband's house, which was 20 minutes southwest of town, prompted 2 calls to the county sheriff later that day. Police became interested after the callers, who were the Eisenbergs' neighbors, claimed that Lori's family members were assisting her in moving her belongings out of the house. On February 21, 2018, a startling discovery was made that completely changed the course of the case. Due to Lori Eisenberg's potential fraudulent activities, the North Idaho Housing Coalition, where she had worked for years, notified police officers that it would no longer be working with her. It turns out that the coalition's accountant found errors in the report, and that $500,000 was missing from their budget total. That was the amount that only Lori had. Those who knew Lori Eisenberg were shocked by this news because, according to law enforcement, she was a law-abiding citizen with no prior criminal history. Larry's son made the decision to speak with the investigator at this point. He told him about Lori's peculiar actions and the potential role she played in his father's passing. However, the detective was certain that the woman had nothing to do with Larry's death and saw it as merely his personal grievance. However, in response to Lori's fraud charge, a search warrant was issued for the Eisenbergs' residence the following day. Several pieces of evidence were found during the search, including red stains on the floor outside the house, paper towels that appeared to have dried blood on them, black latex gloves, and a Ziploc bag that contained an unidentified white powder. Lori was immediately briefed on the evidence by the investigating detective. She countered that she was unaware of the brown stains in the backyard, and that the blood they discovered on the gloves and towels was her own. The red marks on the concrete were later identified by forensic analysis as paint drips that had stained the boards. Lori was arrested on 40 counts of forgery on February 27th. Since the coalition was partially financed by taxpayers, the nearly $500,000 she was accused of stealing would escalate into a far more serious offense. On the following day, one of Lori's daughters posted her $75,000 bail. About 3 miles from the location where Lori claimed Larry fell overboard, Larry's body was discovered floating face down, close to the shore on March 1, 16 days after the tragic event. An autopsy the following day verified that the body belonged to Larry Eisenberg. That's not all, though. Toxicology tests conducted by the coroner's office showed that Larry's blood contained deadly amounts of the antihistamine dimenhydrinate. Experts concur that despite the extremely low frequency of overdoses, the drug is fast-acting and can be lethal if taken in excess in a short amount of time. Although the autopsy results were not made public by the authorities, Lori had previously claimed that her husband took several pills daily and frequently neglected to take the recommended dosage. Larry also had flu-like symptoms, according to Lori. Larry only ever mentioned being sick once, in a message to his friend. But was Larry the one who sent that message? The expert analyst concluded that the last time the cell phone signal was present close to Lori's son's house was when Larry vanished into the lake, despite the fact that Larry's phone had drowned. Given that Lori said the phone fell into the lake on February 13, this was strange. Detectives concluded that Larry's death was most definitely not an accident. As a result of all of this, Lori did not show up in court for her fraudulent fraud case in late May. A warrant for her arrest was consequently issued, but she never showed up. Investigators kept questioning the Eisenberg family's close associates, and soon the idyllic relationship started to show signs of weakness. Despite their apparent happiness, Larry had been very dissatisfied with Lori's recent spending patterns and the fact that she frequently provided financial support for her kids. Investigators also discovered that Larry was one of 3 men Lori had cheated on her first husband with. Furthermore, it was found that Lori herself had handwritten modifications to Larry's will a month prior to his death. According to the will, Larry's children would receive 80% of the estate, while his own would only receive 20%. Authorities chose to make the autopsy results public and declare the case a premeditated murder since Lori was still at large. It was discovered that he overdosed on the antihistamine Benadryl and died from diphenhydramine toxicity. Diphenhydramine, an antihistamine used to treat allergies, is marketed under the name Benadryl. It is also used as a sleep aid because it makes you drowsy. Even at standard dosage levels of 1,0,100 nanograms per milliliter, diphenhydramine induces drowsiness. Larry's body contained a deadly 7,100 nanograms of diphenhydramine at the time of his death. Larry's doctor was questioned by police to see if they saw any indications of a stroke or other medical irregularities, but the doctors said Larry was in perfect health. Investigators concluded that Lori texted Larry's daughter that morning before poisoning her husband, based on all the evidence they had collected. Subsequently, she added the pills to the man's juice. Larry became ill and went overboard near the coast. They also conjectured that before dialing 911, Lori purposefully steered the boat further away from the location. The entire Eisenberg family was uninsured. What was the motive? That was the only question left. It was probably coming to pass that Lori would inherit their shared house in the event of Larry's death, which she could then sell to raise the money she needed to pay for the money she had stolen. Additionally, according to friends, Larry had no idea what Lori was doing at the Idaho Housing Coalition. 2 months after going missing, Lori finally made an appearance at the sheriff's office by herself in July. Until the fraud case was tried in court, investigators were eager to discuss her alleged murder of her husband. Eisenberg consented to enter a guilty plea to 3 counts of wire fraud and 1 count of federal program theft in November 2018. She also consented to make restitution of about $580,000. Eisenberg was found guilty of embezzling over $500,000 and given a 5-year prison sentence. In addition, Lori's daughters entered guilty pleas to individual conspiracy charges. Each of them received a $50,000 fine and a house arrest sentence. Even though that case was resolved, another one was still pending. Lori was questioned about Larry's death once more right after the sentencing. Detectives questioned her directly about whether or not she had killed her husband during that interrogation. Lori behaved apprehensively throughout this interrogation. Her foot started tapping, which is a sign of tension and anxiety. After that, she was informed of the autopsy's findings. The detectives persisted in pressing her with additional compromising evidence, even though she denied any involvement in her husband's death. She eventually demanded an attorney and refused to answer any more questions. Lori Eisenberg was charged by a grand jury with first-degree murder by poisoning, a capital offense, 2 years after her husband's body was discovered floating in Lake Coeur d'Alene. The COVID-19 pandemic caused her trial to be repeatedly postponed. In order to maintain her innocence and admit that she would probably be found guilty if the case went to trial, Eisenberg entered an Alford plea to a lesser charge of second-degree homicide, after initially being charged with first-degree homicide by use of poison. She entered a guilty plea to the lesser charge of second-degree murder in February 2021. Larry's daughter, Jessica McPherson, said she thought the plea agreement, which spared Eisenberg from acknowledging guilt, was a betrayal of her father's family. "The manner in which I lost my father," Lori Eisenberg, "has left a hole in my soul that I will never be able to fill. And for 3 years, that hole has just continued to get deeper and deeper at the web of lies, deceit, and manipulation that have continued to expand," Jessica McPherson said. Larry's son, Dean Eisenberg, stated, "It is impossible for me and those who are deeply impacted by the loss of such a great man and wonderful father to find closure." In an unforgettable way, he referred to his father as his best friend. "Even those who hated him loved him in a way," he stated. As her stepson talked about the man she confessed to poisoning, Lori Eisenberg wiped her eyes with a tissue. He spoke of a decent, industrious man who cherished his family, especially his wife. "I can only hope she did what she did to save him the embarrassment of finding out what his soulmate had done behind his back," said Dean Eisenberg. Lori's daughter, Amber Barnes, claimed that her mother controlled the household. "Larry dedicated his life to Lori. He loved her, he trusted her, and she killed him," Barnes stated. The pain felt by everyone who lamented Larry's passing was exacerbated by Lori's plea to Alford. "She deserves to be held accountable for her actions and be seen for who she really is," Amber Barnes stated. She saw Lori Eisenberg as a father figure and a great-grandfather who would give her children bear hugs and stroke their hair while telling them he loved them. "Our family lost 2 people that day on the lake. We lost Larry, the grandpa we loved, and we lost Lori, the mother and grandma that we loved, trusted, and thought that we knew. Lori shattered our lives when she took Larry's life. But it didn't stop there," Amber Barnes stated. Before the judge sentenced Lori Eisenberg, she spoke to the court for over 45 minutes. She claimed that she started stealing from the coalition because she was having financial difficulties with her daughters, one of whom she had expelled from her house when she was 15. She claimed that she felt unable to express to her husband her desire to support her daughters financially. She emphasizes that they lacked health and dental insurance. "I saw my precious little grandchildren suffering because their mothers were not able to have a double-income family and not able to provide what they needed," she said. "So what do they do when the kids get sick and have to go to the doctor?" According to her, "I got to the point where I was torn between adhering to the life and Larry's standards of life and being able to do what I thought I had to do. And so I came up with the most stupid, shameful plan ever, and that was to steal money from my employer." Eisenberg killed her husband, according to the prosecution, to avoid the additional humiliation of losing half of her assets in a divorce. Eisenberg, however, told the court that her husband wasn't supposed to consume the poisoned drink that killed him. Eisenberg claimed that she had considered suicide ever since her embezzlement was uncovered. Her words, "I knew my life was over." She claimed that after drinking the drink she had tainted with Benadryl, she intended to drown in Lake Coeur d'Alene, but her husband discovered it while she was asleep on the boat. "I had 2 options, death or life in prison. I never wanted to get away with anything. I know Larry would still be alive if it weren't for me," she replied. According to the judge, he was convinced that Eisenberg's account of what happened in court was accurate, at least the version she had chosen. "Your truth doesn't hold up in the light of all the evidence," he responded. Eisenberg was given a life sentence with 30 years fixed and credit for time served, according to the judge's ruling. Following the delivery of the sentence, Larry Eisenberg's family silently embraced it. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. A young woman's lifeless body was found in the state of Morelos on the side of an abandoned road. When they discovered her, the onlookers called the police right away. The body was still. She had obvious bruising and abrasions on her skin, and her clothes were wrinkled and discolored. Authorities were unable to locate any personal possessions or documentation that would have helped identify her in the area. This signaled the start of an inquiry to clarify the events and determine the causes of this catastrophe. Born in one of Mexico City's impoverished districts on July 5, 1995, Ariadna Fernanda Lopez Diaz, despite having few finances, her early years were filled with love and affection. Her mother and her older brother Omar made up her family. Mutual support kept the small family together in spite of the lack of a father figure who was uninterested in his kids. Omar gave Ariadna constant support and became into a protector and role model for her. Because of their strong relationship, Ariadna felt secure knowing that she could always count on someone. Ariadna was well liked by her peers because of her friendly and affable demeanor. She stood out for her genuineness and willingness to assist people, and she had a natural aptitude to make friends. She spent a lot of her school years with close companions, with whom she frequently discussed her future aspirations. But in 2018, when Ariadna was only 23, her mother was afflicted with cancer, leaving her youth tainted by a devastating loss. The family eventually had to confront the inevitable as the sickness advanced quickly. For both Ariadna and Omar, losing her mother was a heartbreaking blow. In addition to deepening their relationship, this catastrophe made Ariadna grow up fast and accept responsibility for her own life. She made sure her mother's presence was always with her by getting her name permanently inked as an homage to her mother. Ariadne had met a young man and quickly started seeing him before to the death of her mother. Ariadne soon found out she was expecting a kid as their romance progressed swiftly. The young couple quickly recognized their paths were separating though, since the arrival of her kid did not provide the stability she had hoped for. Following their separation, they continued to have a cordial relationship while sharing custody of their son. Having a child presented new difficulties. In order to support herself and her son, Ariadna had to juggle the responsibilities of parenthood with her job search. Getting a job at a well-known bar in Mexico City was the first step on this adventure. This place, which was frequented by wealthy customers, had high standards for its employees. Ariadne developed her capacity to communicate with a diverse range of people here. She thrived in her position in spite of the problems, overcoming them with her charm and tenacious work ethic. Her life was drastically altered by the pandemic. Despite losing her job because the company where she worked closed, Ariadne resisted giving up. Instead, she opened her own beauty salon during this time to fulfill a lifelong dream. This endeavor came to represent her will and ambition to create a life free from other influences. Using her vast network and skills, she was able to start a business that gave her a reliable source of income. A new connection came into her life at this period. She clicked with a man she met right away. She found security and happiness in her relationship. Between her spouse, her job, and her son, Ariadna managed her time well. Despite having a busy schedule, she managed to find joy in every new chance. By the time Ariadne was 27, her life had taken on the appearance of a finished puzzle, with each obstacle and accomplishment adding to a picture of tenacity and accomplishment. She had experienced loss, started over, taken care of her son's future, and become independent. But what appeared to be the beginning of a happy chapter was actually the beginning of a tragedy. Vanessa was introduced to Ariadne by mutual connections. Ariadne and her pals went to an event where they first interacted. Ariadne was immediately drawn to Vanessa because she was youthful, lively, and captivating. Vanessa was able to establish a connection with people quite fast. Those who knew her well, however, felt conflicted about her. Her acts frequently shocked people with their unpredictable nature, and beneath her seeming openness were jagged edges. A common figure in Vanessa's social circle was the middle-aged businessman Rautel. Rumors surrounded his reputation. Prominent for his wealth, power, and extravagant way of living, he was frequently spotted with young women who wanted to be a part of his world. Rumors of his ties to influential people and even criminal organizations helped to elevate his stature, but no one in his inner circle could verify these claims. Although Rautel shied away from discussing his background and business operations directly, his manner evoked both admiration and discomfort. Despite her intelligence and independence, Ariadne was not immediately aware of the differences between her new acquaintances and her regular group of friends. Eager to make an impression, Vanessa frequently spoke about her relationships with Rautel and other powerful individuals. She portrayed him as having the ability to resolve any issue. Ariadne gradually started to spend more time with them. Vanessa made an effort to earn Ariadne's trust and appeared to be truly enthralled with her. After hearing about Ariadne from Vanessa, Rautel became interested in her right away. His attentiveness and conversational skills surprised her at their first meeting. His charm and confidence were irresistible, and Ariadne was no exception to his appeal. However, a more nuanced personality lay beneath this appeal. Rautel's manipulative tendencies were observed by anyone who interacted with him. However, Ariadne thought he was a decent and kind man. Vanessa remained essential in reinforcing the bond between Rautel and Ariadne. She created an environment of openness and trust by often inviting Ariadne to events where Rautel was present. But as time went on, strange information emerged. For example, Ariadne was cautioned by some of her friends to exercise caution when interacting with these individuals. Some were aware of Vanessa's erratic behavior and Rautel's dubious reputation. They suggested that these interactions might have unspoken dangers. Ariadne saw no threat in her new social group, even in spite of the warnings. She viewed her friendship with Vanessa as a chance to escape from her everyday obligations and discover a world that had previously been unattainable. Rautel, however, made an effort to gain her favor by being kind and generous. She found his invitations to parties and dinners intriguing and innocuous. As we know, Ariadne was seeing a young man. Nevertheless, based on the information at hand, she continued to cultivate acquaintances and occasionally accepted invitations to social gatherings. Her boyfriend didn't show displeasure with her social contacts and was a trustworthy individual. Ariadne gradually realized that her life was beginning to be impacted by her new relationships. Vanessa contacted her often, offering to arrange get-togethers and leisure activities. Rautel, on the other hand, made a greater effort to establish himself in Ariadne's life and frequently provided assistance and support in a variety of circumstances. Unaware of the possible repercussions, Ariadne was slowly but surely losing herself in their world. Ariadne accepted Vanessa's invitation to get out with friends on October 30, 2022. The event was scheduled to start at Fisher's, a well-known eatery in Mexico City's downtown. Vanessa reassured her that the evening would be pleasant, with a leisurely meal and pleasant companionship. Ariadne felt a little uneasy because Rautel was also supposed to join. She was beginning to have doubts about him, but she chose not to turn him down since she didn't want to jeopardize her friendship with Vanessa. Later that night, the group gathered at the restaurant, which was well known for its fashionable patrons and elegant interiors. It served as a vibrant background for the event. An assortment of canapés and wine cocktails contributed to the lively and joyous ambiance at the table. Rautel made himself the focus of attention as usual, toasting and telling stories. He went out of his way to demonstrate his power and engaged with the waitstaff with assurance. Vanessa encouraged him by interjecting remarks and jokes to keep the discussion going. Following their example, the other guests attempted to match the host's enthusiasm for the evening. Amidst the boisterous atmosphere, Ariadne's actions were particularly noticeable, frequently checking her phone, reading texts, and sending out comments. She didn't seem quite comfortable. She frequently kept her eyes on Rautel, as though she were trying to find some deeper significance in his words or deeds. In an attempt to divert her attention, Vanessa drew her into discussions and urged her to take another cocktail. Ariadne, however, stayed taciturn. Something was bothering her more than the surroundings based on her look. Ariadne shared a mysterious message on social media in the middle of the evening. "Would you miss me if I vanished?" Although many in her wider network thought it was a joke, this post caused anxiety among her close friends and family. But Ariadne had never written anything like this before, according to those who knew her well. Although no one could have foreseen that it would be her final post, it made an uncomfortable impact. The party made the decision to relocate to Rautel's residence as the evening wore on. Rautel himself made the suggestion, and Vanessa wholeheartedly agreed, stating that it would enable them to spend the rest of the evening in a more private situation. After some hesitation, Ariadne consented, and after Vanessa encouraged her to join the others, they all piled into Rautel's car and drove the short distance to his house. Rautel's home, which was situated in a posh area, demonstrated his prestige. The interior was decorated in a contemporary style with opulent elements. When they arrived, the party took up residence in a large living room. Ariadne became more uneasy as the evening went on, despite the music and cocktails. As she checked her phone and pretended to make calls, she moved away multiple times. Her focused and aloof manner was not unnoticed. When Vanessa noticed this, she started whispering to Rautel, which made the situation even more tense. Ariadne declared she was tired and wanted to go home closer to midnight, but Vanessa persuaded her to wait a bit longer, saying they could depart in around 30 minutes. As the evening wore on and the other guests began to go, Rautel, who was unusually silent at that time, would periodically look at Ariadne in a way that made her feel even more uneasy. Ariadne was among the last to go. Sadly, none of the gang would ever see her alive. An incident rocked Morelos the next morning, October 31, 2022, when two bikers discovered a woman's death on the side of a distant road while out on an early morning ride. Locals hardly ever visited the area, which was remote from any major roadways. The bleak landscape, scant vegetation, and eerie quiet of the surrounding area all served to highlight the tragedy. Although the woman was dressed, her clothes were filthy and seemed to be broken. Numerous bruises and what seemed to be contusions were seen on her body. Law enforcement was notified of the occurrence by witnesses right away, and they arrived a few hours later to record the incident and possibly help identify the body. The cyclists snapped pictures of the area in the interim. As soon as the police showed up, they roped off the area and started gathering evidence. Mark suggested that the body had been moved, and tire traces were discovered in the ground. Although there were obvious indications of a struggle, forensic experts were unable to determine the cause of death. Since there were no obvious injuries from a weapon, it was challenging to pinpoint the precise circumstances of the tragedy. Since no personal belongings or paperwork were discovered with the woman, her identity was unknown at the time. Pictures of the body started making the rounds on social media a few hours later, and people who saw them started talking about them. They were Ariadne's friends and relatives, who had been missing since going to a party at Rautel's house. They were able to identify the victim's distinguishing characteristics, such as tattoos. Omar, her brother, feared the worst and reported the woman missing to the police, speculating that she might be his sister. Meanwhile, the investigation was started by the Morelos state authorities. However, there was a lot of criticism directed at the police's early response. Critical traces at the site were not adequately documented, and there were reports of violations of evidence-gathering rules. This cast suspicion on the professionalism and moral character of the local police force. Their suspicions were validated when Ariadne's family members showed up to formally identify the body. His sister had a tattoo honoring their late mother on her shoulder, which Omar recognized. Her body's condition, bruises and injuries on her arms and face obviously indicated a violent incident, made the family's heartbreaking shock even worse. But at the time, the police's official comments sounded dubious and offered no clarification. The family's first reaction was to demand justice. They started calling for responsibility for those involved and an open probe. To raise awareness of the situation, they contacted acquaintances who were active on social media that same day. A little initiative soon gained momentum and attracted thousands of participants. The Morelos police insisted that the killing might have been an accident despite the growing public criticism. Further investigation would be contingent upon the completion of a forensic examination, they said. This position simply increased suspicions that powerful people might be engaged in hiding the truth and stoked further concerns. Since Rautel and Vanessa were the last to see Ariadne alive, They were the first people investigators got in touch with. The first speculations regarding what might have happened were based on their statements. According to Rautel's original story, Ariadne called a cab to leave his residence after the party. She didn't exhibit any signs of serious distress, but she did seem a little upset, he said. He claims that once he led her to the door, she departed. Vanessa backed up his account by saying that Ariadne had actually gone in a taxi and hadn't stated where she was going. But their versions' contradictions soon sparked doubts. The absence of any proof proving a cab ride was the first warning sign. Raufel and Vanessa were unable to produce the driver's contact details or any evidence to support their claims. Investigators eventually found that none of the drivers recalled picking up Ariadne, despite the fact that multiple taxi calls had been recorded in the vicinity of Rautel's home that evening. The behavior of Vanessa was the second problem. Depending on what was questioned, her story changed. At first, she maintained that Ariadne had gone out on her own. She went on to say that they had argued at the party, which might have angered Ariadne. Additionally, in reference to the mysterious social media post Ariadne had written earlier that evening, Ariadne's friends informed police that Vanessa had messaged them in an attempt to imply that Ariadne might have hurt herself. Even though Ariadne's family and close friends initially thought the post, which was published just hours before she vanished, was a joke, investigators started to worry it might be a reflection of her actual emotional condition that evening. Vanessa's increasingly unpredictable behavior was another concerning element. She was attempting to minimize the problem and omit specifics in her texts to Ariadne's pals. She acknowledged in one text that she was scared of being implicated, but she didn't say why. Investigators' suspicions that Vanessa might be hiding important information were further heightened by these indicators. The investigation's preliminary conclusions were equivocal about the precise circumstances surrounding Ariadne's demise, but later investigations by law enforcement and outside specialists turned up important evidence. These conclusions were supported by security footage, text messages found on the suspects' phones, and 2 autopsies. According to the first forensic report in the state of Morelos, Ariadne's death was due to asphyxiation from bronchial aspiration. According to the examiner, she may have died as a result of food and drink getting into her airways. However, Ariadne's family quickly questioned this judgment. Despite the official conclusions, they drew attention to the many bruises and injuries on her body that were not sufficiently addressed in the report. Under pressure from the family and the public, her family insisted on a second exam. For additional examination, Ariadne's body was moved to a separate forensic facility in Mexico City. The first conclusions were entirely at odds with the findings of the second autopsy. Numerous injuries, including head trauma, bruises, and signs of physical force on her arms and legs, were discovered by experts, indicating that she may have tried to defend herself. These results demonstrated that alcohol was not the only factor in her death, or that it was not an accident. Authorities reclassified the case as a criminal conduct when her death was deemed to be the consequence of violent acts. Surveillance footage taken from Rautel's home's parking garage was essential to the investigation. In one video, the morning after the party, Rautel was seen taking Ariadne's motionless body to his car. He was also seen on camera packing her body into the car and driving off. These recordings turned into unquestionable proof linking him to the body's movement and eventual concealment. Investigators found communications about Rautel and Vanessa's behavior after the party after seizing their phones. Attempts to coordinate their accounts for law enforcement and defend their actions to Ariadne's pals were exposed in the texts. Rautel assured Vanessa that everything was under control, but Vanessa voiced worry about the pressure from Ariadne's family. Even specific guidelines on how to respond to inquiries without arousing suspicion were included in one reply. Vanessa frequently implied that Ariadne might have been experiencing emotional turmoil and perhaps considered self-harm in her chats with Ariadne's acquaintances. Ariadne's acquaintances claimed that she was a happy, energetic girl who showed no indications of such tendencies, which ran counter to this story. Suspicion of Vanessa's involvement was heightened by these discrepancies. Investigators came to the conclusion that the earlier allegations of an accidental death or Ariadne leaving Rautel's home freely did not match the evidence from the second autopsy, surveillance footage, and retrieved texts, which provided a better picture of what had happened. The violent nature of Ariadne's death and the subsequent concealing of her body were amply demonstrated by the evidence. These conclusions served as the basis for the accusations made against Rautel and Vanessa, who would shortly stand trial for their crimes. The first person arrested was Vanessa. Investigators found that she had been communicating with Rautel continuously. They talked about avoiding accountability in the days after the incident. The public was closely watching her arrest. Vanessa stated during her first interrogations that she was not responsible for Ariadna's killing. However, her claims were contradicted. Vanessa maintained that she was not aware of what happened following the incident because she had gone to bed early the night before. A fact check of her statements, however, uncovered up contradictions. Text exchanges revealed that she had spoken with Rautel about the specifics and was fully aware of what had transpired. In an attempt to hide her role in the crime's cover-up, investigators also found that Vanessa purposefully erased communications, pictures, and other potentially damaging material. Rautel decided to turn himself in to the police after realizing the growing evidence against him. He declared his innocence while accompanied by his attorneys, claiming that he did not hurt Ariadna but rather panicked and tried to conceal her body out of concern for the repercussions. He claims that the morning after the party, he discovered Ariadna unconscious in his house and, thinking she was dead, chose to dispose of the body to allay suspicions. But there were significant questions about his account of what happened. First, the second autopsy's findings refuted his allegations by confirming a violent cause of death. Second, instead of calling for assistance, he was seen on security camera carrying the body while making obvious attempts to conceal his conduct. Furthermore, as the investigation went on, his text exchanges with Vanessa showed a concerted attempt to agree on fabricated accounts of what had transpired. Concerning information emerged regarding possible corruption between Rautel and the Morelos prosecutor's office. The state's first autopsy report had purposefully left out mentions of injuries that were obviously signs of violence. The prosecutor was accused by activists and Ariadne's family of absolving Rautel of responsibility by leveraging their position. Public indignation was sparked by these accusations. An internal affairs division commenced an investigation into potential misconduct, and Mexico City officials began reviewing the Morelos prosecutor's activities. According to some witnesses, Rautel had ties to criminal organizations, which may account for his seeming assurance in evading punishment. The case received a lot of attention and came to represent structural problems in the legal system as well as the need of public pressure in seeking justice. At least one of the suspects knew more about what happened that night than they were ready to acknowledge, according to additional interrogations and evidence gathered. However, neither Vanessa nor Rautel took direct blame. Instead, they centered their explanations on attempts to defend one another's acts. This only served to increase suspicions and was a major contributing cause to their brief detention. A protracted and thorough inquiry was conducted into the causes and motivations behind the tragedy that transpired that evening. It took meticulous event reconstruction, evidence analysis, and a detailed look at everyone's behavior during the party to uncover the truth. With the help of contradictory testimony, technical information, and the suspect's psychological profiles, a more comprehensive picture gradually started to take shape. Together with mutual friends, Ariadna, Vanessa, and Rautel started that fateful evening over dinner and drinks at a restaurant in downtown Mexico City. Everything appeared normal on the surface: music, laughter, and conversation, but minute nuances suggested underlying stress. Witness accounts and a review of text conversations revealed that Ariadne seemed particularly silent and distracted. Her habit of checking her phone a lot, sending messages, and taking calls was unusual for her at social events. Later on in the investigation, this fact became crucial. Her communications showed that she had been messaging a close friend to express her anxiety about the party and her worries about certain guests. The group left the restaurant and went to the hotel's residence. The property, which had security cameras and high walls around it, was often used for private parties. The hosts, Vanessa and Rautel, appeared to have strained chemistry. According to witnesses, Vanessa made a number of scathing comments about Ariadna, who handled them calmly in an effort to avoid conflict. Alcohol started to affect the group's conduct as the evening went on. Already emotionally agitated, Vanessa allegedly yelled at Ariadne many times, calling her rude and unwelcoming. These charges increased the already rising tension but didn't strike a chord with the other members of the group. Rautel, on the other hand, was obviously unhappy with Vanessa's actions but seemed to maintain his neutrality. Witnesses' reports of Ariadna trying to leave the party early the following morning marked a turning point. She reappeared shortly after being spotted outside the residence. Investigators found that Vanessa persisted in confronting Ariadna throughout this period, resulting in an open dispute between the two. The specifics of the altercation are still unknown. Investigators believe Vanessa accused Ariadne of attracting Rautel's undue attention. After the majority of the attendees had departed the party, only Vanessa, Rautel, and Ariadna were remaining in the house. Messages recovered from the phones verified that Vanessa and Rautel had talked about difficult events from that evening. Investigators said that Vanessa, who was allegedly very drunk, started acting aggressively. An incident that is thought to have occurred during this time is what caused Ariadne's fatal injuries. What was the reason behind Ariadne's peculiar social media post that evening? After being written off as a joke at first, the message gained significance as the inquiry progressed. Friends subsequently acknowledged that Vanessa's actions and the general ambiance of the event might have made Ariadne uncomfortable. The tweet could have been an attempt to draw attention to herself, communicate her uneasiness, or perhaps act as a subliminal warning. According to the reconstruction of events, a major contributing factor to the catastrophe was Vanessa's envy, which was made worse by drink and mental instability. Rautel's actions, which were probably an attempt to hide what had transpired, simply made matters worse. If the atmosphere at the party had not been so tight and unstable, this confluence of circumstances could have prevented the disastrous result. Omar, Ariadne's older brother, was left to be the only father figure in the life of her 6-year-old son. Omar stepped in to offer both emotional and financial help. As he assumed responsibility for his nephew's upbringing, he worked to preserve Ariadne's memories and show him the love she had always shown him throughout her life. Since other family members and friends helped the youngster deal with his loss and provide him with a loving atmosphere, this choice strengthened the bonds within the family. The family of Ariadne continued to be involved in the effort to learn the whole facts regarding her passing. They attracted public attention, started social media campaigns, and planned protests. One noteworthy accomplishment was attracting the attention of foreign media, which contributed to a rise in pressure on the Mexican legal system. The initial judicial proceedings concerning Ariadne's demise turned out to be a crucial point in the fight for justice. The family and their legal team made sure that the case was handled openly and honestly, taking into account all pertinent facts, even in the face of opposition from some authorities. The public and media kept a watchful eye on every stage of the inquiry and trial, making it difficult for any facts to be concealed or misrepresented. Rautel and Vanessa's positions in court proceedings were the main topic of discussion at the start of the trial. Key evidence offered by the prosecution included text message data, phone call logs, and security footage. These documents showed the defendants' possible involvement in the violent acts that resulted in Ariadne's death, in addition to their involvement in hiding the body. By claiming that the tragedy was an unfortunate accident, the defense tried to refute the facts, although a number of testimony and forensic analyses seriously put doubt on that account. Determining the motivations behind the crime was one of the trial's main goals. According to witnesses who knew Vanessa well, she was impulsive and prone to aggressive conduct, which was frequently made worse by drink. However, Rautel's portrayal as having a dubious past and purported connections to criminal organizations raised further questions over his role in that night's events. However, the defendants denied any involvement in Ariadne's demise. Suspicions were heightened by the fact that their claims contradicted the evidence. The investigation and judicial proceedings in Ariadne's case are still ongoing, so a verdict has not yet been rendered. Prosecutors have charged her with femicide, a felony including gender-based violence that is thought to be an aggravating factor under Mexican law, based on the evidence they have acquired. Both suspects may spend up to 70 years behind bars if found guilty. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This apparently calm woman was 23-year-old Omaima Array Nelson, who had recently learned of the death of her 56-year-old husband, William Edwin Nelson, also called Bill. She didn't seem to be able to take it all in. But everyone was in for something much darker than they had anticipated. She chose to go far beyond what a human could imagine on Thanksgiving Day, November 28, 1991, when the day, if only she had stopped at killing her husband, investigators would soon discover a much darker truth than anyone had dared to think. In the back of everyone's mind at the time was the fact that it was one of the most horrific crime scenes they had ever seen. Did they think they would find another Jeffrey Dahmer? An unsettling investigation into a murder that would forever haunt Orange County began on December 1, 1991, when a desperate call to U.S. emergency services was placed. According to Omaima Nelson's friend Jose Escovel, his friend killed her husband after he allegedly mistreated her, and he was now offering him $75,000 to assist with the body's disposal. The police sprang into action, eager to learn the truth about this heinous accusation. Officers discovered suspicious trash bags in Omaima's red 1975 Corvette when they found her driving her husband Bill's car. After Thanksgiving weekend, Bill Nelson, as he was known, had not shown up for work and had been reported missing. As Omaima silently watched, they pulled over and went through the things she had in her car. They discovered something disturbing in the car, which they later discovered to be human flesh. Omaima was taken into custody right away for questioning after this startling discovery, and she appeared to be completely cooperative. She denied right away all of the information that Mr. Esquivel had given to the police. She admitted to officers that she hadn't lived with him for very long and that she didn't know how to contact him. Although she appeared helpful, her responses to questions were a little odd. Following that, the investigation took police to their Costa Mesa, California apartment, where they discovered a scene that would go down in true crime history as infamous. Bill was there when they walked into the apartment, but not in the way they had expected. They appeared to be entering a slaughterhouse. Beneath stacks of cardboard boxes were suitcases containing Bill's remains. On the floor, the police found a broken table lamp, a heavy clothing iron covered in blood and human hair, and human flesh and organs wrapped in bags. Officers discovered Bill's bedroom in complete chaos as they carried out their somber search. The mattress was covered in blood, and the bedpost was splintered and torn off. The freezer held the most startling discovery: Bill's head, wrapped in tinfoil, with stab wounds visible and evidence of deep frying. 2 of the bedposts were also found to be blood-soaked and broken, suggesting that Bill had been brutally murdered and bound. It is by far the most gory crime scene I have ever seen. The horror increased in the bathroom. Skinned and carved, Bill's torso and chest hung over the bathtub, allowing the blood to seep into it like it was in a butcher shop. They had castrated his body. Police entered the kitchen and discovered pans and pots with what looked to be stew left on the stove. Bill Nelson's hands, soaked in the mixture and covered in bruises, were among the turkey meat and vegetables. He had apparently been bound tightly prior to his murder. Bits of his hips, a grim take on Thanksgiving leftovers, were mingled with cranberry sauce in the trash can. Unfathomable horror was depicted in this horrific scene as investigators sought to understand how such a tragedy could occur within what was supposed to be a loving marriage. The case's terrifying details would later be compared to fictional horror stories. The condition of Bill's dismembered body prevented the police from determining the cause of death right away. Although the officers were positive it was Bill, they dug deep into Omaima's past to be absolutely certain and to solve the mystery of this heartbreaking murder. They were about to make one of the most unsettling discoveries of their professional lives. In 1968, Omaima Ari Nelson was born in a small, destitute farming village in southern Egypt, close to the Sudanese border. She was one of 16 children born into a traditional Arabic family, and her early years were difficult and traumatic. From an early age, she experienced physical and sexual abuse at the hands of her violent and irascible father. At the age of 7, she was subjected to the horrifying custom of female circumcision, which further exacerbated the wounds from her early years. She was in excruciating pain all the time after this procedure, which turned intimacy into a terrifying experience. As she grew older, her mother made the painful choice to leave her father and relocate to Cairo, the city of the dead, an Egyptian city notorious for its houses erected around cemeteries. Omaima had to deal with more difficulties in this depressing setting. In addition to impairing her capacity to build close relationships, the suffering she went through left her feeling extremely vulnerable and afraid. Notwithstanding all of the difficulties, Omaima developed into a young woman of remarkable beauty and vitality. By 1986, when Omaima turned 18, her life had taken yet another unexpected turn. Roger Stainbrook, an American oil worker on contract in Egypt, was introduced to her. She fell in love with him because she was drawn to him in the prospect of starting over. Despite her initial reluctance, her mother ultimately agreed to the cross-cultural relationship, perhaps out of concern that no Egyptian man would take her in. Omaima accompanied him to Texas, USA, in search of freedom and better prospects. There, however, she would only face yet another difficult chapter. Their marriage ended soon after the fissures in their relationship became apparent. Omaima, still a teenager, was left stranded and alone in a foreign city, with no one to turn to and only a rudimentary understanding of English. Omaima took on odd jobs like waitressing and nannying because she was desperate to make ends meet. But these weren't enough. At one point, she attacked 2 security guards who caught her stealing in a department store, and she even ended up getting briefly arrested for robbing a pharmacy. She also worked as a model part-time before realizing that her beauty could help her survive. She played a dangerous game to survive by luring men in and captivating them with her attractive appearance, only to rob them when they were most exposed. Omaima would place men in precarious situations, restrain them, use force, and take their belongings. She used this strategy to rob several men, but no one reported her because the officers thought it would embarrass them. She lived off of these items until meeting 56-year-old Bill in October 1991, who seemed like a kind and giving man. He was a former pilot and Marine who now worked part-time at Cannon Mortgage in Tustin as a messenger and computer programmer. Despite the fact that Bill was 33 years Omaima's senior, their relationship developed rapidly, and 2 days after they first met, he proposed to her. Even though Bill was still legally married to his first wife, the two clicked and were married in less than a month. They climbed into his red Corvette and drove directly to Phoenix, where they were married and found a justice of the peace. During their brief honeymoon, she and Bill traveled to Texas and Arkansas to see his family. Bill's family had serious concerns about the marriage despite the tense beginning. They found it difficult to accept the relationship because Omaima was younger than some of Bill's own children, and he was twice her age. Nevertheless, Omaima's kind yet astute manner won over everyone she encountered, creating an impression that, at least initially, seemed to allay some reservations. The cracks appeared after the honeymoon was over and they moved into Bill's apartment in Costa Mesa, California. They gave off the impression of being a normal couple, but there was something profound and unnerving about their seemingly normal existence. Regarding her marriage, Omaima claimed that Bill attempted to mistreat her even on Thanksgiving Day, to which Omaima retaliated using a strategy for which she was famous. She had tied up other men before him. She gained confidence from her past crimes of robbing and tying up men. She felt compelled to destroy him this time because of something about him. Omaima killed her husband without hesitation. She claims that that night Bill sexually assaulted her, and because it was already a controversial act for her, she was unable to control her anger. After repeatedly stabbing Bill with a knife, Omaima used a clothing iron to beat him to death. She did something far more horrifying than murdering her own husband after committing this horrible crime. It is extremely uncommon for a woman to intentionally kill someone. It is even more uncommon for her to mutilate a murder victim. She was completely corrupted. She used coat hangers and other items to hang up his torso piece by piece in the shower so that the blood could drain out. On November 28, 1991, Thanksgiving Day, Omaima had murdered her husband. She mutilated his body over the next few days, a gruesome task she carried out until December 2, 1991, when she was finally too tired to continue by herself. She went to her friend Jose to ask for help, saying her husband had abused her and she needed his support. Instead, Jose went straight to the police out of horror, which paved the way for a terrifying investigation. The officers now had no doubt that Bill's wife was the murderer and that the body they had discovered was in fact his. However, her statements suggested otherwise. Given the marks on her body, Omaima's claims of assault also appeared to be accurate. However, she also did something that raised suspicions. It was clear that Omaima was upset. She appeared to have been crying because she was so upset. Her arms, breasts, and face were all clearly injured. The officers sent Omaima for a medical examination to ascertain the true cause of her injuries, despite her denial of any assistance. She was admitted to the hospital to be examined for sexual assault and to have all of these injuries recorded. Her body was covered in numerous cuts, bruises, and contusions. In order to find out about any oddities they might have observed, the investigators also got in touch with Bill's stepdaughter. As it happened, he did get in touch with her prior to his own wife killing him. Detectives looked to Bill's neighbors as the investigation progressed, in the hopes that someone might have seen something out of the ordinary. They did remember hearing a strange noise that night, a noise that had seemed normal at the time, but had taken on a terrifying new meaning in the context of what had happened. Cutting a body into several pieces and packaging them all to make them appear non-human requires a lot of work. Thanksgiving was supposed to be a time for celebration, but for Bill Nelson, it turned into a day of horror when his young bride brutally murdered him. In the days that followed, what started with his murder only intensified into barbarism. Omaima went to work, systematically and unsettlingly mutilating his body. She crossed boundaries of cruelty, tearing his remains apart piece by piece. Authorities suspected that this degree of savagery wasn't the work of a first-time criminal when they eventually found the evidence. A very violent death was indicated by 25 or more skull wounds. In actuality, the body was dissected in a fairly professional manner, with such accuracy that the coroner's office was quite alarmed. Was this something she had done before? The investigators would be haunted for years by what transpired next. The medical examiners discovered something terrible when they weighed all of the remains discovered in Omaima's apartment and contrasted them with Bill's records. Almost 180 pounds of his body were missing. The officers realized what might have happened in light of the sobering findings already made. The weight that was missing indicated that Omaima had disposed of a significant amount of his body, and the implications were unimaginable. On the same day that her friend reported her, Omaima was taken into custody by the police and questioned. Even though these discoveries about Bill were unsettling, nobody could have foreseen the terrible truth that was concealed in a secret room. Omaima immediately tried to change the case's entire focus when they inquired about the murder, leading the investigation in an unanticipated and unsettling direction. She denied killing her husband when the officers questioned her about Bill's murder and her motivation for doing so. Officers were stunned by Omaima's response when they confronted her about the human flesh they found in the vehicle she was operating. They realized they were dealing with something much darker than they had expected, when the full extent of her cruelty and detachment became horrifyingly evident. In fact, Bill had run afoul of the law while working as a pilot to smuggle electronics and drugs into Mexico from a Texas airport. He had been apprehended and sentenced to 4 years in prison. Here, however, that was not the case. Omaima revealed the possible motivation behind her murder of her husband when the officers called her in for a second round of interrogation. She claimed that after they were married, Bill began to act violently, abusing her both physically and sexually during their brief marriage. She denied killing him, though. Omaima eventually confessed to killing her husband after being pressed further, but she left them with yet another unsolved mystery. The officers were starting to realize that Omaima was mentally ill, perhaps as a result of her traumatic past. Then she made a statement that confirmed the suspicion even more. The officers could tell from her demand that Omaima either had real mental health problems or was feigning them in order to get her sentence lowered. The fact that this was not the first time she had done this further confirmed their suspicion that she was merely making up her psychotic condition to get out of paying the penalty. When her medical report was received, these conjectures took on even more tangible form. Between Omaima and Bill, it was evident from the report who was the aggressor and who was the victim. Her hands, legs, and feet all had cuts that were typical of someone who had mutilated a human body. Additionally, the report disclosed that Omaima was not coerced into having sex. Everyone was horrified by her psychiatrist's startling assertion, which made them all question their loved ones. Omaima was accused of killing Bill for money, first-degree murder, cannibalism, and evidence of premeditation. Nothing short of a media circus was the trial that ensued. The public's morbid fascination was captivated by the graphic details of the crime. On December 1, 1992, Nearly a year after Bill Nelson was killed, the trial got underway. She even stated in court that the hallucinations were what caused her to do this and that it was her mind playing tricks on her. She stated that she was unable to remember anything about the murder, including the exact moment it occurred. But a different story about her was told by Robert Hansen, her ex-boyfriend, whom she had also contacted on the day of the murder. In addition, Omaima's psychologist provided testimony supporting her mental health. She described how her delusions were getting worse. The defense never claimed that Omaima was not the murderer. Rather, they emphasized that she committed the crime as a result of her abuse at the hands of Bill and her hallucinations. Omaima claims that, in an effort to get away from Bill permanently, the voices in her head told her to dismember her husband's body, in addition to urging her to kill him. According to the ancient Egyptians, you will not enter the afterlife if your body is dispersed. She then sliced him. She was making sure he wouldn't be there if she made it to the afterlife. She wouldn't, however, say why she cooked him. She boasted to her psychiatrist that nothing was sweeter than her husband's taste, and that the ribs were the best part. Instead of him, she wanted his money. She didn't have to eat him, though. Omaima insisted repeatedly that she had no intention of killing Bill. However, the prosecution pressed for murder charges, and on January 12, 1993, the jury found her guilty of second-degree murder. Following consideration, she was also found guilty of attempting to rob Robert and assault with a deadly weapon. In Chowchilla, California, Omaima, who was 24 at the time, received a sentence of 25 years to life in the Central California Women's Facility. A true crime story that remains one of the most unsettling cases in California history. Omaima R.A. Nelson's story is one of tragedy entwined with horror. She was even likened to the well-known serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer, with approximately 130 pounds of Bill's body still missing. The officers speculated about what might have gone wrong on that fateful day, even though Omaima never admitted to the main details of the story. They hypothesized that he and Omaima engaged in a voluntary bondage session. She most likely wanted money or access to his wealth, which is why she tied him to the headboard. Californians were relieved to see Omaima R.E. Nelson safely imprisoned, as it meant that one less dangerous person was no longer on the streets. Omaima, however, fought to be released from prison. When she applied for parole for the first time in 2006, it was firmly denied. Unfazed, she tried again in 2011, but this time her request was quickly denied, much to the relief of investigators, who thought her release would only increase the risk. She shouldn't be released on parole. She poses a serious threat to society because, since her incarceration, she has been engaging in the same behaviors that she did before. At the time of Mr. Nelson's passing, she married a man she knew. At the time, he was in his 80s. He passed away a few years ago, leaving her a sizable fortune. Omaima is currently unable to access any money she might want to claim outside of her prison, but if she is given parole, her access to money and freedom could completely transform her life. She may be able to rebuild a life outside of prison once her freedom and financial resources are restored, something that has long plagued the victim's family and those who remember her horrific crime. She will be eligible for a parole hearing once more in 2026, and the outcome will ultimately decide her future. This case demonstrated how childhood trauma can result in mental health problems later in life. In light of this, we would like to know your thoughts on this case. Do you believe Omaima killed her husband because she wanted his money, or did she have a mental illness and kill him in a fit of rage? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Peggy Carr, 41, was working as a waitress at a neighborhood eatery in Alturas, Florida on October 23, 1988, when her heart started pounding and her hands started to perspire. On March 3, 1989, around 5 months later, Peggy would lose the battle against her illness and die. Until a courageous undercover investigation into Peggy Carr's odd illness and death exposed a dark conspiracy to kill off an entire family, the case remained a mystery. Alturas, a small, tight-knit village in Polk County, Florida, with a population of slightly over 4,000, was where Peggy Carr and her family resided. Alturas is renowned for its lovely orange groves and tranquil atmosphere. Alturas is now a safer neighborhood than the majority of U.S. localities, with a violent crime rate of 21.8%. However, in 1988, when the events of this case occurred, Alturas was a considerably safer neighborhood, the kind where it was acceptable to leave your front door open at night and where neighbors watched out for one another. Peggy Carr, who was born in 1947, had a difficult life. From an early age, she had to go out and find jobs that could put food on the table for her family because her parents were deaf and extremely poor. Peggy's lack of education made it difficult for her to get a decent work. The ones she did find, such as waitressing positions at remote truck stops on the highway, earned pitiful wages or were exceedingly hazardous. Nevertheless, she maintained a bright attitude and tried her hardest to make ends meet. In order to cope with the risks of her work, such intoxicated males trying to prey on a woman waitress working in a remote location in the middle of the night, Peggy has developed a very tough demeanor. For a long time, Peggy's tough exterior made it nearly impossible for her to find a romantic partner. However, she eventually fell in love with a man who is still unidentified, and she married him. Jelena, Alan, and Dwayne were the 3 children that Peggy and her husband would have over the course of the following 2 years. The couple put a lot of effort into supporting their family, and it appeared like Peggy's life was finally taking off. However, Peggy quickly began to have problems with her husband, and the marriage soon collapsed. Peggy was a single mother in her mid-30s by the mid-1000s, 900 AD, working odd jobs to support her 3 kids. Peggy tried to maintain a cheerful disposition at work, but she became more and more depressed and lonely. She had had a difficult life, and it didn't seem like things would ever improve. As her children grew older, they became aware of their mother's loneliness and sadness and desired she would find love and happiness once more. Her children's goal was fulfilled by the end of 1987. Carolyn Carr, who everyone called Pi, was the man Peggy met. Pi had recently divorced his wife, just like Peggy. In addition, he worked at a nearby phosphate mining facility in Alturas, Florida, and had 2 teenage children. When they first met, Peggy and Pi clicked mostly because they were both rigorous individuals who did not tolerate foolish behavior from others. Peggy's children observed a notable improvement in her mood when she and Pi began dating. She felt more at ease, lighter on her feet, and happy. When Peggy and Pi announced their impending marriage to their kids in April 1988, they thrilled them. Following the wedding, Peggy and her 3 children moved into Pi's house in Alturas, Florida. The combined family appeared to get along well, despite Pi's little house being even more cramped with 4 new members. The 5 kids got along nicely and were just glad to see their parents happy. The family also had 2 large dogs. However, Peggy and Pi started experiencing marital problems a few months after they were married. They became more and more estranged from one another on top of their problems, as Peggy had started to hear stories that Pi was still seeing his ex-wife. Their 2 dogs unexpectedly developed severe illnesses about the time Peggy and Pi's problems began. Their fur began to fall out, they were rapidly losing weight, and they were wailing in agony. It appeared as though the dogs had either consumed a poison or contracted an odd illness. The deaths of both pets soon followed, which further depressed the mood in the car home. Peggy and Pi grew more apart as their everyday problems persisted. When Peggy and Pi's arguments got so bad that they couldn't abide one another, Peggy and her kids had to leave Pi's house for a week in early October 1988 in order to stay at a motel. The formerly contented family was now being ripped apart as the kids started siding with their own parents. Pi made the decision to take a spontaneous hunting excursion on October 23, 1988, as a way to escape for the day. By now, Peggy and her children were back at the house, allowing Peggy to spend time with the children while Pi traveled. Peggy and her daughter Jelena got ready for work after Pi left. On that particular day, they both worked morning shifts as waiters at a nearby diner. Peggy's heart started to race wildly as she was serving guests and waiting tables. Peggy wasn't working on any demanding or heavy tasks that morning. She was merely carrying the trays with the orders from the clients. Peggy believed her heart would stop pounding so rapidly if she simply relaxed. Her hands began to perspire, and she soon began to experience a tingling feeling in her arms and legs. Peggy was still unsure of the cause of her feelings when it dawned on her that she might be experiencing a heart attack. Instead of losing her mind or going into a frenzy, Peggy made an effort to relax. After washing her face and hands in the staff washroom, she sneaked into the staff break area to unwind for a while. Jolena went to check on her mother after noticing that she had gone into the break room while she was unwinding. With composure, Peggy stated that she thought she might be having a heart attack and that she would go home to rest. Jolena was not startled by Peggy's composed manner, but she was instantly concerned that her mother might be having a heart attack. She thought there was nothing to worry about if Peggy claimed she would sleep off a heart attack, because she knew she disliked setting off false alarms and panicking needlessly. She did, however, get her mother to swear that she would visit the hospital if her condition worsened. Due to her current mood, Peggy told the manager she would be taking the remainder of the day off. Jolena said she would follow up with her as soon as her shift was over. The house was vacant when Peggy arrived home. She went to her bedroom to lie down because Pi was still on his trip and the kids were still at school. A few hours later, Dwayne, Peggy's 17-year-old son, came home from school to discover his mother sprawled in bed. Dwayne was instantly aware that something was up when he saw Peggy napping in the middle of the day. Even when she was sick, Peggy never napped. Dwayne asked Peggy if she was okay and she replied that she was, his face displaying worry. However, Peggy abruptly blurted out that she was not feeling well and felt awful as he turned to leave the bedroom. She claimed that she could hardly speak because of the blinding pain which seemed like fire being pumped through her limbs and legs. Dwayne's suspicions were validated at this point. Dwayne knew his mother had to get to the hospital right away if she claimed that this was the most agonizing thing she had ever experienced, because she was not a dramatic person. Fortunately, Pi got home from his hunting expedition at that very moment, and Dwayne informed him right once that they needed to take Peggy to the hospital. To his surprise, however, Pi just waved him away, stating that he was certain Peggy was only ill with the flu and would recover in a day or two. Since Pi didn't intend to take Peggy to the hospital himself, Dwayne called his sister right then and asked her to come home so she could do it. Jolena's condition had deteriorated to the point where she was unable to walk or stand, so Dwayne had to assist Peggy to the car when she got to the house. The true issue started when they arrived at the hospital and Peggy was brought into the acute care unit to start treatment, because neither Dwayne nor Jolena knew what might have caused Peggy to feel the way she did. Peggy was now limited to lying down and groaning in agony. Her limbs still felt like they were on fire, her heart was still pounding, and she was now throwing up and feeling sick. Peggy underwent a battery of tests in an attempt to identify her condition, but every test came back negative or indicated that she was in perfect health. The doctors were genuinely perplexed by this. Peggy was writhing in agony, and since the tests they had performed had revealed nothing wrong with her, it appeared as though her illness had struck out of the blue. The physicians chose to keep her in the hospital and monitor her because they had no other option. Peggy's symptoms appeared to get better after she was in the hospital for roughly 3 days. She was able to communicate, eat, and move around a little, but she still had intense agony in her limbs and her heart continued to race. The physicians made the decision to release her so she could recover completely at home because she appeared to be on the mend. On October 26, 1988, Peggy arrived home and slept in bed to recuperate. She saw that she was getting better. However, all of the symptoms returned after a day, this time with considerably greater intensity. She was feeling sick, her heart was pounding, her arms and legs felt like they were on fire, and she had dropped so much weight that she was a shell of her former self. However, Peggy's family decided it might be better for her to stay at home rather than go to the hospital, because they understood that even the doctors didn't know what was wrong with her. However, it appeared as though Peggy was collapsing before their very eyes. She was unable to eat, sleep, walk, or even speak. The anguish she was experiencing was so great that she was only able to lie in bed, writhing in agony and occasionally screaming into her pillow. Her family finally gave in and agreed to take her back to the hospital on October 30. The physicians recognized Peggy from the week before and that they had been unable to identify the reason behind her symptoms when she arrived at the hospital, but they were doing everything they could to be sure. To find out if they had missed anything, the physicians decided to give Peggy another round of tests. They checked for all the common illnesses that may afflict a 41-year-old woman, including food poisoning, since they believed Peggy had consumed something that was making her stomach hurt. However, the test results once more indicated that Peggy was in perfect health. Once more, the physician's only option was to place Peggy in a room and watch her. Peggy's cries of excruciating pain reverberated through the hospital corridors as she lay in her room, audible to other patients and personnel. Peggy had started to drift in and out of consciousness by October 31. However, things were going to become worse. Dwayne, Peggy's son, and Travis, Pye's 16-year-old son, were both sent to the same hospital as Peggy. The symptoms that Peggy had been experiencing for more than a week had suddenly started to affect them as well. Similar to Peggy, Dwayne and Travis underwent a battery of tests to find out what was wrong with them, but the results were likewise inconclusive. However, one of the neurologists treating Peggy, Dr. Robert Van Hook, observed something about their symptoms that caught his attention right away. Travis, Dwayne, and Peggy were all experiencing hair loss. The neurologist suspected that he understood the precise reason of their disease based on the other symptoms they were experiencing, but first, he ordered a very particular test kit to confirm his assumptions. The neurologist checked Travis, Dwayne, and Peggy after the test kit arrived, and the findings were positive. Each of the three had consumed thallium nitrate, a costly and uncommon substance. Once employed as rat poison, thallium nitrate is a tasteless, colorless, and odorless metal that was outlawed due to its high toxicity to humans, with symptoms including extreme hand and limb pain, nausea, hair loss, weight loss, and irregular heartbeat. Even a minor increase in the naturally occurring amount of thallium, which is present in the ordinary human body in trace amounts, can have deadly results. Dwayne and Travis each had roughly 20,000 times the amount of thallium that naturally occurs in their bodies, whereas Peggy had 0 times that amount. The remaining members of the family were tested by the doctors, and while their thallium levels were not as high as those of Peggy, Dwayne, and Travis, they were all elevated. The doctors had not previously thought that Peggy and her son's conditions might be criminal before the test results. However, they started to view the case differently once the test findings suggested that Peggy and her family might have been poisoned. The hospital informed the Polk County Sheriff's Office about the case and the possible criminal activity occurring there. No one knew where Peggy and her boys had encountered such a costly and uncommon substance. Were they intentionally poisoned, or was it an accident? As the authorities started their inquiry, Peggy's situation appeared dire. Even though thallium poisoning may be cured, Peggy's body had been so thoroughly damaged by the poison that she was unlikely to live even if therapy had been given. As they waited for the poison to kill her, the doctors told her that the only thing they could do was to make her as comfortable as possible. For the boys, however, there was hope. Everyone hoped that the treatment they received would be quick enough to save their lives. Peggy fell into a coma a few days after learning that she was not going to be saved. After 2 months in the hospital, her family opted to remove her from life support on March 3, 1989, although she would stay in the coma for the following 4 months. Dwayne recovered completely. Although Travis would finally recover from the poisoning and spend 6 months in the hospital, the severe damage the poison had done to his limbs meant that he would never be able to walk again. The situation involving Peggy and her sons was extremely difficult for Polk County Sheriff's Office Sheriff Judd. They had a murder and other attempted murders on their hands, and a killer was at large, regardless of whether they were poisoned on purpose or not. There was a chance that the poison's source was still available for other Alturas residents to consume if they had accidentally consumed it. Sheriff Judd was determined to find the truth because the stakes were high. Every surface and object in the Carr residence was examined for thallium by investigators, but the results were all negative. Meanwhile, panic broke out in Alturas as word spread that the Carr family had been poisoned and that the authorities were unsure of the source of the poison. Families feared they might already be dying and not be aware of it, or that the poison may have originated from their groundwater. Because the Carr's well water was connected to at least 2 other homes, detectives looked into it, but they discovered nothing. Furthermore, Peggy and her sons had experienced symptoms that no one else in the town had. The investigation was then joined by Prosecutor John Aguero of the Florida State's Attorney's Office, who began investigating the possibility that thallium originated from pesticides, insecticides, or any other plant spray. There were numerous orange groves in Alturas, and the pesticides used to maintain the trees may have contained thallium, but all test results were negative. Police found their first break in the case, an 8-pack of Coca-Cola bottles with tampered-with lids while searching the car home for anything Peggy and her sons might have eaten or consumed that might have contained the poison. The bottles were sent for testing right away, and the results revealed that the Coca-Cola bottles had high amounts of thallium. The drinks had been filled with thallium before the covers were put back on. The first obvious conclusion was that the bottling firm had tampered with the product. If it was, almost everyone drank Coca-Cola, which may lead to a nationwide thallium poisoning problem. Many inhabitants of Alturas were afraid to drink Coke after learning about this additional lead. But as the investigation went on, it became clear that neither the Alturas Coca-Cola outlets nor the bottling firm were responsible for the poisoning. Investigators came to the horrifying conclusion that, although the bottles had been tampered with, the person who did it specifically targeted the Carr family. Pi Carr himself was the main suspect. On October 23, the day Peggy had started exhibiting symptoms, Pi had abruptly made the decision to go hunting, which kept him gone for the majority of the day. Investigators thought this might have been an attempt to hide his identity. Additionally, Pi had access to a chemical as costly and uncommon as thallium, since he worked for a phosphate mining company. Given that Pi and Peggy had been experiencing marital problems, it appeared highly likely that Pi was the one who poisoned Peggy. But there were some problems with this theory. Additionally, Pi and his kids tested positive for thallium poisoning, indicating that they drank the same Coke as Peggy and her kids. Therefore, it appeared more plausible that Pi would have planned it so that only she consumed the poison, or at the very least he would have ensured that his kids did not get it, if he really wanted Peggy dead. Nevertheless, Pi was taken in for interrogation by the police. Pi swore that the hunting excursion was a coincidence, and told them he had no idea how the poison had entered his house. He casually remarked something during his conversation that did not seem significant at the time, but when police investigated Pi's tip, they would uncover the next significant clue that would enable them to solve this confounding case and identify the person who had poisoned Peggy and her family. Pi was trying to explain himself as he sat in the questioning room when he suddenly recalled an incident that had occurred a few weeks prior to Peggy's illness. One day, Dwayne, Peggy's son, went to check the mail and discovered a printed note addressed to Pi. The note said, "You and your so-called family have exactly 2 weeks to move out of the state of Florida or you will all die. This is no joke." Peggy and Pi thought the death threat was a joke from some naughty teenagers. But now that the whole family had been poisoned, it appeared that the note might not have been a joke. It could have come from the poisoner of the Carrs. When authorities started looking into the note, they discovered a few details that quickly led them to believe that the sender was familiar with Pi and his family. For instance, the sender had correctly typed Pi's name as Pi instead of Pi, which is how most people would spell it. Armed with this fresh lead, police started questioning hundreds of people in Alturas to see if anyone had a motive to despise the Carrs and want them killed. But neighbors looked out for one another in a small, tight-knit town like Alturas. Police decided to approach FBI Special Agent Mark Young, a profiler with hundreds of cases under his belt, to assist in creating a profile of the likely criminal after failing to identify anyone with a motivation to harm the Carrs. Agent Young assumed that a person who killed someone with poison was probably someone who had been wronged and wanted to make amends. Additionally, the undetectable form of thallium was the particular kind that was used to poison the Coca-Cola bottles. It was pricey. You couldn't just walk into the store and buy it. This demonstrated that the offender was bright and had a solid understanding of chemistry. In light of this, investigators eliminated potential possibilities until they arrived at George Trapal and Diana Carr, the Carrs' neighbors. January 23, 1949 was George Trapal's birthday. He had several degrees and worked as a computer programmer and scientist. He established a thriving orthopedic surgery practice in Alturas with his wife Diana Carr, who was not related to Pi Carr. George was a calm man who rarely left the house, but he wasn't always so easygoing. Diana, on the other hand, was more gregarious and had a very strong personality. During his time at Clemson University in South Carolina in the 1970s, George enjoyed using drugs and was always open to sharing his stash with others, whether or not they gave their permission. It became a habit for George and his buddies to pick up hitchhikers and give them cookies or brownies laced with drugs to see how they would respond. He was given a 3-year sentence in federal prison in 1975 for operating a sizable methamphetamine lab. The fact that thallium was one of the results of George's meth cooking procedure was intriguing. George also read police manuals as a habit. He saw himself as an authority on how to handle crime scenes. Living next to George and Diana wasn't exactly the ideal option. From complaining that their dogs were barking too loudly to claiming that Peggy and Pi and their kids were laughing or playing music too loudly, they were constantly having issues with them. The cars were a nuisance to Diana and George, and despite Peggy's best efforts, they were never on good terms. Diana would constantly gripe about the cars, whom she particularly detested. George, however, appeared more amiable. In private, George detested the cars just as much as his wife did, but he waved and grinned at them and did not gripe as much. George accused Pi of breaking zoning restrictions in March 1988 when he attempted to turn his garage into an apartment for his stepdaughter Jolena and her infant daughter. As usual, Diana raced to the car house to complain 2 days before Peggy became ill. When they reprimanded her, she yelled, "You won't get away with this. This isn't over." In addition to being highly successful in their respective industries, George and Diana were exceptionally bright individuals who belonged to the esteemed Mensa organization. A lawyer called Roland Barrel and his buddy Dr. Lance Ware established Mensa in 1946. It is an elite club for very clever people who score in the top 2% of the general population on a particular IQ test. Applicants must pass a battery of unique IQ tests in order to be admitted to Mensa, and passing these tests alone does not ensure membership. After being accepted, members frequently host debates, seminars, gatherings, discussion panels, and other get-togethers to exchange ideas and have thought-provoking discussions. Despite having its headquarters in England, Mensa has locations all over the world. George and Diana were members of the Mensa branch in Florida, which hosted monthly entertaining and thought-provoking events known as murder mystery weekends. Over the course of a weekend, members would alternately plan a crime mystery that the other members would attempt to solve. All of the members would spend that weekend at a remote place, such as a hotel or inn, where they would stay and contribute to the murder mystery. A middle-aged woman called Sherry Gwen joined the Mensa Florida branch in April 1989, just a few weeks after Peggy passed away. Sherry had fled an abusive marriage in Texas and relocated to Florida. She felt a sense of belonging after joining Mensa, and she quickly grew close to George and Diana. George and Diana took turns organizing the murder mystery that would be solved for that month's murder mystery weekend the month Sherry joined Mensa. George, who was currently 40 years old, took this duty very seriously and worked for weeks to craft the ideal crime. All of the members had a difficult time attempting to solve the case and find the murder weapon, but their murder mystery weekend was a huge success. Sherry, however, was captivated when George eventually revealed the murder weapon to the gathering. In an attempt to find out everything George knew about the murder weapon and what would happen if it were used in real life, she would spend hours discussing it with him. George, who was sometimes eclipsed by his wife, was impressed by Sherry's attention and was pleased to respond to all of her inquiries. Diana relocated her medical business from Alturas to Sebring, a nearby town, in December 1989. Thus, she and George also made the decision to relocate there. Since they hadn't sold their house yet, Sherry requested if she might rent it as soon as she heard about it. Almost the whole Alturas police department swarmed into the house as soon as Sherry moved in. In reality, Sherry Gwynn was not a divorced woman who fled an abusive marriage in Texas and relocated to Florida. She was an undercover police officer tasked with looking into Diana Carr and George Trappell. Her real name was Susan Gorek. George was interrogated by police as part of their preliminary inquiry. When asked if he knew anyone who might want to harm the Carrs, he appeared modest and reticent, but he claimed that someone must have wanted them to leave the area. The death threat Pi had received weeks prior to Peggy's illness was reflected in this remark. Police became suspicious of George after learning of the fights between the Trappells and Carrs. He also resembled the FBI's description of the offender, which was a white man with a high level of intelligence who avoided confrontation and had a meek nature. Susan Gorek had been tasked with looking into them. Susan thought George was probably the murderer when she learned that thallium poisoning was the murder weapon George employed to plot his murder mystery. Additionally, he printed a pamphlet explaining the murder in this mystery, which stated, "When a death threat appears on the doorstep, prudent people throw out all their food and watch what they eat. Hardly anyone dies from magic. Most items on the doorstep are just a neighbor's way of saying, "I don't like you, move or else." She thus requested assistance and directed a search of the house as soon as he and Diana left. The cops discovered a wealth of chemicals, including thallium, in the garage. They also learned that George had machines to take off and put back the bottle caps, since he frequently brewed his own beer. Investigators concluded that George chose to get rid of his neighbors because he had finally had enough of them. He was able to sneak a case of Coca-Cola into the car's kitchen, had the resources and motivation to conduct the crime, and fit the profile. People in the neighborhood of Alturas rarely closed their doors, and it was common to walk by and greet a neighbor. The police had sufficient evidence to bring George in for interrogation. George was bashful and avoided making eye contact with the interrogating officers when he first arrived at the Alturas police station. Despite all the evidence, he insisted he was not involved in the poisoning. The investigators didn't believe it. 1 count of first-degree murder, 6 counts of attempted first-degree murder, 7 counts of food or water poisoning, and 1 act of tampering with a consumer product were among the charges brought against Treppel on April 5, 1990. These 15 criminal charges, which included first-degree murder, 6 counts of attempted murder, food or water poisoning, and product tampering, were tried against George in January 1991. Following a 4-week trial that took place between January 7 and February 7, 1991, the jury found George guilty on all counts. He received a death sentence. George is still incarcerated at the Union Correctional Institution in Rayford, Florida, on death row today. George has appealed the FBI's investigation process and the reliability of the state's witnesses on multiple occasions, but each time his pleas have been rejected. Deanna Carr never faced any charges. She will eventually remarry after divorcing George in 1996. Since learning that the evil mastermind who killed their mother, paralyzed their stepbrother Travis, and almost killed Dwayne has been brought to justice, Peggy's children, Alan, Jelena, and Dwayne, have moved on. Peggy's life had been extremely difficult for a long time, and just as things were starting to improve, a neighbor who simply didn't like her and her family cruelly took her life away. At least her family can finally move on knowing that she received justice. However, do you believe Deanna Carr ought to have faced charges of murder, or at least attempted murder as well? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video shows 47-year-old Fiona Beale, a primary school teacher at Eastfield Academy in Northampton, dancing sloppily in front of the pupils. Every one of her pupils enjoyed having her as their instructor. She was a committed educator who wished to make the most of her students' school time. Nobody in this video has yet to comprehend that Fiona's tale will be featured on newspaper front pages in a few months. We will thus talk about the events that took place in England in 2021 today. The details of Fiona Beale's early years are scarce. She was a lovely and amiable woman who liked her work and her students, according to many who knew her. She lived in Northampton, which is roughly 60 miles northwest of London, with her partner Nicholas Billingham, 42. According to the 2021 census, the total population of the urban area is close to 250,000, making it one of the biggest towns in England. Moore Street was the residence of Nick and Fiona, and it was on this peaceful street that the events of today took place. They spent 17 years together. Naturally, Fiona and Nick experienced highs and lows like any other couple. Here's what I know about Fiona and Nick's connection, though many facts will likely be revealed later as this case was concluded approximately 2 weeks ago. According to Leslie Oldham, who knew the couple well, I thought she was really nice. Leslie remembered that although they weren't holding hands or smitten, they appeared content enough. She was quite courteous and talkative when Nick invited her around for tea. You never knew how long a relationship would continue with Nick, because he was always a little of a ladies' man and liked being pampered by women. When Nick and Fiona became infected with a virus that was then circulating the globe in November 2021, their love ended. After testing positive for the virus, Fiona and Nick had to separate themselves, she told her loved ones on November 1, 2021. All they needed to do was complete an online application and spend 10 days at home. But she texted her sister the very following day to let her know that Nick had broken up with her and gone out with someone else. It's crucial to remember that it happened in early November 2021. Nicholas Billingham remained in contact with his friends and family after splitting from Fiona Beale. He sent his mother a text message claiming that he had fled with Faye. He claimed to be content and to have a wonderful new life. After 10 days at home, Fiona went back to work after her recuperation. When she returned to work, co-workers who had learned about the breakup gave her a lot of encouraging comments. But many saw that she was affected by the separation with Nick. Nearly 4 months after splitting with Nick, at the end of February 2022, her mental health started to decline. She could no longer live in a home that made her think of Nick all the time. She thus relocated to Cumbria, which is roughly 200 miles away from Northampton. Her family members were alarmed by the text she sent them on March 15, 2022. Her relatives phoned the police because they were so concerned. Police discovered Beale gravely hurt in a bath at a Lake District property she was renting while doing a welfare check. Constable Josh Parkin spoke in court about how he first thought she was dead and how ominous music was coming from her cell phone. According to Parkin, "I saw a female laying in the bath, completely naked. It looked like bodily fluids in the bath, leading me to believe the individual was deceased. What I would describe as sinister acoustic music was playing from a mobile phone that was next to her. I immediately requested an ambulance to attend our location. I suggested that we tried to get her out of the bath to perform CPR. She then roused and became somewhat conscious. I pulled quite violently on her ear to try and get a pain response. She moaned and went to turn over in the bath. We sat her up, and that's when she started to become emotional. I discovered a blue notebook that was leather-bound and had a logo of some kind on the front. The fact that the paper and the parting note were identical at the time held significance for me. It was evident from a cursory glance at the notebook that it contained information about her mental health at the time. I remembered that the last page of the book mentioned both vomiting and defecating. At the time, I believed it to be essentially a continuation of the farewell note. Fiona left a second message for the home's owner along with her bank card. The message read, "This is my PIN, don't go into the bathroom." Fiona was taken to the hospital by ambulance, and as the doctors treated her, the cops took a closer look at her notebook. They discovered something evil there. Constable Lawson rejected the notes as ramblings, even though they seemed to describe Beale killing someone. He also stated that he did not think anyone had been killed at that point. The notes seemed to be ramblings, he claimed. In a statement, Constable Roy Williams, a colleague, stated that he too thought the notes were ramblings, but that there were some extremely unsettling elements. I believe these comments to be a delusional fantasy, as Beale appeared to be having a mental health episode. Because of the book's substance, we were unable to overlook the statement. She said her long-term partner was not a very nice man, and that she had killed him. Fiona wrote in her notebook, "Everything changed last year. You be sweet to them, especially your wife. My husband wasn't sweet to me. I suppose I ought to explain what happened to get me to this point. My mental health had been deteriorating. Whenever he was cheating, he would up the ante on belittling, moaning, and criticizing. I have to confess. Okay, here goes. October 2021. He spat on me and threatened me during intimate contact. I thought about leaving, but the things he said and did fueled my dark side. I call her Tulip 22. She's reckless, fearless, and efficient. Ruthless. I started plotting as Tulip 22 after he'd gone to bed. I could no longer sleep in the bed due to my breathing being too loud, or I moved too much, or I was snoring. Another notebook entry mentioned that Nick had been nasty and mean for 17 years, and that she decided she couldn't let him get away with it because of his disgusting behavior on Halloween. Another entry stated, "That night I planned pandemic rules, meant I had a guaranteed 10-day isolation period from positive symptoms. I called the school administration on Monday and said we'd tested positive and had symptoms. He went to work. Tulip 22 smoked and planned. I'd planned it mentally so many times before. I had a bath. I left the water in. I encouraged the bath with the incentive of intimate contact. Afterwards, while he was in the bath, I kept the knife in my dressing gown pocket and then hid it in the drawer next to the bed. I brought a chisel, bin bag, and cable ties up too. She made him put on an eye mask before stabbing him, according to the note. The notes that followed read, "Still, my actions haunt me. I sometimes have to catch myself and remember what I did and then remember my cover story." Neither seemed convincing. I got him to wear an eye mask. It was harder than I thought it would be. Hiding a body was bad. Moving a body is much more difficult than it looks on TV. I am sorry I didn't leave him. I am sorry I let him rip my self-esteem and self-worth apart. I am sorry. I am weak. I am sorry for what I did. Yes, I am alive currently, but it's more like a waiting room. People will blame my mental health. I could have fixed myself. Do I regret what I did? Of course I do. I'm not a monster. It had been building up for so long. The funny thing is that he was such an unlikable person, I only had to send a few texts. No one seemed bothered. I don't think anyone would have looked for him. Beale had written in her journal that Billingham why she stabbed him. Recall that Nicholas Billingham vanished on November 1, 2021, and he only used text messages to communicate with his loved ones after that. The police visited Fiona Beale's residence on Moore Street, where she and Nick resided, the day after they finished reading her notebook. In their hasty inspection, they found nothing out of the ordinary, but when they came back the following day, they discovered a few things, such as a mattress in the cellar that was noticeably covered in blood when it was moved. More evidence was discovered when the police returned to Moore Street on March 19. A body was discovered buried in the backyard by forensic investigators and specialized search teams, which included a cadaver dog. Buried beneath bark, chippings, soil, wooden sheeting, concrete building blocks, bricks and planks, plastic bags, rubble, mortar, polystyrene, laminate flooring, and pieces of fabric and vinyl recovered from a constructed structure concealing the body, Billingham's remains were discovered wrapped in carpet. The eyes were covered with a sleep mask. On the inside, the words, "This is my morning after face," were printed. According to the police spokesperson, he was not given any dignity or opportunity to die because of the way he was wrapped in cables, hose pipes, plastic bags, and construction debris. It displays complete disdain. One day after the body was found, a post-mortem was performed. It has been determined that he was killed by a single stab wound to the right side of his neck, which cut the esophagus and trachea and crossed the right jugular vein. Moderate force would have been needed for this. It is impossible to rule out severe force. Fiona Beale was taken into custody by the authorities on March 22, 2022, and accused with killing Nicholas Billingham. When Nick's family learned of his passing, they were crushed. Fiona's use of Nick's phone to text them and his buddies startled them. One of these texts was shown to reporters by Nick's mother, Yvonne Valentine. "Nick has been taken from us far too early and will always be in our hearts," said Nick's family in a statement. "We've been overwhelmed with offers of kind support and words of comfort from so many beautiful people, and know that he will be sadly missed by all his friends, family, and loved ones. Our heart aches for Nick. He was a gorgeous little boy, and we have so many cherished memories of him growing up, and we're so proud of the man he became." Fiona Beale's co-workers and her students' parents were shocked to hear that the adored teacher had a darker side. "We are particularly mindful of the impact this news will have on the children, and we'll be doing everything we can to support both pupils and staff as we work through this difficult time together. This is an appalling tragedy that will shake our school community to its roots, and it's at times like this that we must rally around each other, support each other, and be kind to each other." The administration of the school where Fiona worked issued a statement saying, "We were shocked and saddened to hear that one of our teaching staff has been charged with a very serious offense and is now remanded in custody." Nick passed away on November 20, 2021, after the police began their investigation. In the days that followed, Fiona made every effort to conceal any evidence of the crime she had orchestrated. Fiona understood that by informing everyone that she had the virus, she would have 10 days to avoid being bothered. She allegedly falsified the test results in order to complete an online application form. Fiona never took the test, according to the evidence. She claimed to be suffering from the crippling effects of the virus following the murder, yet her conduct during those 10 days were incongruous with those symptoms. Using her deceased partner's and subsequently her own Amazon account, she purchased a number of cleaning supplies, including for Venetian blinds, a new mop and bucket, ultra-heavy-duty bin bags, a new mattress, bedding, clothes, wall art, and mirrors. The cleanup began as early as 1:07 a.m. on November 2. She added 3 rolls of duct tape to a Tesco order that included many cleaning supplies later that same day. She bought a stainless steel digging shovel, heavy-duty long gardening gloves, a galvanized incineration bin, garden leaves, and a wood burner at 2:19 p.m. She eventually purchased other items to dispose of the body, as well as numerous items for her personal comfort and delight, including apparel, scented candles, shampoos, chocolates, and soft furnishings. Fiona went shopping nearly 2 weeks after killing Nick. On November 13, she was seen purchasing a variety of goods from supermarket cameras, including building supplies that she would later use to construct a cemetery. The cops revealed the CCTV footage. As I mentioned before, Fiona spent several months texting Nick's friends and family in an attempt to pass for him. She also extended an invitation for Nick's mother to come see her. On December 23, 2021, as her son was buried in the backyard, Ms. Valentine recounted how Beale invited her to her house for a Christmas drink. "You moved the furniture to obscure views to the garden. Why? To stop anyone seeing where you had buried my son. You sat in your front room with me, having a casual chat with me, having a Christmas drink with me, and the whole time you knew that you had killed my son and buried him only feet from where I was sat." Ms. Valentine said in her victim impact statement that Beale continued to go about her personal life and work as usual, showing no signs of depression or trauma. There was evidence to the contrary. She was enjoying what she referred to as a new life in one of her erased files, after killing a partner she no longer liked and likely suspected of having an affair. Fiona Beale first protested her culpability during the trial, but she eventually acknowledged that she killed Nick, saying it was an involuntary crime. The prosecutor, however, thought otherwise. He said during the trial that during their 17-year romance, Nicholas Billingham had cheated on Beale with other women. Despite leaving the defendant a few times, Nicholas Billingham always came back to her, and she welcomed him. He stated, "One of the women he slept with became pregnant and gave birth to his child. Instead of leaving him, she worked out a plan on how and when to kill him, where to conceal his body, how to cover up and explain his disappearance to others, and to explain her own absence from work when she killed him." However, defense lawyer Andrew Wheeler informed the jury in a brief statement read following the prosecution's opening argument that Beale had suffered from mental health issues for years prior to the murder, as a result of Mr. Billingham's coercive actions. Beale's attorney, Wheeler, continued, "We submit that in fact this case is not as straightforward as the prosecution suggests. Miss Beale is 49 years of age. She is a lady of good character, a partner to Nicholas Billingham for some 17 years, a hard-working and thoroughly liked schoolteacher. In essence, a lady about whom you will hear many good things as you listen to the evidence." Wheeler next asked the jury, "How does that person go on to kill? There is no dispute in this case that she unlawfully killed Nicholas Billingham. What this case is really about is her state of mind. You will hear that she has, over the years, struggled with her mental health. As you will hear, the defense lawyer described Nicholas Billingham as psychologically controlling and wearing her down over time. She was worn down till she was practically broken over the years. We surrender to you." Many of the specifics of the actual act itself are difficult for Fiona Beale to remember. The teacher continued to work as usual, even traveling to London with the class, according to the court. However, Beale started messaging the head teacher frequently to claim she was sick a few weeks after her capital visit. When the worried head teacher called Beale's mother after receiving the texts in March, she disclosed that Beale had informed her that she was leaving on a school residential trip. After that, the head teacher reported her missing to the police. She was located by Cumbrian police at a rental address close to Kendal. But Beale informed the officer that she didn't want her family to know her precise whereabouts and that all she needed was some peaceful time. Fiona Beale eventually modified her initial statement and completely accepted her guilt, but not before Beale sent a message to her family saying, "I'm so sorry, I love you all very much." The officer then sent the message to Beale's mother, and 3 days later, they went to the lodge. She then described her personal and professional life to the jury at Northampton Crown Court, claiming that Billingham had made cleaning a major point of contention between them and had thrown a dinner plate against a wall twice. Beale said that she was administered antidepressants while attending college. She claimed that when they first started dating, Billingham, who was working as a builder with his stepfather, was incredibly kind and considerate. Little by little, Billingham had changed. "I remember when we were in a flat," Beale said in the opening statement to the court. "I had left a cloth with cleaner on it, and it stained a worktop. It didn't seem really serious, but then cleaning became a huge issue throughout the years, and rather than laughing things off, I would get told off." Beale also mentioned that everything had to be exactly how her partner wanted it during mealtimes. Beale said, "I couldn't tell you when it started. It just got worse, and it lasted till the end. Items placed in cupboards had to be placed facing outwards. While there were a couple of occasions when he threw a plate of dinner at the wall, I lost a lot of confidence. It started with joking that I wasn't doing something, and then it just crept into being nasty about it." She also revealed that prior to killing Nick, she had threatened to kill him so that he couldn't do to another woman what he did to her. Nick's mother, Yvonne, spoke after the guilty plea, saying it was painful to know that her son's killer offered her a drink as he was buried a few feet away. "How you could hate someone that much to do what she did. I can't believe it," and apparently, his last word was "why" when she stabbed him in the neck. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.